All right, good morning, everyone. Thank y'all for taking the time to come down to the commission this morning. Very important hearing that you're here for today. Second day of the second round of hearings. This is docket number 56002, Georgia Power Company's 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. We will start by calling for appearances. Georgia Public Service Commission.
Good morning, Commissioners. Justin Pollock and Chris Collado for PIA staff.
Good morning. Georgia Power Company.
Good morning, Commissioners. Allison Pryor, Steve Hewitson, Brandon Marzo, and Josh Combs on behalf of Georgia Power Company.
Advanced Power Alliance.
Brad Carver on behalf of the Advanced Power Alliance.
Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. Newton. Morning. Clean Energy Buyers Association.
Good morning, Scott Dunbar here on behalf of SEBA.
Capital Good Fund. Ms. Brown. Capital Good Fund. Fermata Energy. Georgia Association of Manufacturers.
Clay Jones for GAM, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions.
Peter Hubbard for Georgia Center for Energy Solutions.
Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Good morning, Commissioners. Corden Smart here on behalf of Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Georgia Conservation Voters. Education Fund.
Good morning, all. Juan Estrada, GCVEF.
Georgia Interfaith Power and Light and South Face Energy Institute.
Good morning, Bob Sherrier and Jennifer Whitfield on behalf of Gipple and Southface.
Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association. Just see ya. Georgia Solar.
Good morning, Commissioners. Don Moreland on behalf of Georgia Solar Energy Association.
Morning. Georgia Watch, Ms. Coyle couldn't be here. Georgia Wand Education Fund, Inc. and Vote Solar.
Good morning, Juan Estrada, Georgia Wand, Vote Solar.
Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, MARTA.
Good morning, Commissioners. Casey Sturm on behalf of MARTA.
Microsoft.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Tyler Malden for Microsoft.
Morning. Resource Supply Management. Mr. Baker. Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club, Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, and the Natural Resources Defense Council.
Good morning, Isabella Ariza on behalf of NRDC, States and Sierra Club.
Southern Renewable Energy Association.
Morning, Commissioners. Whit Cox on behalf of the Southern Renewable Energy Association.
The United States Department of Defense and all other federal executive agencies. Walmart.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephanie Eaton here on behalf of Walmart. Thank you.
Good morning. That concludes everybody on the appearance list. Mr. Jones, you here?
Commissioner Stephen Jones, Taylor Duma, along with Matt McKagan, same law firm, behalf of the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association.
You didn't have another case this morning, did you?
I just move slower when I'm carrying a stack of paper.
All right, gotcha. All right, are there any housekeeping matters to take up before we move on? Okay, hearing none, we will begin with our public witnesses. We have a couple of sheets of people that have been kind enough to come down here today and sign up to speak before the commission. So we'll just move along with that. Starting with Vince Williams, followed by Veronica Maldonado. Well, good morning, commissioners and everyone here. I'm Vince Williams, the mayor of Union City. I am here on behalf of my family and citizens like me who have a great relationship with Georgia Power. I first want to commend you for the great work that you do each and every day. It's as an elected official, I know that it can be a thankless job, but I just wanted to certainly thank you for the work that you do and the service that you provide to all of us here in the state of Georgia. I want to also take a moment right now to commend Georgia Power for its responsible and community-focused leadership in deciding to hold off on rate hikes for the next 3 years. In a time when families and small businesses are working hard to manage rising costs, this decision reflects a genuine commitment to the well-being of Georgians. It's a powerful example of how public utilities can balance fiscal responsibility with compassion, supporting economic stability and helping to ensure that our communities continue to grow and thrive as we all sit around the kitchen table. But I did want to share also, a number of things that matter as it relates to Georgia Power and them being a community partner, but also a compassionate partner. Their reliability has been steadfast. As we know, utilities aren't a Democrat or a Republican issue. And my God, nor is it a racial issue. It's a people issue. And Georgia Power stands for people. So those are things that we need to certainly look at when we are making decisions as it relates to some of our utility providers. But I know Georgia Power is focused on providing high reliability for the citizens of Union City and beyond. The distribution team is actively investing capital into upgrading many circuits impacting the South Fulton area, and much of you probably know how wide that area is. But Georgia Power also does an excellent job responding when the storms, are hit, and we have certainly been hit with a number of storms over these past few weeks, and they have done an amazing job, whether it's an afternoon thunderstorm or a major event like Hurricane Helene. The citizens of Union City have always been able to count on Georgia Power. I want to thank them for managing affordability. That's important in my community. Rising electricity costs directly impacts the Georgia Power customers in my community and all communities. A well-planned thought pattern helps stabilize energy costs, ensuring that the people of Union City can spend their money on the life necessities like food, shelter, and transportation. Georgia Power's emphasis on economic development. They've assisted us in putting economic development plans together. But Georgia Power continues to be one of the best places in the country to do business, as Georgia continues to support what they do and how we do it to make sure that we bring the right opportunities to our communities. A big reason for that is because of the vertically integrated market structure that the PSC allows Georgia Power to operate under to keep rates below the national average. When you think about the national average and Georgia Power being under the national average, that's something to celebrate. And I have to applaud them, and I have to applaud you because you make sure that they maintain that. Georgia Power will also play a huge role in fueling the economic growth of the state and Union City. By the way, Union City, Georgia's fastest growing city, but also recently named the nation's 4th fastest growing suburb. So that means a lot to me as a leader of a community that Georgia Power, I have a partner in them. So I want to thank you all, for allowing me and others to come and speak about their relationship with our communities, but also how Georgia Power drives workforce development. We've got to make sure that we're preparing not only our young people, but some of us who want to reinvent ourselves with the economic growth that will continue to be a part of who Georgia is. Georgia is a state that every state looks at as a challenger. And we have been able to continue to hold the banner high that Georgia is where you want to do business. So with that, sir, sir and ma'am, I'm going to take my seat, but I certainly wanted to thank you for allowing me to come and speak to you. As I always say to everybody after I have a message with them, please know that I love you and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Your work
is our work, and our work is your work. So thank you for what you do each and every day. God bless you.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank
Appreciate you
you.
coming down.
Excited about the good things happening in Union City too.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll work hard.
I forgot to mention too, we've got a lot of witnesses today, so we're trying to limit these to 3 minutes. So appreciate that. We've got Miss Veronica Maldonado, followed by Chris Pohl. And if I pronounce anybody's name wrong, please correct me, and I apologize if I do.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Veronica Maldonado Torres. I serve as the President and CEO of the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, which represents thousands of Hispanic-owned businesses and professionals across the state, our great state. I'd like to begin by clarifying that I'm not here today to endorse or oppose any specific policy or proposal with the Integrated Resource Plan. Rather, I speak on behalf of the Georgia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce to share how energy infrastructure and long-term investment planning intersect with economic development, workforce opportunity, and the prosperity of Georgia's business community. At the GHCC, our mission is to empower economic prosperity, not just for the Hispanic business community, but for the entire Georgia ecosystem. We believe that energy infrastructure is economic infrastructure, and a resilient, modern, and inclusive grid enables businesses, both large and small, to grow, innovate, and compete. That's why we support strategic investments in grid modernization that ensures reliable power for businesses in rural and urban areas alike, EV infrastructure that opens up new entrepreneurship and job pathways for workers and small business contractors, and workforce development programs that train the next generation of electricians, engineers, and energy innovators. We've seen the value of public-private partnerships firsthand, working with Georgia Power and other great leaders to create supplier access, workforce pipelines, and invest corridors that reach the communities we serve. As this commission considers the IRP, we respectfully urge you to prioritize accessibility and opportunity in where and how investments are made, encourage collaborations with chambers and nonprofits that are developing untapped talent, and recognize that future-proofing our prosperity requires inclusive planning, not just technical data, but human impact. While we do not take a position on the regulatory specifics of this plan, we do believe that the process should reflect the voices of all communities impacted by Georgia's energy future. Thank you so very much for the opportunity to ensure Georgia businesses and talent are part of this conversation. Thank you for your time and your leadership. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Maldonado.
One
Chris.
second, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Maldonado, seriously, you guys are doing great work on the workforce development front. Thank you. Please keep the commissioners up to date on the things that the Georgia Hispanic Chamber is doing. I get it from folks out in the field, but you guys are really working hard. And so thank you for that.
Thank you very much, and we will be sure to do so. Lots of great things coming down the pipeline, and thank you all for the incredible work you do every day. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ma'am. Chris Pohl, followed by Ed Outlaw.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time this morning. I appreciate your service as well. My name is Chris. I'm a Georgia Power customer. Sounds like I'm starting a 12-step program. But as you know, concerns over inflation, affordability, fairness have been common topics in the past election for many Americans, and it continues into this year. As someone who's preparing to retire myself, I'm also greatly concerned about this. While the cumulative consumer price index measuring inflation since 2023 was under 7%, Georgia Power average bills have actually increased over 25%, and that's not counting all the special fees. More than 3 times the rate of inflation. There have been 5 rate and fee increases since 2020. However, Sawney EMC and Georgia EMC utilities during the same period have had negligible increases. Texas utilities, to give an example of another hot southern state with significant growth, has increased their bills less than 4% during that same period, which is less than the average rate of inflation. So I'm not sure what's going on here in Georgia that makes it so different. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ed Outlaw, followed by Terry Welcher.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is Ed Outlaw. I'm a CPA and a certified energy manager. I live in Peachtree City. I'm active with Citizens Climate Lobby and the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Atlanta, both of which have people here this week at these hearings. First of all, I'd like to say I really appreciate the work that you all do to make energy clean, affordable, and reliable to Georgians. It's not an easy job, particularly in recent times. And much of this IRP process is working towards these goals, and I see it as being very productive. But I am concerned that we're building new generation facilities that use fossil fuels. I believe we should meet new demand through other means, requiring demand response of new data centers, renewables plus storage, which I know you're doing some, but more, and more aggressive energy efficiency programs to free up capacity. I'm also a Rotarian. In Rotary, we have what we call the four-way test. It's a set of 4 questions to consider with regard to the things we think, say, or do. I propose we apply the 4-way test to the idea of placing new fossil fuel generation in service. The first question in the 4-way test is it the truth? Well, consider the Southern Company has a stated goal of being net zero carbon by 2050. Yet the useful life of upcoming generation facilities at Plant Yates goes through 2072. So how can it be true that we'll be at net zero with these facilities in service? The second question in the 4-way test, is it fair to all concerned? It's become increasingly clear that burning fossil fuels is causing climate change. We are seeing more storms, sea level rise, and more wildfires. It is not fair to our children and grandchildren to make this worse by failing to decarbonize. The third question in the four-way test, will it build goodwill and better friendships? The world is moving to decarbonize. If we freeload and don't do our part, it does not build goodwill. The last question in the 4-way test, is it beneficial to all concerned? As I mentioned, it's not beneficial to future generations, but it's also not beneficial to ratepayers. Europe and Canada already have a price on carbon, and we will have one here at some point as well. At that point, the cost of fossil fuel generation will increase, possibly dramatically, and this cost will be borne by ratepayers. So my conclusion is that the idea of putting new fossil fuel generation online does not pass the 4-way test, and we should not be moving forward with it. I also appreciate all the things that you're doing, but I just wanted to make that point. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Terry Welsher, followed by Hayden Hancock.
Good morning. It's really happy to be here and seeing you all. Is that better? Thank you. So I'm going to thank you for this opportunity to express my views about power generation in Georgia. I'm a retired Bell Labs R&D director and a chemical physicist. And so I tend to look at this through the lens of what I know about the science. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. I'm 77 years old and I live in PSC District 4. I have 3 grandchildren who are the main source of my concern. In addition to that, all my other family members and my faith community, as Mr. Outlaw mentioned, I'm also a Unitarian Universalist, and we have a lot of us here today expressing ourselves. I'm here today because I'm extremely concerned about some of the decisions and directions that are being contemplated in this most recent IRP. I fear that we are locking ourselves into continued and increasing negative health effects, further degradation of our atmosphere and climate, and persistence of economic pressure on low-income families, with little attention, or at least not enough in my opinion, to the long-term costs of these decisions. I am here to implore PSC members to give priority to the decadal effects of these decisions while you try to meet relatively short-term demand pressures. While I could go into more depth about these concerns, I would like to use the rest of my time here today to pose one perplexing question that I have. You have heard a lot of concerned testimony already about the extremely slow pace and seemingly small commitment to the implementation of clean renewable energy sources in Georgia. My possibly naive expectation would be that each of you understand the role that burning fossil fuels has on the environment. If you explore the scientific literature, you know that the consensus around this effect is well established. Based on this, you would understand that over 1/4 of CO2 emissions come from the power sector. I also understand that if you want to, you can find contrary information on the internet, and you can use that to ignore the established science in favor of bad science. I don't know where any of you stand on it. Given this tepid commitment to renewables, I wonder what each of you would say if you were asked, what is your position on the effects of burning fossil fuels? Where are you getting your information? Have you given it deep thought? If so, what have you learned? I know you can't answer now. That is not the proper forum. But what I plan to do is send you each a set of questions around this, and I hope you will answer and give me your honest position on climate science, and I look forward to further dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hayden Hancock, followed by Peggy Averett.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be before you this morning. I'm Hayden Hancock, City Manager of Nashville, and I have the privilege of serving the citizens there. And we're
Nashville, Georgia.
Nashville, Georgia. Proudly located in Berrien County. And so I do appreciate the opportunity to speak and support.
Are you going through your family tree today?
I could.
I just wanted to say hi to Peg.
If you like for me to, we could share that. But no, I do appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of Georgia Power's 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. This plan isn't just about meeting future energy demands. It's about ensuring communities like ours have the tools, resources, and partnerships to grow, thrive, and stay safe. Let me start with something very tangible: streetlights. In recent months, Georgia Power completed a full audit and repair effort across our city, addressing over 50 streetlights. For a small rural city, this is significant. These lights aren't just infrastructure. They're safety, quality of life, and peace of mind for our residents. This kind of follow through speaks volumes about Georgia Power's commitment to even the smallest corners of our state. Georgia Power has also played a direct role in strengthening our community's workforce and economy. Their support of the Berrien Ready Workforce Development Student Program brought real-world career insights to our students. Georgia Power employees didn't just show up. They spoke about energy careers, professionalism, and educational pathways for our technical college system. They also sponsored lunch, helping make the experience more meaningful and accessible to the 25 students who participated. These are the seeds that grow a stronger rural workforce. Another impactful contribution was their support of South Georgia Medical Center's Berrien campus expansion. Georgia Power assisted with the design of the power delivery systems and the necessary contracts to support SGMC's continued operations and future development. This kind of behind the scenes technical partnership ensures that our essential institutions can continue to serve the community with reliability and confidence. In short, Georgia Power continues to show up, not just with electricity, but with expertise, care, and a genuine commitment to rural progress. The 2025 IRP represents a continuation of that commitment. It helps ensure we have the infrastructure, partnerships, and planning needed to grow responsibly and sustainably. On behalf of the city of Nashville, I encourage you to support Georgia Power's 2025 Integrated Resource Plan. It matters deeply in communities like ours. And if I may just add, through both Hurricane Idalia and Hurricane Helene that devastated South Georgia, Georgia Power showed up all the way through and were communicating with me the entire time. So they were fantastic partners throughout our recovery efforts. So thank you guys for allowing me to be in front of you today.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Thanks for taking the time to come all the way up here from Nashville.
Yes, sir.
All right, Miss Peggy Everett, followed by Barbara Stonky.
Stanky.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peggy Averett, a resident of Grayson, Georgia, and I have lived in Georgia all my life. I grew up in rural Georgia on a farm and feel very connected to the land and to this state. And I am here today because I feel it is my moral and spiritual responsibility as a Unitarian Universalist to speak out when the health and well-being of Georgians and of all living things on earth are being threatened. Georgia Power, I want to thank for always providing electricity to my daughter's condo reliably all year round. And for that, I'm very grateful. And I know you have a tough job to do that. But there is an enormous amount of data that has been collected by scientists to show that burning fossil fuels is harmful to life for all living things and our planet. We now have better ways to produce energy, such as solar, that are much less harmful to life and are more sustainable for our planet. I am here to plead with all of you on the Georgia Public Service Commission to honor your pledge as an elected official to do what is right for the people of Georgia. And to do this, I think you should deny Georgia Power the right to build any new coal and gas-powered plants. You will be advocating not just for Georgians, but for all living things on the planet Earth. Putting people and the planet over Georgia Power's increase in profits is a very honorable thing for you to do.
Thank you, Ms. Stanky, followed by Bruce Leonard.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Barbara Stanky, a registered voter in DeKalb County. I've lived here off and on since 1978. I currently live among those beautiful trees and smoke rise out in Tucker. Thank you, Georgia Power folks, for coming quickly to respond to downed trees. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to express my concerns and the concerns of other Georgians about the current integrated resource plan from Georgia Power. I'm here today because as a registered dietitian and Unitarian Universalist, I live out my faith through my work, seeking justice, equity, and transformation in the part of the world where I live. Living and working with folks who sometimes have to choose between nutritious foods and paying their bills leads me to identify ways to make a difference. The impacts of climate change from no planning to reduce coal and gas use will both impact our ability in Georgia to grow food, as well as increase the costs of growing foods. When farmers have increased costs, those costs are passed on to consumers. I wonder about the over-reliance on coal and gas in this IRP. I wonder why there is no expanded implementation for solar or wind and what appears to be a cutback on solar promotion. I wonder why Georgia is not at the cutting edge of improving power distribution and transmission. These wonderings lead me to concern for the future of my patients and my community who already experience stressors with increased costs. We need to start making decisions in Georgia that foster justice-focused growth so that we can feed our population. That means making sure that climate change is addressed at every avenue. Climate change leads to alterations in rain patterns and heat patterns, which will negatively impact food production and food costs, as well as potentially the vitamin and mineral content of food because of excessive soil runoff and the poor growth of food. We need transformations. This IRP lasts a long time. I believe the members of the Public Service Commission need to consider the seniors on limited incomes, people who are disabled, growing children, and pregnant women who need nutritious food to meet their needs for a lifetime, and ensure that Georgia Power invests in transmission and distribution in this IRP for solar expansion. Solar expansion must be included if Georgia wants to ensure people are fed in Georgia for the rest of time. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Bruce Leonard, followed by Preeti Jaggi. I know I probably messed that one up, so please correct me. How you doing? Good morning.
Good, thank you. Good morning. We all assume that you folks make decisions ethically. And we hope that you embrace universal values like treating others as you would have them treat you, and don't worship wealth. How would you feel if a decision maker decided to pollute your water? How would you feel if they polluted your air? How would you feel if they destroyed your environment? Please, as you make your decisions, don't put wealth over values. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, how are you? It's good to see you again.
See you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Dr. Preeti Jaggi, and I'm a pediatrician, and I live and work in Georgia since 2018. And I've read that one of your jobs is to ensure that Georgians have safely generated electricity. The burning of coal, methane gas, oil, and biomass is not safe for Georgians. The only safe prescription for health of all Georgians is clean and renewable energy. Climate change made Hurricane Helene more powerful, rainier, and significantly more likely. That storm claimed at least 229 lives. I noted that in the recent rate case you agreed upon with Georgia Power that freezes rates will allow for recovery expenses related to Hurricane Helene starting next year. That means that Georgia customers' bills will go up in 2026 for a storm made worse by climate change, for which we are continuing to contribute to by locking in more coal and gas in this IRP. This does not make sense. To use a medical analogy, a patient with a huge festering abscess on their leg with a fever due to the infection is not going to get better unless you drain the abscess. Likewise, things cannot get better unless we drain the pus. That is to stop burning coal, methane gas, and biomass. I recently have listened to you, Commissioner Eccles, about acting about the safety around climate change for constituents was not in your lane. I believe that the people of Georgia disagree with you, and I would like to point you to a few recent surveys that detail that the majority of the public is in fact concerned about climate change. They understand that the burning of fossil fuels is not safe for health. There are 3 recent surveys that help describe what Georgians are thinking. First is a survey of 15,793 youth, including 400 Georgians ages 16 to 25. They are now all voting age. They show that across the United States, about 75% of young people report being at least moderately concerned about climate change. In Georgia, the number was 83%. So you might dismiss this and say they're just young people and they don't vote. So, okay, then, so this is the first. I will leave this with you, this survey. Okay, let's look at Georgia Tech survey of about 1,800 people. It is weighted specifically to reflect the demographics of Georgia and the geographic distribution of the population of Georgia. In this survey, 75% of those surveyed listed protecting the environment and or avoiding climate change as in their top concerns. That is this survey. And you can see the map of where people were surveyed from. Finally, there's a national survey from the Yale Climate Communications, and the Georgia-specific results show that 46% of Georgians feel that global warming will harm them personally. A very high percentage, in fact, 73%, reported favoring regulating carbon dioxide emissions as a pollutant. You can go to this site and go county by county and find what those results are. When asked about who should do something about global warming, 57% felt that local and state officials should do something about this. Recent reporting looking at the very public comments made during these IRP hearings in the past few years showed that 42% of the comments were specifically written to reflect the concern about the environmental and therefore human harms of burning fossil fuels. This morning, I spent a long time looking at the public comments made during this hearing, and I counted 390 comments. You can see the slashes of the comments that I categorized really two huge themes: bills are too high and environmental concerns. There are only 4 comments that were not related to those two topics, and most of them were actually related to both bills and energy. Solar is the cheapest form of electricity generation. It's a win for clean air, it decreases carbon pollution, and allows hard-earned money to be kept in everyday Georgians' pockets. Let's leave the old, dirty, outdated fuel sources that make us miserable and sick and turn the page to financially incentivize Georgia Power to help with energy efficiency, to facilitate solar, to increase battery storage, and move towards clean, renewable energy. It's not just pockets of people concerned about climate. Believe it or not, it's not out-of-state people infiltrating our state and asking for clean energy. It is Georgians that want to breathe clean air. They want to live a life free of terrifying hurricanes and storms. And moms and dads care about their kids more than anything. That's why I'm here. I'm here for my kids and I'm here for my patients. I see these moms and dads every day. They're willing to do anything for their kids' safety. You will hear from some of them today. The science is clear. We will not be quiet. Every year, you will hear our voices loud and clear and stronger. The only safe prescription for the health of all Georgians is clean and renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Adams, followed by Alex Habersham.
Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. My name is Bill Adams. I'm a lawyer from Macon, and I had the privilege of serving as the judge of the State Court of Bibb County for 18 and a half years. I left that position in 2017 to try to come up with something we could do about the substantial justice gap that we have in Middle Georgia. That led to the creation of Middle Georgia Justice, a nonprofit law center working to provide legal assistance to our citizens who cannot afford a lawyer. In case you didn't know, that's most of our citizens that cannot afford a lawyer. So I serve as president of this organization, and today we have 9 employees and a substantial budget devoted to this cause. This justice gap, I can tell you from my time on the bench, seeing folks coming before me as a judge, and from my time in the nonprofit sector, which has confirmed what I saw there, and you can see yourselves out in our society, but this gap is real. It causes substantial harm to our community. It destabilizes households, increases vulnerability to unemployment, and it erodes the very foundation of our democracy, which is equal justice under law. So what we do at Middle Georgia Justice is help people overcome obstacles in their lives and thereby reduce the stressors that undermine their efforts to have a better life for themselves and their family members. We see access to justice as a fundamental need for all our citizens. When basic needs are met, people are more likely to thrive. So I am here to say, I believe Georgia Power gets it. That is, they likewise see the need to stabilize families, and they do that in 2 ways. One is by supporting nonprofits such as Middle Georgia Justice, and we're grateful for the support they have given us. And 2, by assuring families have reliable, affordable energy. That's why I'm here to support Georgia Power. As I understand it, this integrated resource plan is an effort to stabilize energy costs for communities, for workers, and for vulnerable families across the state. Strengthening the stability of energy costs will help avoid one of the economic stressors that push people into crisis and into our courts where we have to deal with it. Georgia Power's efforts in energy efficiency and affordability programs directly impact the families we serve at Middle Georgia Justice. Reliable, affordable energy helps parents focus on their work and supports their family instead of struggling to survive. I believe the ripple effect of the efforts of Middle Georgia Justice and Georgia Power creates a more just and resilient society. And in that case, everybody in the community benefits. So on behalf of all those, the voices that go unheard, the working mother trying to keep custody of her children, the family trying to get good title to their home, the folks earnestly trying to overcome their criminal history. And we do all of that and more. And all of those things are obstacles to success. We help them overcome that. And we support this plan because we believe Georgia Power is in partnership with that effort. And we urge you to support the plan. Thank you for your service to the state of Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Adam. Mr. Alex Habersham.
Yes,
followed-
sir.
Followed by Karen Smith.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Alex Habersham, and I come before you today, not just as the publisher of the Macon, Middle Georgia Black Pages, but as a lifelong advocate for small businesses and minority entrepreneurship in Middle Georgia. For more than 30 years, I've had the honor of highlighting and supporting the backbone of our economy: barbers, caterers, daycare owners, contractors, shopkeepers, men and women who have taken a dream and turned it into a business that feeds their families and support their communities. But let me be clear, without affordable, reliable energy, those dreams don't survive. They stall. They fade. That's why I support Georgia Power's integrated resource plan. This IRP ensures that power is available when it's needed most. During the early morning hours, when a baker turns on the oven, or late at night, when a restaurant owner checks its refrigeration. Reliable energy isn't a luxury for small businesses. It's an essential cost of doing business, and Georgia Power's long-term planning gives business owners the stability they need to plan, grow, and to compete. The plan also makes crucial investment in infrastructure and capacity that will attract new industries, to Georgia. Industries that bring opportunity to underserved communities, open up vendor relationships for local entrepreneurs, and put more small businesses in the supply chain. It builds confidence that the lights will stay on, the machines will keep running, and the climate will be right for growth. And it's not just about today's business owners. The IRP supports tomorrow's innovators, those coming out of our technical colleges, apprenticeships, and high schools who need access to careers in energy, construction, and technology. When Georgia Power commits to long-term responsible energy planning, they're not just powering buildings, they're powering businesses, dreams, and economic resilience. In closing, I encourage you to see this plan not just as a utility roadmap, but as a lifeline to Georgia's small businesses, especially those in Macon, Dublin, and Fort Valley, where a stable grid and a fair energy future means everything. Thank you for your time and your consideration of those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. When you're talking about Fort Valley and Macon and food, I can't help but think about my favorite chili cheese dog. You know who I'm talking about.
Your way.
Yes, sir. Karen Smith, followed by Ann Mellinger Birdsong.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Karen Smith. I live in District 4, so it's a pleasure to meet Commissioner McDowell this morning. My concern is about water. In the IRP, Georgia Power references their intention to renovate several hydroelectric dams. I'd like to know if it's possible to learn which ones they intend to work on and what the environmental impact will be of their renovations. There are several towns or communities in Georgia that rely upon these rivers for water, public drinking water, because we are a state of rivers. We don't have any natural lakes. And the recreational industry also brings in billions of dollars to the state. So I'd like to know what the impact of all that will be. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Mellinger Birdsong, followed by Caroline Angelo. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ann Mellinger Birdsong, and I'm a pediatrician who specializes in environmental health, which means how our health is affected by environmental exposures, whether that exposure is man-made or natural. I have worked for many health departments and agencies at multiple levels, and I now work for Mothers and Others for Clean Air. And I want to ask, who among us remembers those margarine commercials from the 1970s and 80s that ended with Mother Nature saying, "It's not nice to fool Mother Nature," while thunder and lightning crashed in the background? Yet that is what Georgia Power is trying to do, and we are living with the consequences. By building more methane gas turbines and keeping coal plants open longer, they are pretending that methane and coal are safe and trying to fool Mother Nature. When we use fossil fuels such as methane and coal, while pretending we are not hurting ourselves, we are trying to fool Mother Nature, and in reality, we are fooling ourselves. Mother Nature doesn't listen to our words. She goes by the natural laws of biology, chemistry, and physics. In Georgia, we see the thunder and lightning from trying to fool Mother Nature, with increased illnesses and death, and in storms like Hurricane Helene. Biology tells us that when people are exposed to particulate matter, ozone, and nitrogen dioxide from fossil fuels, our health suffers. Chemistry tells us that these pollutants damage our cells and the lining of our arteries. Particle and ozone pollution from fossil fuels in the Southeast, including Georgia, put people in the hospital for many different kinds of heart and lung conditions. Biology tells us that every 1 microgram per cubic meter increase in particle pollution decreases children's IQ by 0.4 of a point. And it does that at levels lower than the current standard of 9 micrograms per cubic meter. That may not sound like a lot, but with almost 3 million children in Georgia, it means a lot more children needing special ed, a lot more children needing extra help, fewer children at the high end of the range, and most importantly, our attempt to fool Mother Nature and ourselves is damaging a lot of children. I'm running out of time.
Go ahead.
Particle pollution also puts more people in the hospital for dementia, about 1 to 2% more for every microgram per cubic meter increase in PM 2.5. Particle pollution made out of sulfates, which comes from burning coal and biomass, is particularly good at causing new onset dementia. Chronic exposure to particle pollution increases the risk of major cardiac or pulmonary events by 8 to 20% per 10 micrograms per cubic meter increase. The global burden of disease study shows that in the US, 8% of all heart disease deaths and 12% of all heart events, such as heart attacks or rhythm problems, are caused by particle pollution. Physics tells us that when the oceans are hotter, more water vapor and more energy gets into hurricanes. That makes the winds stronger and the rains heavier, and we end up with more hurricanes like Helene. Chemistry and physics tell us that when we put more methane and carbon dioxide in the air, we trap the Earth's heat instead of letting it go into space, and the air and oceans end up hotter. Our use of fossil fuels like methane and coal are making the hurricanes more intense, and we end up with storms like Helene. Hurricane Helene caused about $6 billion of agricultural losses in Georgia, and Hurricane Michael caused more than $3 billion in agricultural large losses. We can use clever marketing to keep people from understanding what's happening, but we can't fool Mother Nature. Physics is physics, and the atmosphere and oceans respond to the heat that is there, not the clever words we use when we try to fool people and Mother Nature. As you can see, Mother Nature herself is telling us that fossil fuels like methane and coal are not safe. Neither are they reasonable costs if we consider all the agricultural losses and health costs that come from burning methane and coal. Utilities don't see that in their bottom line or on their when they get audited, but we are paying for that with our higher insurance premiums and more taxes to cover the damage and health problems. Air pollution is so bad for our health that you don't have to care about climate change to want clean energy. We need it to keep our children healthy and smart, and to keep ourselves from getting heart attacks, strokes,
dementia, and lung disease. In Georgia, solar energy is our most abundant natural resource, and we can have that with storage at about the same cost as building more gas turbines. And it would keep us healthy and safe. We need to remember the margarine commercial. It's not nice to fool Mother Nature. The PSC should require Georgia Power to close the coal plants on schedule and to build far more solar with storage so that we don't have to live with the thunder and lightning of trying to fool Mother Nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Birdsong. Caroline Angelo, followed by Kenny Mullins. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Caroline Angelo, and I'm the Executive Vice President at Atlanta Technical College. My favorite thing to do is talk about how great technical colleges are, but this morning I want to talk a little bit about how we couldn't do it without partners like Georgia Power. We're a college of about 6,000 in downtown Atlanta. We're only about 5 miles from here. Most of our students come from low-income families. 61% of our students qualify for aid-based, need-based federal aid, which means their families earn less than $27,000 a year. 83% of our students are African American, and overall 97% of our students are minorities. So Georgia Power came to us a few years ago and said they needed more line workers, and they needed more line workers in the Atlanta area. We've got old trees, we've got trees that fall at the college, we've got all kinds of things. People go away to learn how to be a line worker, and they don't move back to Atlanta. So they wanted to work with us. The first thing they did was they helped us develop the curriculum for the line worker program. The next thing they did was they came during COVID and built the pole yard for us. So on our site, our students don't have to go to Klondike. Right here, 5 miles from here, students can learn how to be a Georgia Power line worker or a line worker for anyone. The next thing we said was, well, we need bucket trucks. Next thing you know, down the road comes 2 bucket trucks from Georgia Power. Then we said, well, our students, they have funds that might help them pay tuition and fees, but they don't have belts. They don't have utility belts. They don't have tools. Guess what? Donation of belts and tools for all of the students in the program. We have 28 students a semester in that program and a waiting list of 3 times that. We can fill that program every time we run it. Georgia Power helps provide us with instructors for that program. They sat on the interview committees for us. They do information sessions for us, but that's not all. It doesn't just stop at line workers. So we have a program at the college called Lead Strong Mentor Program. Georgia Power signed up mentoring students in all of our majors. They sponsor hiring fairs. They sponsor all of our fundraising events. They donated thousands of dollars to our last mile funds, and that helps students who run out of financial aid but only have 1 semester to go before they can graduate. Georgia Power says, doesn't matter what their major is. If they got 1 semester to go, we'll pay it off. We're still benefiting from those funds. I'm just here to share that they are an excellent partner. We couldn't do what we do without partners like Georgia Power, and they're really transforming the lives of the people of Atlanta. Thank you. How long have you been at the school? I've been at Atlanta Technical College since 2017 and with the technical college system since 1992.
So you had a wonderful president in President Alveda Thomas who retired. She was just fantastic. But also President Seals is great too. So please pass along our greetings to her. Y'all work so hard and do amazing work.
Well,
So
thank you. I
thank
will.
you.
I'll tell her. Thank you.
That is all. I had no idea about that lineman program, but
It's
when you get a
amazing.
chance and you talk to our mutual friends at TCSG, we need the same thing for locators in the state with all the growth.
I'll do it.
Kenny Mullins, followed by TJ Chapley. Morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity today. I'm Kenny Mullins. I'm the business manager for Atlanta, North Georgia Building Trades and Construction. I represent over 1,000 proud union craft professionals, pipe fitters, electricians, welders, operators, and more who build and maintain the infrastructure power in Georgia. These men and women do noble work, essential work. When storms hit, temperature spikes, or demand surges, It's their training and dedication that keeps Georgia's lights on and our industry running. Energy reliability isn't an accident. It's built by people. And our members take that responsibility serious. That's why I'm here today. I strongly support Georgia Power's integrated resource plan. This IRP is a smart, balanced strategy, prioritizing reliability by maintaining a diverse mix of energy sources, including always available fossil fuels while keeping rates affordable. It's a plan grounded in real world needs, not theories or trends. Some point to Texas at its ERCOT model, praising its rapid renewable growth. But Texas isn't the example we should follow. ERCOT's deregulated, isolated grid lacks backup from neighboring states. They've leaned heavily on intermittent renewables without investing enough in backup capacity or winterization. When the 2021 storm hit, millions of Texans were left in the dark at personal cost. Georgia can't afford that risk. That's not who we are. We also hear a lot about the levelized cost of solar as it tells the whole story. But powering a state is far more complex. Let's take eggs, for example. Everyone's been talking about the cost these days. Sure, the wholesale price matters, but it's only part of the equation. You got packaging, refrigeration, transportation, and delivery all factor in. Those eggs don't reach your fridge safely and on time, the price tag's meaningless. Same goes for energy. Looking only at the cost to generate electricity ignores the cost of backup power, shortages, transmission, and the full burden of delivering reliable electricity 24/7. Georgia Power's IRP gets it. They get it right. It doesn't put all our eggs in one basket. It invests in a diverse mix of natural gas, solar, nuclear, battery storage, all working together to build a more resilient, reliable grid. That's how you keep the power on and you keep rates affordable. Diversity. Just as important, this plan supports good paying local jobs. It sustains over 5,000 skilled trades positions, statewide jobs that let workers raise their families. They buy homes. It strengthens our communities. Every project, whether it's a solar field, a gas plant, or transmission upgrade, is a chance for our members to build Georgia's future with skill, safety, and pride. In closing, I urge this commission to approve Georgia Power's IRP. It's a forward-thinking, common sense approach that puts reliability first, respects the complexity of energy, and honors the Georgians who keep the system running. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Mullins. There's nothing about new nuclear in this IRP. You had a lot of members from IBEW 613, where you used to be the business manager, and now you've taken Randy's place. How long do you think we can wait? How many years do you think we can wait before we start on another AP 1000, before we lose the institutional knowledge that your people gained from Vogtle 3 and 4?
We can't wait. You know, we got to start today. We need it now. We need new nuclear generation plants today, just as much as we need solar and just as much as we need fossil. I've worked at fossil plants all over this country. I've worked in John Amos in West Virginia. I've worked in the Gibson Power Station, Duke Energy in Indianapolis, Indiana. And I've worked at Steubenville, Ohio, the Cardinal plant. They don't hold a candle to our plants here in Georgia. They're filthy. Hell, at John Amos, I had to put an ice vest on just to be in the common area. We had to wear an ice vest and you change it out because of the heat loss and heat disturbance in a normal operating plant. You don't have that here. I've worked at Shear. I've worked at Bowen. I've seen plant Bowen before the scrubbers were put in. See, a lot of people forget the fact that we're moving towards the clean energy. Georgia Power's doing that. They have been for years. I was there before the scrubbers were put in at Bowen. So I know what's being done and how it's working in this environment and out there on those jobs and in our community that's putting people to work, and they're making it cleaner every time they do an upgrade. So thank you. I get passionate because, I mean, you talk solar, solar's great, but it takes 10 acres for 1 megawatt of solar. How much land is that? That's why it has to be diverse. So, and y'all are doing a great job with this IRP. You're spreading it out. It's diverse and it's a solid plan, and I support it strongly.
Mr. Mullins, congratulations on your promotion.
Thank you.
I, for one, like your passion. I'm passionate about these things too. It's important to me. And I like to see it. So thank you.
Thank you.
TJ Chapley, followed by Sonali Sandani.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is TJ Chapley. I'm from Forsyth County. I'm here to share my experience as a Georgia Power customer. I live in a neighborhood that's half Sawney EMC and half Georgia Power. Over the past few years, I've seen my energy bill steadily increase, and that prompted me to start digging into my cost increases compared to my neighbors. For example, during the summer of 2024, I used 2,100 kilowatt hours and I paid $440. A neighbor on the Sawney EMC side used 2,600 kilowatt hours and their bill was $300. That's nearly a 100% increase in cost per kilowatt hour. This isn't an isolated case. I checked a number of their bills, and we see this an increase from 50 to 100% across the board. These rates aren't affordable by any measure. When our neighborhood experiences service outages, our service is restored sometimes days later, especially during Hurricane Helene. And our Sawney EMC neighbors have service restored within 24 hours. Lastly, locking rates for 3 years doesn't prevent Georgia Power from increasing costs with service fees and special charges. This kind of disparity doesn't just hurt household budgets, it erodes public trust. It's hard not to feel that Georgia Power customers are being taken advantage of. We deserve fair rates and transparency just like any other resident in our state. I'm not here to complain, I'm here to ask for fairness, to ask that the commission take a hard look at how Georgia Power rates are affecting ordinary families, especially when neighboring homes, sometimes just across the street, are paying drastically less for the same essential service. Again, thank you for the chance to speak and for your continued efforts to ensure accountability and equity in Georgia's energy system. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonali Sandani, followed by Gia Sandani.
Good morning. Sonali Sandani. I am here today as a mom who cares about my daughter and the future generation. I'm also a resident of DeKalb County. Georgia Power focuses almost exclusively on reliability and affordability when presenting their energy sourcing plans. But we want to start off by talking about safety. The Georgia Public Service Commission's mission statement clearly states that you are charged with ensuring customers receive reliable, reasonably priced, and safe electricity service. In fact, Commissioner Johnson, you recently emphasized that safety takes priority over the other two considerations, declaring that safety must never be compromised. Yet all of you appear to be defining safety in a very dangerously incomplete and outdated way. Safety used to primarily involve preventing deaths and damages caused by sparks or explosions or other accidents while generating or delivering electricity. Georgia Power has those traditional safety concerns well controlled. But this narrow definition of safety has not been advocated for a long time. For decades, the health and climate impacts of burning fossil fuels have been well documented, with early studies highlighting that the detrimental effects on air quality and public health. As research has advanced, our understanding of the intensity and scope of these negative impacts has significantly deepened. These include a growing recognition of the links between fossil fuel combustion and respiratory illnesses, cardiovascular diseases, premature deaths, as well as the escalating consequences for climate change, such as extreme weather events and rising sea levels. Over the past years, hundreds of people have written to you expressing concerns about Georgia Power's request to increase fossil fuel electricity generation. Many have attended IRP hearings to speak with you in person, including over 30 high school and college students who missed school to ask you to heed the urgent warnings of global scientific community and require Georgia Power to rapidly transition to clean energy instead. Over a dozen healthcare workers asked you to consider the negative health impacts and costs associated with burning fossil fuels in your deliberations. But your words and actions have made clear that you have ignored their valid concerns and requests.
Gia Sandani, followed by Kunyan Zhu.
Hello, I'm Gia Sanane, a student and resident of DeKalb County. Commissioner Pridemore, you asked some of the students who made public comments in January 2024 whether they were paid to be there. This question reveals a misunderstanding of the powerful motivation driving young people to act. Those students, like the majority of younger generations, are acutely aware of the climate crisis. And this knowledge generates significant anxiety about our future. Many of us are taking personal steps to reduce our carbon footprints, and nearly all of us understand what decades of scientific research have shown. Individual actions alone cannot address this crisis. What is needed is rapid, systemic change, and we know that cleaning up our electric grid is the essential first step. The facts are stark. Electricity generation accounts for 25% of total greenhouse gas emissions. Electrifying appliances and vehicles, ensuring that electricity comes from clean sources, becomes critically important. The transition to clean energy must begin immediately. In order to avoid escalating catastrophic climate impacts, we cannot, absolutely cannot, increase fossil fuel consumption as Georgia Power is requesting. Instead, we must meet successive greenhouse gas reduction targets to reach net zero by approximately 2050. Young people attending IRP hearings recognize that you hold extraordinary power. You can deny Georgia Power's fossil fuel requests and require them to transition to clean energy within critical timeframes necessary to prevent those increasingly catastrophic climate impacts. And due to decades of denial and delay, we know our future depends greatly on the decisions you will soon make. But we young people are not just concerned about our personal futures. We recognize that this is a moral and justice issue. The U.S. has contributed more total greenhouse gases than any other country by far. We know that many poor countries that have contributed very, very far less greenhouse gas emissions are already suffering some of the most horrible climate impacts. We feel it is wrong to sit by and watch as our country's failure to reduce greenhouse gas emissions impacts them in increasingly dramatic ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Kunyan Zhu, followed by Jacob Lai.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Quinn Zhao. I'm a student and a resident of Forsyth County in Georgia. Commissioner Eckhoff, you recently went to Emory to speak with students, some who had made public comments at the 2025 IRP hearing held in March.
20 of them, actually. I bought some pizza as well.
That's nice of you.
It was fun. 19 girls, one guy, one of them lived in the state of Georgia.
During the meeting, these students told you how concerned they are about climate impacts and of burning fossil fuels, but your response was that you didn't believe climate change had impacted Georgia much yet, and it is not in your lane to address such concerns. State electricity, as we have already mentioned, is in your lane. It is part of your mission and job description, and it is incorrect to say that climate change has not impacted Georgians much. Agriculture. is Georgia's #1 industry, and farmers have suffered billions in economic losses due to climate change. Peaches and blueberry farmers have suffered major losses as unnatural early warming caused by climate change, followed by normal winter frost destroys their crops. Storms like Helene, so much stronger and wetter because of record hot ocean waters due to climate change, has taken out pecan farms and led to many other losses in agriculture and timber industries. During Helene and other climate change fueled storms, many Georgia residents had homes or businesses destroyed or damaged, and many had lost power for extended periods of time. Our coastal communities are especially vulnerable to sea level rise caused by our warming climate. We are experiencing many more extreme hot days impacting us in countless ways, increasing risks to outdoor workers' health and safety, increasing the number of people who develop asthma and the spread of debilitating mosquitoes and tick-borne diseases, limiting when and how people can exercise or be outdoors, and canceling outdoor practices, games, and events due to extreme heat conditions, just to name a few. Commissioner Ebus, you also said during the meeting with the Emory students that you mentioned 1, 2, 3 degrees, whatever. So I believe it is really important to understand that the different consequences that occur at these various levels.
It's only
of warming.
3 degrees from the University of Georgia that I have. So just 3.
All right, okay. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Jacob Bly, followed by Nancy Green.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jacob Lee, and I'm a student and resident of Forsyth County. Thank you for giving me the time to speak for you today. So continuing on what Eric said, the basic climate science paints very different consequences at different levels of warming. Due primarily to the burning of fossil fuels, we have already warmed the planet by almost 1.2 degrees Celsius. This level of warming has led to enormous destruction and loss of life worldwide through drought, flooding, and other extreme weather events. All but 3 nations, Libya, Yemen, and Iran, have signed the Paris Climate Agreement. President Trump, however, has once again started the process so that we will be the only nation to withdraw from this agreement. This agreement's goal is to limit global warming to less than 2 degrees Celsius, with the aspirational goal of lowering it down to 1.5 degrees. This is because the science is indisputable that every additional fraction of a degree of warming will have greater impacts than warming that came before. And additional warming puts us at a danger of crossing irreversible tipping points that will collapse natural systems and accelerate warming. 3 degrees of warming, what current policies are driving us towards by around 2100, is unthinkable. A recent survey of IPCC scientists is downright terrifying. Over 380 responded, and they are frustrated, angry, depressed, and despairing. Despite all of their hard work and urgent warnings, we are still headed toward a level of warming that is truly unimaginable. One scientist stated that the reasons for their concerns very succinctly, quote, "It is the biggest threat humanity has faced, with the potential to wreck our social fabric and the way of life. It has the potential to kill millions, if not billions, through starvation, war over resources, and displacement. None of us will be unaffected by the devastation." However, we don't mean to single out any specific commissioner. In fact, Commissioner Echols actually met with respected climate scientists who offered in 2023 at no charge to walk you through the most up-to-date climate science. However, I believe that not enough time has been invested to understand climate science and the impacts of some of your decisions. Climate change has almost never or extremely rarely been mentioned in public encounters and writings. And I believe that climate and health impacts must be considered more thoroughly when deciding on Georgia Power's energy sourcing requests. However, I greatly appreciate everything that Georgia Power has done for the state of Georgia. And again, thank you for allowing me to speak for you today.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Yeah, I'm sorry I messed up your. Nancy Green, followed by Josephine Truekeld.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nancy Green. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a 29-year resident of Georgia, and I'm here today as a concerned mother. So there are folks who are running right now for commissioner seats that have studied the climate science and understand what must be done. And at this critical moment, they're calling for adding much more utility level solar and battery storage, not delaying coal plant retirements. Coal is the most polluting, unhealthy, and least cost-effective way to generate electricity. Nor should we build more costly natural gas infrastructure because methane, natural gas's main component, has such intense heating effects that natural gas has been determined to often be as bad as coal, if not worse. Commissioner McDonald and Commissioner Eccles, you deserve credit for pushing Georgia Power to include more utility solar. So thank you for that. But as the 8th most populous state, we shouldn't congratulate ourselves too much for ranking 6th or 7th nationally in installed solar capacity, especially when our utility solar and battery storage falls far below targets set by international scientific and governmental communities, and when we lag far behind the top states. Texas and California lead the way with 22,000 megawatts of installed utility level solar and 21,500 respectively. This year, Georgia has approximately 5,200 megawatts of utility scale solar capacity. And Texas has 6.5 gigawatts of utility level energy storage. California has 8.6. Georgia Power states that it's expanding its battery energy storage systems with the goal of 1,000 megawatts by 2030. They are also calling for expanding the net metering program without a cap. In rooftop solar, we rank near the bottom, which is tragic given Georgia's great solar potential. Marilyn Brown and Alden Hathaway, among others, have testified that this is due to Georgia Power's low compensation rate for excess energy that solar customers send back to the grid. The net metering program, adopted in a widespread manner by over 30 US states, was capped at just 5,000 homes and small businesses in Georgia. Brown, Hathaway, and many others have refuted Georgia Power's claim that higher compensation rates would shift costs onto non-solar customers. They argue that this would only happen at much higher rooftop solar levels than we currently have. Recent well-documented studies show that even at California's high rooftop solar levels, it has been a cost savings for non-solar customers by preventing the need for expensive natural gas infrastructure investment and creating efficiencies from sending excess electricity through existing power lines to neighbors. Rooftop solar has countless benefits. Georgia Power absolutely should have requested reinstating the net metering program without a cap. We are missing out on significant cost savings, storm event protection, and climate and health benefits. Thank you so much for the opportunity and for all that you do.
Thank you. Josephine Truekeld, followed by Lisa Coronado.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Josie Fralpel, and I am a student and resident of DeKalb County. I would like to point out to you that there are also candidates who are calling for moving quickly to create virtual power plants. We don't need a pilot program. Virtual power plants have been effectively providing capacity for years in other countries. Part of their beauty is that they can be brought online very quickly and can be easily modified to become even more effective. We can start with some devices and add others. The five of you, though, our current commissioners at this key moment in history, aren't actively promoting these actions. You can make decisions that tie us to fossil fuels for decades. Your legacy will be determined by the choices you make in July, because your duty to regulate Georgia Power, the monopoly for electricity provider to the majority of Georgians. Monopolies have regulators because history is full of examples where companies with monopoly power use that power to increase their profits at the expense of the general public. So the Southern Company and Georgia Power are not exceptions. In fact, they've been exceptionally brazen and effective, as documented in the 2022 report titled Southern Company New. Using publicly available documents and information from Freedom of Information requests, the report details how starting in 1988, as momentum for worldwide action to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions was growing, Southern Company buried their own climate research and established itself as a driving force behind climate disinformation. They backed misleading campaigns that attacked climate science, opposed finding limits on greenhouse gas emissions, promoted clean coal as a false solution to the problem, and fought to slow the transition to clean and renewable energy sources like wind and solar power. We are asking you to please read that report. But for now, let's take a moment to examine the reliability and affordability arguments that Georgia Power is presenting during this IRP. The massive increase in electricity generation they want to secure by 2031, approximately a 50% increase, adding an additional 8 gigawatts, which they currently generate around 16 gigawatts, is not to provide reliable power for Georgia citizens. They want to present it that way, but when pressed, have admitted it is primarily to attract new data center customers. Data centers are massive energy hogs. Some large data centers use as much electricity as a small or medium-sized city. Georgia Power already has a much higher energy reserve margin than almost all other utilities to ensure that they can reliably meet all of their current customers' needs. Any new energy demands predicted for Georgia citizens are very small compared to those of data centers. Thank you for your time.
Lisa Coronado, followed by Benjamin Hasty.
Hi, my name is Lisa Coronado, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County. I'm a mom, and I'm mostly here because I'm also a retired school teacher, and I know lots of students who are extremely anxious about the climate crisis, and they know that the five of you will have a big impact on which direction we head. But let's examine the affordability argument. When you don't consider health and climate costs, it's a fairly close call. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, the economic argument strongly favored clean energy solutions. Rooftop and utility scale solar, rooftop and utility scale batteries, wind, in this case, offshore wind for Georgia, and energy efficiency programs. Now we have a president who calls climate change a hoax and is attempting to dismantle that legislation that has really helped Georgia, by the way. But this administration will be in office for just 4 years. Georgia Power is presenting a 20-year plan. There is every reason to expect that the next administration, after 4 more years of extreme weather events and 4 more years of advancing climate science discoveries, will come up with policies much more supportive of clean energy and will require utilities to pay more for using polluting, climate-warming fossil fuels. This could render any new investment now in fossil fuel infrastructure much more expensive than investments in clean energy over the long run. Some expensive infrastructure could easily become stranded assets in this scenario, assets that customers will nevertheless continue to have to pay for years after they are prematurely retired. If you do consider climate impacts and healthcare costs in your considerations, then clean energy wins hands down. The costs of inaction are sky high. Higher taxes to pay for destruction caused by increasingly powerful extreme weather events. The cost of building infrastructure to protect us from rising seas along our coasts, and even more powerful storms. I don't know if you remember, but Hurricane Helene was initially predicted to hit the Metro Atlantic region dead on. I don't think there'd be any discussion really here about clean energy over fossil fuel energy if that had happened, because Hurricane Helene was fueled by those warm ocean waters, those record warm ocean waters. And the impact in North Carolina has been horrible. We suffered a lot, but they suffered horribly. There'll be higher air conditioning bills due to hotter temperatures, higher home insurance costs for all to cover the increasing number of homes that have been damaged in extreme climate change fueled weather events. And more people will be unable to find home insurance at all. That is happening now. More military spending to address chaos that will occur as more people fight for scarce water and are forced to move from their homes to survive, crowding into spaces with livable climates. The list goes on and on. There are thorough peer-reviewed studies supported by the global scientific community and the global government community through the Paris Climate Agreement and others that show that the rapid transition to clean energy would cost far less than the costs associated with delaying action and continuing to use fossil fuels. The five of you have a big decision to make. I appreciate you listening to us, and I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coronado. Benjamin Hasty, followed by Eric Mintz.
Good morning. My name is Benjamin Hasty. I am a recent graduate from high school and a resident of DeKalb County. Now, it's hard to understand who benefits from continuing to generate electricity by burning fossil fuels. Hardworking Georgia Power employees who do accounting, maintain transmission lines, and repair them after severe storms will still have their jobs. And those workers directly involved with fossil fuel electricity generation should be first in line to be retrained for similar jobs in clean energy. Now, provisions in the initial IRA bill clearly addressed and funded this. And you've heard today the multitude of health, climate, and economic benefits connected to transitioning rapidly to clean energy. Now, it comes down to utility company executives and investors who hope to continue making huge profits by shifting climate and health costs caused by burning fossil fuels onto the general public. Now, in this IRP, companies that build data centers will also benefit, as will cities that benefited from taxes collected from them. But data centers bring in massive amounts of money, and they should not be allowed to shift climate and health costs onto Georgians. They should instead locate in states that can handle their massive energy demands with clean electricity, such as rooftop solar and geothermal, not by increasing reliance on fossil fuels. Or rather than using so much electricity to cool these data centers, they should divert the heat that is created so that it can be used by neighboring homes and businesses to provide hot water, warmth, and energy for manufacturing. Now, you have a critical decision to make in July. This decision impacts Georgia's future and our country's climate future. Now, this is a cumulative problem created by all people who have lived and currently live on this planet, and it can only be solved by everyone doing their part. Southern Company and Georgia Power have a greater responsibility than most, as their efforts have prevented past national and international climate action, and this should not be overlooked. Rapidly moving to generate electricity with renewable energy is a vital first step to meeting critical emission reduction targets, especially as the country that has contributed by far the most greenhouse gas emissions, 25% of that, which are attributed to burning fossil fuels. So this is an equity issue. So all this to say that the US needs to move faster and further than other countries that have contributed to the problem on a far lesser scale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Eric Mintz.
Good morning, commissioners. And thank you for the opportunity to speak with you yet again. I'm a retired physician and epidemiologist with a 32-year career at CDC. I've lived and voted in Georgia for the last 34 years, which is almost half my life. I'm not going to talk about the medical and public health problems that are caused by burning fossil fuels, because you've heard that from me and from dozens of my medical colleagues before, and you still voted to burn more fossil fuels. Early in my career at CDC, I worked in a lot of places around the world where there was no electricity. In our country, just over a century ago, there was no electricity. And Commissioner McDonald and I know that a century is not a very long time. Electricity has changed our world and given us possibilities we couldn't even have imagined a century ago, or even 20 years ago, or 10 years ago. Electricity is a wonderful thing. And thanks to you, commissioners, PSC staff, Georgia Power, and the 41 EMCs in Georgia for producing it and delivering it to where it is needed. Common ground. Thank you also to all the people here who made the comment. None of us are here because we don't like electricity. There's an old saying, if you play with matches, you're going to get burned. My mom used to tell me that when I was a child, with a bit of a pyromaniac trend. We've been burning fossil fuels to produce electricity for over a century, long enough to change the climate on our planet, long enough to kill many thousands of people. Think of the coal miners with black lung. Long enough to melt the glaciers and the polar ice caps. Long enough to change the ocean's current and to bleach coral reefs. Long enough to cause wildfires, heat waves, hurricanes, and floods, the likes of which have never been seen. We have today the technology to produce all the electricity we need safely without harming our health or our environment, and to do so at a much lower cost. Other countries around the world and other states in our country that are embracing renewable energy are moving forward towards a bright future. Because of Georgia Power's greed and resistance to a clean energy future, and because of your failure to properly regulate Georgia Power to ensure that they produce electricity safely, we're here because we are afraid, we're angry, and we're frustrated. Please use your power to reduce Georgia Power's reliance on fossil fuel and their investment in them, and to increase their investments in solar and other renewable energy sources, and to make all of our futures bright. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mintz. Ms. Tanner, does that conclude everyone that signed up? Was there anyone else that came in afterwards that did not sign up that wanted to speak? Okay, it's 11:02. We're gonna pause and get started with our hearings and our witness panels. After a quick break, we'll see everyone back in here at 10 after 11. And thanks to all of our public witnesses for taking the time to be here today. All right, thanks, everyone. We will continue with the hearing. So we got through the first 5 staff panels yesterday, so we've got one more staff panel. Georgia Public Service Commission, can you go ahead and call up your panel and swear in your witnesses?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Staff calls the panel of Mr. Jason Forsyth and Mr. Ralph Smith to the stand. If you could please raise your right hands. Do you all swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pain and penalty of perjury?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Smith, if you could please state your full name and business position for the record.
My name is Ralph C. Smith. I'm a senior regulatory consultant with the firm of Larkin and Associates.
Mr. Forsyth, if you could please state your full name and business position for the record.
Jason R. Forsyth. I'm an analyst with the electric unit in the Public Service Commission.
Thank you. And Mr. Forsyth or Mr. Smith, let me ask you these questions on behalf of the panel. Did you cause to be filed or pre-filed in this proceeding 42 pages of testimony and question and answer format for the PIA staff's case in this IRP proceeding on May 5th, 2025?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
And did you also file or cause to be filed in errata on May 23rd, 2025, excuse me?
That's correct. Yes.
And were there any other additions or typos that you needed, corrections that you needed to make to the testimony before we begin?
Yeah, there was one other typo I noticed in reading it over last night, page 36, line 23. There's a dollar amount there that 7.064 billion. The correct number should be 7.964 billion.
And what page was that on?
It was on page 36, line 23.
Thank you. And if I were to ask you those same questions again, would your answers be any different as corrected by the errata and as you just stated right here?
Our answers will be the same.
And did you also cause to be pre-filed any exhibits along with your testimony?
Yes, we filed a number of exhibits.
And those exhibits were marked RCS1, JRF1, and RS/JF2 through RSJF/JF-8. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would move that the testimony be marked and entered into the record. This is given here today.
So marked.
I would also request that the pre-filed exhibits, RS1 be marked and entered as staff exhibit STF PIA-26, JRF1 be marked as staff exhibit STF PIA-27, and RS/JF-2 through RS/JF-8 be marked and entered as staff exhibits STF PIA-28 through STF PIA-34.
So marked.
Thank you. And have you prepared a summary of the testimony presented today?
Yes, we did.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like the panel to proceed with their summary.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
The purpose of our testimony is to address accounting and rate-making issues presented by Georgia Power Company in the 2025 IRP. Our conclusions and recommendations are also summarized on page 6 through 10 of our testimony. For cost recovery issues, the company is requesting approval of several categories of costs, but not yet the recovery of such costs. Staff generally recommends a request for cost approval and cost recovery be addressed when the company's earnings and risk are considered, such as in an upcoming rate case, not in this IRP. Our testimony revisits various statements made by the company in docket number 55378, the 2023 IRP update proceeding, regarding expectations of downward pressure on rates. We also comment on the 2025 IRP financial review section of the company's 2025 IRP. Staff has concerns with the company's 2025 IRP that additional costs being incurred to serve growth from adding new large load customers to its system will put upward pressure on the residential and small business customers. There are uncertainties on a number of factors, including the economic outlook and environmental compliance goals. As addressed by other staff panels, there is uncertainty concerning whether the addition of new large load customers' revenues in the amount projected by the company will materialize in a timely manner and be sufficient to cover the additional costs being incurred to serve those new large load customers. Concerning the company's request for additional sums, historically, for earnings sharing purposes, the revenue related to additional sums have been excluded from consideration in the review of the company's earnings and earnings sharing that occurs in conjunction with a review by staff and the company of the company's annual surveillance reports. Additional sum amounts may be granted by this commission pursuant to the guidance provided in OCGA 46-3A-8. The company has requested commission approval for additional sum amounts at $4 per kilowatt year for new capacity and energy purchase and power agreements. Staff panel of Barber, Kayduke, and Bauer has addressed the company's requests for additional sum amount on new capacity and renewable energy PPAs. The issue of including additional sum in the review of the company's earnings and earnings sharing may also be a subject to be addressed in the company's rate case. Staff reserves the right to challenge regulatory accounting treatment of additional sums in subsequent cases. Our testimony briefly discussed some of the federal income tax incentives provided by the Inflation Reduction Act and how those incentives could affect resource selection. The company was aware of and considered many of the tax incentives that have been made available by the IRA, including production tax credits and investment tax credits. There is some uncertainty concerning whether tax incentives provided in the IRA could be curtailed or withheld. There may be further opportunities for additional behind-the-meter resources and energy efficiencies that could provide resources beyond what the company has presented in its 2025 IRP to help address growth to load and peak demand that the company is projecting relating to adding several new large customers within and outside of its service territory. Our testimony also addressed the company's environmental compliance plan and costs. The IRP is an appropriate forum for the commission to consider approval of the company's environmental compliance plan. In staff's view, an IRP is not the appropriate venue for approval of the costs associated with implementation. There remains to be uncertainty with respect to the environmental costs. Georgia Power has asked the commission to approve its projected environmental compliance strategy plan and the related capital, O&M, and CCR ARO costs, but not yet the recovery of those costs. The reason for this of environmental costs is dependent on many factors, including the commission's resource decision in this docket and ultimately on the company's execution of its plan. In staff's view, the time for the commission to assess the execution of the environmental compliance plan is after it has implemented and after costs have been incurred. Staff believes that approval of specific costs in the 2025 IRP proceeding would be premature and may result in having the commission approve costs that will not need to be incurred. Consequently, staff's recommendation is that the commission approve the company's environmental compliance strategy plan, but not approve specific costs or cost recovery at this time. Staff recommends that the ECS costs be reviewed in the context of the company's rate case and when the company's costs and earnings are being reviewed. We address the company's projection for asset retirement obligation for coal combustion residual compliance. The reasonableness of the cost is dependent on many factors, including the company's timing of the incurrence of CCR ARO costs. Similarly, to the company's request for approval of costs listed in the company's ECR, staff view is that the IRP proceeding is not the appropriate forum to approve projected CCR ARO costs. Staff recommends that the commission declines to approve specific CCR ARO costs and that such costs should be reviewed and subject to commission approval in the context of the company's rate case and when the company's costs and earnings are being reviewed. Finally, we address the company's provision related to the beneficial use of coal ash. Finding beneficial use for coal ash usually involves upfront investment and can produce future cost savings. But future cost savings that have been projected may or may not materialize. If savings do not materialize as projected, that could result in cost increase to ratepayers. Staff recommends that the commission direct the company to present additional information prior to or in conjunction with its rate case. This is so there can be confidence that the beneficial use expenditures will provide net cost savings, and also that there will be no additional cost burdens on ratepayers. Once the company evaluates responses to the beneficial use RFP process, staff recommends the commission direct the company to use that information from the RFP process to update its net present value cost benefit analysis and to present the updated net present value analysis for consideration by staff and the commission. When our direct testimony was originally filed on May 5th, 2025, it was in contemplation that various costs resulting from the outcome of this 2025 IRP would be reviewed in the context of the company's rate case that was scheduled to be filed in 2025. If the rate case is postponed, there could be a heightened need to review company's cost information in the context of the annual surveillance report review that would be conducted by staff for the 2026 to 2028 period. This concludes our summary.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth. Mr. Chairman, the panel is now available for questions from the commissioners as well as cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Commissioners, any questions from the panel?
I have some, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Good to be with you all today. Mr. Forsyth, I always appreciate your work. It's very thorough. I want to talk to you first about page 6 of your pre-filed testimony, where the supposition is made that large load customers would not put downward pressure on rates. Is that in spite of this commission's rule setting, putting them on 15-year contracts and paying 100% of the scheduled cost of construction for generation, transmission, and distribution? Did staff not review that rule?
Yes, we're aware of the changes to the rules and regulation. I think the main purpose of pointing this out is to heighten the level of uncertainty in whether the timing of when the loads will materialize and exactly how much of those loads will materialize.
Does the rule account for that timing?
The rule does extend the company's ability to go on the contract with these new customers for 15 years. However, staff has not had the opportunity to actually review executed contracts by the provided by the company and potential customers to really determine whether the minimum bill will be sufficient to cover the costs.
But didn't staff review the rule when it was passed in April of 2024, again in May of 2025, and establish the quarterly reporting guidelines to Georgia Power and to staff and therefore this commission?
Yes.
On the subject of additional SAM, I look forward to more conversation on that. I think that that's always been a meaty subject here at IRP and a rate case series. But I want to turn to CCR. So when staff made this recommendation on CCR and the ability for Georgia Power customers to benefit from the beneficial reuse and the sale of the beneficial reuse product. Did staff talk with the end customers that purchase CCR? Did they talk with maybe the Georgia Ready Mix Concrete Association or any of their members or folks within the building trades?
I'm not aware of whether staff had communications with them.
Okay. At any point in time in all of the years, I'll let you address it just a second, but to follow on to that, Mr. Forsyth, in all of the years that Georgia Power has been selling co-combustion residuals out in the open market where there is a hungry concrete, cement, drywall manufacturing chains looking for those materials to produce their products. Has staff ever reviewed a point in time to where the company was not able to sell out in the open market the materials they have available?
Again, I'm not aware. I've unfortunately only been at the commission for 2 years now. So I've not have in-depth looked at the CCR.
Are you aware, Mr. Smith?
I think the company's been relatively successful in reducing their costs for coal combustion residuals by finding beneficial uses in two respects. One, if they could find a beneficial use by providing the coal ash or gypsum to a cement company or to a company that does road paving, for example, then that reduces the quantity then that they have to pay to dispose of because they found somebody else that wants to use it. And then another avenue is for some of these uses, there could even be a potential revenue source where they can get money for selling the coal ash gypsum. So it looks from what we've reviewed so far that they've been relatively successful in pursuing both of those avenues. The thing we just wanted to point out is that in developing some of these beneficial uses, there's an upfront cost. And therefore, we want to make sure for the commission to have additional assurance that the net result of these beneficial use applications will actually be to reduce the end cost to customers.
So since under the direction of this commission for all these years, Georgia Power's been able to go out and sell all of the CCR materials that they have to the requisite folks that want to be able to buy this, and there's no history of them not doing that. Isn't it so that customers receive 100% of that net benefit back in rates?
To the extent that Georgia Power is successful, in finding beneficial uses, the net benefit does reduce the CCR cost to the company and to its customers.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you again, Mr. Forsyth. Great job.
Mr. Smith, you stated that the company had reached out to all the coal ash products, with gypsum, et cetera, and you cited other avenues. Can you cite a particular avenue in that other direction?
I think they've been trying to find other uses for it so that they don't have to pay to dispose of it. And they are pursuing certain revenue opportunities where alternative.
You can't cite one that's really come to fruition. And
they've been able to find companies that want to take the coal ash.
in my office, I've had 2 different companies come to me wanting to get involved in that. And there's been somewhat of a stonewall between Georgia Power and these companies looking to use other materials for producing fuel. And I just wondered, since you alluded to the fact that other uses had been used, could you cite that particular one? I haven't seen one.
We're aware that the company's been exploring other uses. I'm not sure to the extent that they've been able to sell some of the gypsum byproduct.
My understanding is that the gypsum out of the scrubber at Bowen is going to US Wallboard. I've seen train cars there loading it up myself, that some peanut farmers are getting it as, quote, root extenders and putting it on their field. And that every bit of the fly ash that we're producing is going, into either to Portland cement or going into concrete via a cement recipe that they're using, and that the bottom ash that is more difficult to work with, that I think it's at Plant Ranch maybe, that we're remediating the bottom ash so that it can be used the way the fly ash is used, because it doesn't have the quality that the fly ash has, and that Georgia Power simply wants to make sure that they don't flood the market with the material to lower the price. I think they're trying to keep the price as high as possible. So, it's only sell as much to keep the price as high as you can, and that we'll continue to sell these materials, in the indefinite future, for probably the next 50 years, because we've got that much of it. And as more people close their coal plants or are not using coal anymore, that marketability of our material gets better. Is that, I know I said a lot, but is that your understanding? Do you know?
Yeah, it's consistent with our understanding of what the company's trying to do. Yeah.
Okay.
Lastly, Mr. Forsyth, on page 12 of your pre-filed testimony, I feel the need to put on the record, line 13, you mentioned me in particular, in the 2023 IRP update, and the question and answer that I had back and forth with Mr. Jeff Grubb, pricing person from Georgia Power, about the pricing of serving large load customers. Isn't it not true that since that hearing and the decision in that case, that we have passed in April of 2024 rules and regulations that protect residential, small business, and other C&I class customers from increases due to data centers?
That is correct.
And didn't we reaffirm that in January of 2025 of this year?
Yes, we did.
Thank you, Mr. Forsyth. Thank you for including me in your testimony.
Any other questions, commissioners? All right, we'll move forward. Start across with Advanced Power Alliance.
No question.
No questions. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No questions, thank you.
Capital Good Fund. Vermont Energy. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
No question.
Georgia Conservation Voters.
No question.
Gipple and South Face.
Morning. Good morning. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah. I want to start at the bottom of page 20 of your testimony, going on to page 21, where you say that staff has not seen analysis that projects out impacts in class cost of service study detail, such as showing the expected impacts on residential customers and other classes from the cost of additional resources for the new large load customers over the long term. My question for y'all, is that still true? Since you filed your testimony, have you seen an analysis of impacts in class cost of service detail?
No, we saw some relatively high level numbers, but I wouldn't consider that to be in class cost of service study detail.
What do you mean by high level numbers?
They were more high level estimated numbers. And I think to some extent they were provided in the context of the 2023 IRP update. They're contained in our testimony, one of the tables, is trade secret. We were expecting to see class cost of service study level detail if the company filed a rate case, because they would have to provide it in that context. But we haven't seen that yet.
Did you attempt to conduct your own cost of service analysis as part of your testimony in this IRP?
No, only at a very high level and mainly looking at some of the high level numbers the company had provided.
Staff did try and get additional information in this docket, right? Have you reviewed data request responses in this docket?
Yes. We reviewed quite a few. I can't say we reviewed every single one, but we did review several.
Mr. Chair, may Ms. Whitfield approach?
Yes.
We're handing you what has been marked for identification as Gipple South Face Exhibits 10 through 13. This is a number of data requests from staff in this docket with the answers given by Georgia Power. And starting at that first page there, VAI 17. Staff asked for information about how the costs of the request in this IRP would be allocated, right?
Correct.
And Georgia Power's response was that based on the most recent cost of service study in the 2022 rate case, there are no customer allocation factors for the period asked about?
Yes, that's correct. That's based what this response is.
You looked at the most recent cost of service study from 2022 in your testimony at page 22. On lines 6 through 8. What is it about Georgia Power's cost allocation status quo that leads you to conclude residential and small business customers could see upward pressure on rates?
Well, in general, in a class cost of service study, the revenue from each particular customer class can be tracked with specificity. But costs such as cost of new generation or new transmission are generally allocated throughout the system. So all the revenue dollars for adding new customers in a particular customer class would end up in that bucket. But the costs that are being incrementally incurred by the system are spread among all the different rate classes based on various allocation factors. Some demand-based, some energy-based, some on a combination. So the concern there was that even if there was downward pressure in total, on the company's total revenue requirement from adding these new large load customers, the revenue from the new large load customers would end up in a particular rate category pretty much on a dollar for dollar basis. But the costs then that have been incrementally incurred would be spread among all the customer classes, including the residential and small commercial class.
On the next page of the exhibit is BAI-1-9. Here, staff asks specifically about who would pay for new generation facilities for the new load, right? And can you read Georgia Power's response, please?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object. If we are going to ask about this document, I think you can characterize the question, let the question speak for itself. And I have counsel summarize the question as.
Chair, are you able to reword it?
Staff asked the company to explain its position regarding cost of service allocation for new generation facilities needed to support new business demand or load, right?
That was the question posed in the data request.
And could you please read the Georgia Power's response below there?
read it to ourselves or out loud?
Great question. Could you read the second sentence out loud in previously litigated?
In previously litigated base rate case proceedings, capital costs of generating facilities, existing and new, were allocated on the basis of demand.
And so you were kind of referring to this distinction before with the energy and demand. Do you interpret this response here that you just read to mean that if Georgia Power follows the status quo, that capital costs of new generation would be allocated to all classes in its cost of service study, whether they caused those costs or not?
I think what the response is saying is that when the company does their class cost of service study, generation facilities in general are allocated on a demand-based allocator. That includes embedded costs and new costs for generation. The whole entire category is allocated primarily on demand-based allocation factors.
And so that would allocate some of those costs to residential customers, for example?
To the extent that residential customers are putting demand on the system, which they are to some extent, whatever that demand-based allocation factor turns out to be, that would result in an allocation of some of the costs in that category to the residential class.
In your testimony on page 6, you note that you have continuing costs that concerns that there could be upward pressure on residential and small business rates. And you mentioned a moment ago the 2023 IRP update, where we heard a lot about downward pressure on rates. Turning to the next page in the exhibit that we gave you, the DAI 1-8, staff asked about that pressure here, right?
It looks like they were asking about the trajectory of the company's revenue requirement.
And asked for calculations or work papers to support Georgia Power's assertion that increases in revenue would be greater than the increased revenue requirement. And the company said that they do not have an analysis in response, right?
At the time when they answered this particular data request, yes, they said they didn't have the analysis yet.
Are you aware of an analysis that exists now?
It's my understanding that such an analysis, like a completely updated class cost of service study, would be something that the company would normally file within a rate case. And since that hasn't been filed, I'm not aware of any.
Okay. This response also references the revisions to the rules and regulations that Commissioner Pridemore mentioned earlier. Are you familiar with those revisions to the rules and regulation?
Familiar that they were implemented and are intended to help protect other customer classes from the impacts of adding the load associated with the new large load customers.
You could flip to the next page on the exhibit, please. This is staff data request DAI-2-3, and it was following up on that last request we looked at. In subpart A, staff asked for supporting calculations for the assertion related to downward pressure. Staff thought that it would be helpful to have empirical data about the revenue requirements and revenues of the 2025 IRP request.
This request did ask for supporting calculations.
Did Georgia Powers provide supporting calculations in response to that request?
Looks like they didn't provide those in response to this particular data request.
They referred to the changes to the rules and regulations, right?
Yes. Correct. And staff is getting updated information from the company, I believe it's on a quarterly basis, concerning the impact of adding these new large load customers.
The second to last line in the response under A says that staff will be able to validate that the company's minimum bill requirements are compliant with that order that we were just talking about. Have you been able to validate that the minimum bill requirements are compliant with the commission's order?
At this time, we haven't received any executed contracts that we can be able to form that analysis on.
Have you received any other kind of information in relationship to like the compliance with this order?
Well, the order was filed April 17th. The company is required to comply with the order. Staff will do its due diligence in reviewing any material that we do receive when we receive it.
Do you have an expectation of when you might receive the first executed contract?
No, I'm not.
Mr. Smith, earlier you mentioned embedded costs, and so does subpart B of this document request. This is also related to the minimum bill requirements. Staff asked if the embedded costs would be covered by the minimum bill requirements. And Georgia Power referred to their answer above. But Mr. Stevens yesterday was concerned about embedded costs causing rate increases for existing customers if they're greater than the minimum bills. Do you share that concern?
I think there's a general concern about a lot of the costs that the company's been incurring, which may be providing upward pressure on rates. And these are items not necessarily related to the addition of the new large load customers, but the company has a variety of costs that is occurring that I'm not sure if they're embedded yet because some of them are projected costs, but the company has large costs for environmental compliance. There's a large storm damage recovery cost that the company's incurred. There's impacts of general inflation, normal payroll escalations year over year. So there's a lot of areas in the company's cost structure for providing electric service that are not on a downward trajectory. They're kind of on an upward trajectory. And there is concern about the potential upward impact on rates that some of these other cost categories could well have.
And to be clear, the concerns that we've been talking about today, these extend beyond 2028, correct? These cost pressures.
Well, I think the immediate concern is the period 2026 through 2028. That would be the next 3-year period for the company. Some of these costs, like some of their environmental compliance obligations, extend well beyond 2028.
And some of those costs include the incremental costs of providing for this new load.
Again, it depends on what resources the company obtains to serve the new load and existing load. generation assets, can have a useful life that's much longer than 3 years. Typically transmission distribution assets also have a much longer than 3-year useful life. So yeah, once these costs are incurred, they do affect the company's embedded cost structure for years into the future, well beyond the next 3-year period.
My last topic for y'all has to do with the commission's order in the 2023 IRP update, which required Georgia Power to submit additional data with sufficient detail to show how Georgia Power proposes allocating the forecasted costs related to the new capacity and the forecasted revenues from the prospective new customers. The order requires them to file that in the 2025 rate case, if we have it. And there is similar language in the proposed stipulation to extend the 2022 rate case. Are you aware of those two generally?
That the company's been required to provide additional information to staff showing impacts of adding these large load customers. I'm familiar with that the company's required to provide information. I haven't personally reviewed some of the information that the company's been providing to staff.
Have they been providing information to staff outside the IRP docket? Is that what you're referring to?
No.
No,
No, they have not.
Okay.
No.
Has staff discussed with Georgia Power what that sufficient detail in this cost of service analysis, what that sufficient detail would entail?
I think there have been discussions between, the public interest staff and the company about cost of service study detail. I haven't personally been involved in some of those. I think one of the other panels that was already up, has personnel on it that were involved.
Mr. Forsyth, have you been involved or aware of those conversations?
No, I have not.
Do you know which panel had folks that were?
My understanding that the Tom Newsom panel was involved in some discussions with the company about cost of service detail that staff would like to see.
In your role, you did review cost of service information for your testimony, and in thinking about these incremental costs to serve large load customers, what kind of additional detail would be helpful for your analysis?
To the extent that the company can identify the resources it's acquiring to serve the new large load customers, that would be helpful to be able to review how those costs of those resources are being allocated in the cost of service study.
So, for
Because again,
example,
it could make a difference if you apply a demand allocation factor to a sum total of existing generation and then the new generation that's been procured or obtained to observe the new large load customers being added. Generally, a lot of the embedded costs relate to assets that have been in service for many years. Some are at least partially, if not mostly, already depreciated. So normally, the company has to build something to serve new load. It goes in at an original cost and then it's depreciated over its useful life. The company has to purchase something. Usually the price that they're paying to make that purchase will be dependent on market conditions at the time the purchase is made. So those costs could vary over time depending on when the acquisitions are made.
So in relationship to the resources that maybe they have to build, would it help to know which substations large load customers take service from?
That would probably be helpful, especially if upgrades are needed to serve that load.
I guess similarly, would it help to have information about transmission studies and transmission projects that impact those substations?
To the extent that additional transmission is being built specifically to serve, say, one of these new data centers? It would be helpful to know that.
Georgia Power's witness said that for transmission modeling, when the large load customers sign a request for service, the Georgia Power adds them to the transmission model. Would it be helpful, or does staff expect Georgia Power to file those transmission modeling results from when they add a new large load customer?
That would probably have been more appropriate to one of the other panels, but it's my understanding that staff would expect the company to prepare some modeling of its transmission additions. And then staff would review what the company provides in that regard.
You also spoke about the use of existing units that have maybe already been depreciated. Would it also be helpful to know about changes in the frequency or the use of existing units? And for example, if large load factor data centers result in an extended or shifted peak period, that could cause Georgia Power to run expensive peaker units more often, right?
Yeah, I mean, this panel's not specifically familiar with the impact on load shapes from the data centers. It's my understanding that I think the plan is for them to basically operate 24/7. So they'd have a relatively flat load
Mr.
shape.
Chairman, I think we're getting very far afield of what this panel actually testified to. I understand that Mr. Chair, you're trying to get a bunch of information in that should have been asked at the panel on the record at this point. This panel's testimony does not cover the extent of the areas that he's going into right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's try to focus on the testimony that this panel as expert witnesses has brought forward, please. Thank you, sir.
This additional information though that we were talking about, so you talk about the cost of service studies and in your testimony, and that there's a risk that the traditional method of allocating costs could put upward pressure on residential and small business customers. That status quo might need to change, right? The traditional cost of service studies, they don't normally look at when a customer took service or what size an individual customer's load is, do they?
You know, when a cost of service study is updated, they take account of everything that's on the system during that time frame. So they would look at that. Again, I'm not sure that they chunk it out in like timeframes for when certain resources were allocated. I mean, normally the costs are put into accounting categories that follow the uniform system of accounts. And then costs in each one of those categories gets applied an allocation factor to spread that total cost in that category among the different categories of service.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move Gibbles South Face Exhibits 10 through 13 into the record.
So, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on. Next, we've got Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association. Georgia Solar.
No questions.
Georgia Watch, Georgia Wand, and Vote Solar.
No questions.
MARTA,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Microsoft,
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club SACE, NRDC.
Thank you. Isabella Ariza on behalf of Sierra Club SACE and NRDC. Mr. Smith, did I understand you correctly in your response to Commissioner Pridemore that the company has been able to resell 100% of their coal ash?
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Yes. Did I understand you correctly in your response to Commissioner Pridemore that the company has been able to resell 100% of its coal ash?
No, they still have huge quantities of coal ash that haven't been sold yet.
Your recommendation regarding those costs related to coal ash and CCR is that they should be reviewed in the rate case, right? Your recommendation about recovery of CCR costs is that they should be reviewed in the rate case. Is that correct?
Our recommendation on CCR cost is that the commission not approve specific costs for recovery in this 2025 IRP.
Okay, and if the company doesn't file a rate case this year, where should that approval happen?
There was a certain level approved in the 2022 rate case, and that level of cost recovery would essentially continue at that same level.
But where would the prudency determination happen?
Normally, there will be two views of those costs. One view would be primarily dealing with estimated or projected costs that would occur in a rate case. And that would have included, I think, a review of 26, 27, and 28 cost impacts. If the rate case doesn't occur, then there's a back-end review after the costs are incurred. The company files an annual surveillance report after the end of each year showing its actual costs. And those annual surveillance reports are reviewed by staff. But the focus on the ASR review is actual costs incurred. The review in the rate case would be on essentially on projected or forecasted costs.
So the 2022 rate case did not approve costs that would be incurred from 2025 onward, correct? That would have to happen, as I think you're suggesting, in the 2028 rate case and approve them retroactively. Is that your understanding?
No, I don't think anything would be approved retroactively. In the 2022 rate case did approve costs for 2023, 2024, and 2025. So 2025 was included in the context of the 2022 rate case. If a rate case doesn't occur this year to cover 26 to 28, the commission still has all the data filed in this docket in terms of what the company was projecting the CCR cost to be, and that those will also get reviewed on the back end after actual costs have been incurred in each year.
But if the data is already available in this docket, why did you choose not to make a recommendation on whether those costs should be approved? I would assume that it was because there's some data that's not here.
Some data is here, they're estimates, and there's a considerable degree of uncertainty about some of the environmental regulations and whether some of the environmental compliance costs will be incurred, and then the timing of when they could be incurred. So we think what the company provided in the context of this 2025 IRP are their best estimates that they developed for filing in this proceeding. But there could be some changes that affect especially the timing of when those costs have to be incurred. And that would then affect the amounts that the company needs to incur in particular years.
Yeah, I appreciate that response, and I'll ask you about the environmental compliance strategy costs in a second, but strictly about the CCR costs. When will the prudency determination of those happen? For the years 2026, 2027, and 2028, if the data in this IRP is not sufficient?
The review of those costs in detail will likely occur in the context of the annual surveillance report reviews when the actual costs incurred for that year are being reviewed.
Does the commission issue an order as part of those annual reviews?
I'm not sure the commission issues an order. I know the staff does a fairly detailed review of those and would be inclined to review actual costs, probably do a comparison of the actuals to the company's projected amounts, ask questions if there are significant variances, that sort of thing.
Ms. Ariza, you've been practicing down here at the commission for a long time now. You know, we don't do cost analysis or anything that affects rates in an IRP, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So let's talk about the nature of the IRP and this fine testimony these gentlemen have filed. We'll deal with costs in a rate case or an ASR, which we do issue an order on an ASR, by the way. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move on to the environmental compliance strategy. So you said just now and in your testimony that costs associated with it could be premature for the commission to decide on here. Again, similarly with CCR costs, where do you anticipate that the commission will approve costs associated with the environmental compliance strategy?
Again, the review of those costs would typically be reviewed, the company's projected costs for the next 3-year period. We have some information in the IRP, but the real review of the costs would occur in the rate case. And then the review of the actually incurred costs would be reviewed in the context of the annual surveillance report when the actual costs for that particular year are reported.
Thank you. One last question. One of your recommendations that Mr. Sherrier just asked you about is that the impact of the incremental costs to serve large load customers be absorbed by the rate classes into which they're added, correct?
There was questioning about the impact of large load customer additions on different rate classes.
And it's your recommendation that that the costs associated with serving them be absorbed by the rate classes in which they're added, right?
Can you repeat that?
One of your recommendations, and this is on page 7, lines 11 through 15 of your testimony, is that the impact of incremental costs to serve large customers be absorbed by the rate classes into which they're added. Is that correct?
That's one of the general concerns, and that is a recommendation that the costs to serve those customers be appropriately identified, and that the revenue that the company is going to be charging those customers be targeted to be sufficient to cover the entire revenue requirement associated with serving those new large load customers.
Thank you. And is it your recommendation that the commission take that action in this IRP or at a later proceeding?
I think the commission's already taken some actions in that regard, including the rules that have been established that should provide some protection, additional review as these customers are coming onto the system in terms of revenues that they're contributing, and the costs that the company is incurring to serve them. There should be an ongoing process to continue the review to make sure that they're bearing their fair share of the cost of providing service to them.
Is it your testimony that the commission's order and actions so far are sufficient to make sure that large load customers absorb the incremental costs to serve them?
Ms. Ariza, again, keep going on costs. It's not a cost issue. This testimony is not about costs. I mean, there are components of cost in it, but we all know costs are determined in the rate case and in the ASR. You're going to have an opportunity in the rate case. PSO is out there. You're going to have a shot. Look forward to seeing you then. And it's not that you're hitting anything that's bothering me. It's just that it's just the wrong format. When we can go through their pre-filed testimony and their explanations for it, and there's so many good things I think that would be interesting to your membership.
Commissioner Prydmore, I'm just trying precisely to understand if it's his recommendation or their recommendation that the commission take action here in the IRP or in the rate case. If he says, no, it's in the rate case, then.
Well, it says it in the pre-filed testimony 4 times. You can start on page 6.
Okay, no further questions.
Southern Renewable Energy Association. Department of Defense. Walmart. Georgia Power Company.
Just Spearfield. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brandon Marsley of Georgia Power Company. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Smith. I think this is the first time I've seen you on the stand, Ms. Forsythe. Good to see you again. Let me start backwards, maybe from where we last ended. You were asked a number of questions related to the ECS schedules and CCR schedules that were provided in the company's IRP file. Is that, you recall those?
Well, we asked questions about it. I'm not sure
Yeah.
if they made reference to specific schedules.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the ECS cost schedules you talked about in your testimony, Mr. Smith.
We were asked questions about the ECS costs. That is correct.
And just to be clear, would you agree with me that those schedules are provided as estimates of costs that are then put into a rate case? And the idea being that they would be used to set rates for the next 3 years. Is that your understanding?
The costs in the IRP, we understand, for the ECS that are projected, for 2026 and subsequent years, are estimates. And the company provided, I think, its best estimates at the time it was preparing its IRP filing. And eventually those costs would show up in a rate case. And because the rate case is forward-looking, at that point, there would also be estimated costs. And then the actual cost, once incurred, would show up in the company's accounting data that provides the basis for the annual surveillance reports that staff reviews.
And the whole purpose of that is if you're going to have to change rates or a new rate case is going to take effect over the next 3 years, you have a schedule for this particular area of costs, correct?
This is a particular category of costs that would become a part of the company's base rate revenue requirement if that were to change.
And in this case, are you familiar with the fact that on May 19th, the Commission and Public Interest Advisory staff entered the stipulation that would freeze base rates?
That's our understanding, yes.
Okay, so to the extent that there have been schedules provided in this case as to what rates might change in the area of ECS or the ECCR schedules, to the extent those schedules have been provided, the reality is that by freezing rates, those rates will not increase based on those schedules. Is that fair?
The cost presented by the company for the ECS plan would not cause a change to base rates for the 2026, 27, and 2028 timeframe.
Yeah.
That's our understanding.
And that's assuming the commission, obviously, I don't want to prejudge the outcome of that case, but assuming the commission adopts that stipulation, correct?
Yes, if the base rates are frozen for that 3-year period, then any changes in ECS compliance costs, including any potential impact of increasing ECS costs, wouldn't become a component of new base rates for that time period.
And you were asking questions. I want to make sure this concept doesn't get confused. To the extent that the commission approves in a rate case a schedule of costs for an activity like CCR compliance or ECS compliance, the company still has to act prudently in performing those activities, even if a rate is set in 1 year and then goes out over 3 years, correct?
The expectation is the company is required to act prudently to manage its costs. So if circumstances change, we would expect the company to react prudently and make appropriate changes to its operations and how it's incurring costs.
And if we presume that the commission does adopt the stipulation to freeze rates, there are mechanisms that the commission uses currently in its current rate structure under its current ARP to monitor the company's response and activities for environmental compliance, such as CCR reporting filings, correct?
There are ways, that the commission has to monitor the costs that the company is incurring, for CCR compliance and other environmental compliance costs.
So when we talk about the potential to extend the ARP for an additional 3 years, the mechanisms that the commission has used the past 3 years are still going to be available to the commission to monitor the company's prudence and activities under environmental compliance, correct?
Yes, similar activities would still be conducted and the company's costs would be subjected to similar reviews, just not in a rate case.
That's right. Now, you agree that the IRP is the appropriate proceeding to consider approval of ECS, correct?
To approve the company's compliance strategy as planned, yes.
And my understanding is the commission staff has reviewed and approved ECS in this case, and then the issue between maybe the company and staff has been whether or not budgets to be approved, correct?
That's correct. The staff has some concern about some of the items in the budget, including contingencies.
In past cases, when staff, and I think you've had similar testimony in even the 2022 IRP case, when staff and the company have disagreed on sort of how the treatment of costs should occur, we've still been able to reach agreements and stipulations around how to approve the ECS, correct?
I think so, yes.
Taking 2022 as the most recent example of that. Let me ask you, if you were referred back to Mr. Scherer's exhibits, Gippel's exhibits for a second, I just want to make sure the record is clear as to what was said by the company. I think he had you read piecemeal portions of that. If you would turn for me to SDF BAI 1-8.
Which one?
BAI 1-8, which I think they've marked as Gippel 12.
Okay, can I have the right one?
Yeah, would you read for me the complete response, starting with the sentence for large load customers?
For large load customers, the company is following the direction of the commission's order approving revisions to Georgia Power Company's rules and regulations and does anticipate that incremental revenue requirements associated with serving large load customers will be covered by the revenues collected from those customers.
So it's fair to say, consistent with what the commission has ordered the company to do, the company expects that any sort of incremental revenue requirements are going to be covered by large load customers. Is that your understanding from that response?
That's my understanding, and that's my understanding of something the company was trying to do even before the new rules and regulations were put into place. This kind of formalizes what the company was already trying to do.
And thank you, Mr. Smith. You're actually absolutely right. The commission has for years had policies in place that in fact ensure that the right customers pay the incremental cost to serve. But in this case, the commission has heightened that responsibility by approving the rules and regulations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you turn to me to SDF BAI 2-3, and that's Gippel 13. If you would, could you read the total response to section A of that data response?
Sure. The company will comply with the commission's April 17th, 2025 order on Georgia Power Company's revision to rules and regulations tariff compliance filing in docket number 44280, quote, rules and regulations revision order, end quote, which requires the company to exercise its discretion under the rules and regulations changes in a manner designed to protect existing customers from bearing any of the costs of adding these large load customers. Under the large load contract process approved by the commission staff will be able to validate that the company's minimum bill requirements are compliant with the commission's rules and regulations revision order.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And just one final question. In addition to the protections that this commission has heightened and put in place for large load customers, would you agree with me that in a rate proceeding, the ultimate allocation of costs to rate groups is a decision that will be made by this commission?
Generally, that's correct. I do know from experience that sometimes even though companies like Georgia Power do prepare a very detailed class cost of service study, that's not necessarily the sole source of determining what the new rates are. For example, there could be across the board rate changes or some other method that considers various concepts like gradualism and rate impacts on specific customer groups, et cetera. So the company does, in the context of a rate case, does have a very detailed class cost of service study, but sometimes in developing the actual rate design, additional factors are considered that help mitigate impacts on certain rate classes.
And I guess my point, Mr. Smith, is that in the context of a fully litigated rate proceeding, the commission will hear all the evidence about cost allocation, cost of service, and ultimately the decision to reflect that in rates is a commission decision made in that process, correct?
That's correct.
That's not something the company can unilaterally do, correct?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Redirect.
A couple questions, Mr. Chair. Is it your understanding, panel, that the changes authorized and promulgated by the commission to Georgia Power's rules and regulations regarding new contract provisions and tariffs intended for large load customers, that the intention there is to fully allocate the costs incurred to serve that load and guarantee to the full extent that the law is able, that those costs are guaranteed by those large load customers as they are defined in the new tariffs?
It's our understanding that that's the intention of the new rules. Yes.
Is the fact that you haven't yet seen a cost of service level analysis of cost allocation among the rate classes, as well as the unprecedented amount of new capacity and transmission resources being proposed in this IRP, is that the reason why the staff is still concerned, despite these changes to the rules and regulations, that the additions of the large load customers to Georgia Power System could still put upward pressure on rates, whether that occurs in a rate case this year or in 2028, as the company has proposed?
In general, yes. There's a lot of different cost pressures impacting the company. Some could present downward pressure and others could present upward pressure. It's sometimes hard to get a handle on how much upward or downward pressure a particular cost category is presenting. But there are a number of different factors affecting the company's revenue requirements. Some in an upward trajectory, like I discussed earlier in our testimony today, and others perhaps putting downward pressure. So it's sometimes difficult to isolate and quantify an exact impact of how much pressure these different factors are putting on a company's revenue requirement.
It's a fairly complex analysis.
It's a very complex analysis.
Cost of service analysis.
Yeah, it's a very complex analysis, and sometimes even when the detail's available, it's hard to isolate exactly the impacts of certain cost changes. Some are more easily identifiable and isolatable than others.
And that's the reason why the rules and regulations provide that the contracts should be reviewed by staff as they're proposed, in order to see how those billing requirements are going to play out and how those are going to relate to those cost allocation factors. Isn't that true?
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, this whole concept of minimum billing contract terms is a fairly novel approach to billing for electricity services. Isn't that correct?
It's an approach that is adapting to the changes that are occurring on the system.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are all my redirect questions. I would ask the panel be dismissed.
All right, panel, thank y'all. Mr. Smith, good to see you again. Nancy, you can be excused. We're gonna keep things moving along. We're gonna try to get through another panel, but if we get around 1 o'clock, we may go ahead and break for lunch and make sure that the cafeteria is still open for everyone. We'll move on. Our next panel is the panel of the Advanced Power Alliance. So, Mr. Carver, go ahead and call up your folks and get us sworn in.
Mr. Chairman, I represent the Advanced Power Alliance, and I call the utility scale solar panel of Jeff Clark, Andy White, and Ryan Sanders. I'll let them get settled.
All right, Mr. Carver.
All right. Mr. Clark, Mr. White, Mr. Sanders, please stand, raise your hand. Each of you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you very much. Mr. Clark, please state your name, title, and business affiliation.
My name is Jeffrey Clark. I'm president of the Advanced Power Alliance.
Thank you, Mr. White. Can you do the same?
I'm Andy White. I'm a senior manager for government affairs at Leeward Renewable Energy. I'm also on the executive committee for APA, as well as their Southeast policy chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sanders, please do the same.
My name is Ryan Sanders. I'm the managing partner with Beltline Energy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clark, on behalf of the panel and President and CEO of the Advanced Power Alliance, did you cause 17 pages of direct testimony be filed on May 2nd, 2025?
I did.
If I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
It would, although I would have added an additional question, whether that document concluded our testimony, to which I would have answered yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have given a copy of the APA's pre-filed testimony to our court reporter, and we ask that it be entered into the record as if given orally today.
So marked.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have a summary to provide by Mr. Clark.
Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon at this point. I appreciate you allowing us to testify here today. Again, my name is Jeffrey Clark. I'm president and CEO of the Advanced Power Alliance, and it's a pleasure to be with you. As mentioned, Andy White from Leeward Renewable Energy, Ryan Sanders from Beltline Energy are with me as well as experts. We're very pleased to be testifying, thrilled to be working with Georgia Power, working on this IRP, helping Georgia move forward. We see tremendous opportunities in this state for economic growth, much of which is dependent on an abundant, affordable power supply that will attract and retain investments in manufacturing, data centers, and so many other things that are going to be absolutely terrific for this state's economy. And so we appreciate the opportunity to offer our thoughts on this process and on this IRP. There are three core areas that we have touched on. The first is in the solar RFP, reforms to the solar RFP process, where we recommend that the commission direct Georgia Power to convene a working group of renewable energy project developers. We've had successful working groups in the past and have worked collaboratively with the company. Look forward to continuing to do that to improve the timelines, reduce financial risk for companies, including Georgia Power, and to address tariff and other policy uncertainties that affect projects and their deliverability. Second, we've identified the customer identified resource program and certain enhancements to that program. We support it very much in concept, but we want to accelerate implementation and expand flexibility, which we touch on in our testimony. And then finally, on the BESS, the battery energy storage systems, want to improve that procurement process so that we can ensure greater project financeability. Again, all of us sharing the goal of bringing projects to market to benefit consumers and to help Georgia Power meet its goals. Taken together, our panel's recommendations are focused on ensuring Georgia Power can successfully meet its goals on time, at a lower cost, and with greater certainty. And as I said, we're committed to working collaboratively with the company and of course with you, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This panel is ready for cross-examination by the commissioners, staff, other interveners, and Georgia Power.
Thank you, Mr. Carver. Commissioners?
I have a couple of questions for the panel, whoever wants to answer it. So, Mr. Clark, you mentioned about improving the BESS process. I know I went down to the ribbon cutting of the first 80 megawatt facility that we did, and Wärtsilä, the Finnish company, had won the bid. I was frankly surprised that they were even involved with that, that line of product, but they won that. How would you suggest improving the process?
Sure. Commissioner Eccles, as outlined in our testimony, there are a number of improvements that we are recommending as APA to the energy services agreement for standalone battery storage. And those are largely drawn on other examples from other markets from around the country. So basically encouraging some best management practices in terms of the contracting between Georgia Power and battery storage projects. And we outlined a few examples on how these can be accommodated. But the key thing here is by bringing into industry standard and industry norm what we experience in other states, it helps financeability here in Georgia and brings additional market participants to bid into RFPs for battery storage. So the recommendations that we outlined here, like I said, are based on members' experiences in other states and other markets. And we hope that the Commission, Georgia Power, will consider those experiences from our developers in those spaces.
Do you think in retrospect that the rule that we set about Chinese controllers and Iranian controllers and other controllers, in the equipment, and that's prohibiting those, you feel like that was a good rule that we set?
I think national security is job number one. And so, I remember when we passed that, I think that is a concern that has come up around the country and around the world. And I think it's probably good policy as we get to the bottom of what those vulnerabilities are.
We've done so well with utility scale solar, and I wondered, okay, when are we going to hit the mark where we don't need to go any further with it? Have we saturated it? And then Georgia Power is asking, I guess, for 4 gigawatts over the next number of years. I mean, is there a continued benefit for adding more utility scale solar at this point, even with the amount that we have and that we've got planned through this IRP?
I think we're all eager to answer.
Well, absolutely. As the load growth increases in the state of Georgia, that threshold for what is the saturation point continues to extend outward, right? And so what was the saturation point 3 years ago might be much different today. So that threshold continues to extend out as we have load growth. And additionally, to add to Mr. Stander's comments here, that we are in the business of building renewable utility scale projects, wind, solar, battery, et cetera. We're in that space to meet market demand. And we're seeing phenomenal growth in Georgia. And so the question of saturation is really a question of the extent to which the market will grow. We pride ourselves on delivering projects that are low cost, as well as able to be commercialized, bring online in a relatively quick fashion compared to other generation sources. So in terms of the benefits that utility scale solar and battery storage can provide and continue to provide Georgia is really a factor of how fast and how quickly the economy is growing, demand is growing, and how quickly generators such as our industry can meet that growing demand as well. And additionally, I would also note that because we are all representing IPPs, independent power producers here, the ability for us to meet those market signals and bring our independent capital to bear in Georgia benefits not only the customers in this state, but also the potential for expansion of large load and data centers and the like.
Just a couple more questions. I'm getting a lot of rural pushback as I go out. Moultrie, Houston County, was in Donaldsonville last week, and I just wonder about this agrivoltaic component of that I'm seeing out there. Do you feel like that, you know, for rural South Georgia in particular, that I wonder if there's anything we could do to add this component? And I know we haven't done this before, and you know, as a value add in there, that if you as a developer add some agrivoltaic component, then you get an extra value. Is that something that other states are considering?
I don't know if I can speak to other states.
I can certainly address the question from the perspective of my individual company, LRE. First and foremost, the question of agrivoltaics, as I understand it, make sure we're on the same wavelength here, is layering on additional land uses that are agricultural in nature alongside or coincident with a solar project.
Yeah, so it could be sheep grazing, cows grazing, growing something, pollinators, you know, something like that.
Absolutely. And Commissioner, I think what we are experiencing as an industry is creativity to find spaces where it makes sense to layer on additional agricultural uses with renewable energy development. For us individually, we do evaluate projects, whether or not it makes sense, as you indicated, for sheep grazing. We have that active on a few sites. It's not appropriate in all sites, but we do have examples in our operating projects in Ohio as well as Texas, where it does make sense and where those providers are there. And actually, if for where it does make sense in those on those projects, there are added benefits such as soil health, because sheep do their business and improve the soil health as a consequence. Additionally, we do not need mowing and other sort of mechanical maintenance of vegetation. And so there are a lot of benefits. However, it may not be the right fit for every project. Certainly, the ability to have apiaries as well and other pollinators are key as well. So as we explore and grow our footprint individually as a company, that's certainly something that we explore and look to. And I know that we are not alone as LRE. I know our competitor peers are looking at as well. We are members of the American Solar Grazing Association and exploring ways to grow and build that industry.
My brother's a hay farmer, and he's, you know, taking me, you know, on a side by side out to this field and just showing me I don't have enough. This is clover hay, and I don't have enough pollinators here, and so it seems, you know, for him it's a production issue.
Yeah, and I think to your larger point is the pushback in rural communities, and we're running into that in a lot of places. I think there is oftentimes confusion when multiple developers, for example, are in a county and looking at potential sites. But the reality is that the transmission system will only accommodate a single project. But you meet up at church or the Dairy Queen and you start talking about, everybody's talking to somebody about a contract and you become concerned that there's going to be an overbuild of projects in an area. So we as an industry have really stepped up, and as an association, our communication out to communities to try to educate them on, number one, on the value that we see. We see tremendous value in terms of tax revenue for these communities, but also to help overcome the fear that there are going to be 10 projects around town that would, perhaps be way too many. And what the reality of project development looks like, and to make sure that we're communicating earlier with elected officials locally and at the state level, so that there are fewer surprises, more conversation in the community to prevent exactly the kind of anxiety that you've described.
Mr. Sanders, I know that you guys have been around in various iterations since really 2016, I guess, in the IRP that we had back then, as we really began to accelerate utility scale solar, and, your help in getting that Sapelo Pavilion, for the Hog Hammock, Bella Geechee communities is still appreciated today. Thank you for that. So we've had a DG working group here before. We've had various working groups for different things. But this idea that you guys have talked to me about a utility scale working group, and I just wonder, how helpful that would be to allowing us to, get ongoing input, as we move forward.
Yeah, that's a great question. We've seen a lot of IRPs at this point. Remember when, a 200 megawatt utility scale solar project was a big commission order. Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. But yeah, so much comes down to clear communication. And as solar, utility scale solar specifically, becomes a larger portion of the generation mix and a more important part of the generation mix, the timing of the delivery of the energy and the receiving of these projects becomes more and more important. And a working group afforded the DG market an opportunity to have a candid dialogue with the company, which is hugely important when you have a complex, coordinated group of actions, right? Like they have to rely on us to deliver, and we have to rely on them. And the more clear communication you have in the planning process, the more efficiency you would create in the execution.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Sanders, you've got about as much knowledge of outside of the utilities of the grid, the system in Georgia with regards to locational value for these type projects. And I know you've also been somewhat active in the data center world as far as locations for those as well and development. How do you see the future in your mind as far as recommendations as to how utility scale solar can still play a part in meeting this demand, along with the value for diversity? And also, that's the first part of my question. Then I'd also like to hear your input on some of these issues that we're all having together with around land use, and what's been talked about is some of the concerns out there, particularly amongst the community that also has needs for this property. I know that's a kind of a two-part question, but what are your thoughts, Mr. Sanders, as a Georgian involved in this industry?
Yeah, so the first one's about land use, and can you repeat the first question again? I apologize.
Well, you're also involved, I know, with regards to some of the development out there, potentials for on the data center side, and how that relates to your experience and your knowledge of the utility scale solar market, your knowledge about locational value. And I say that mainly because you recognize the fact that there is some pushback, particularly in the rural communities, as Commissioner Eccles has said, but about why it's important for us to also emphasize the locational value in some projects maybe outside of that extreme South Georgia region.
Yeah, that's a great question. So first and foremost, I'm a Georgian. I went to high school here, went to elementary school here, and land stewardship is part and parcel with being a good citizen here in Georgia. So we have a responsibility to make sure that we're taking proactive care of the environment here in Georgia. And so in regards to grid location, utility scale solar is part and parcel with meeting this new load growth. And make no mistake, we have to balance the interest of stewardship with load growth, because right now we're a top 10 GDP in the United States. If we play our cards right, and we responsibly meet this load growth that we're experiencing here in the state of Georgia, we have the opportunity to be a top 5 GDP in the United States. So it's a really seismic advancement as far as GDP growth that we really would be irresponsible if we didn't embrace. But we have to balance that with our obligations for good stewardship. And Jeff mentioned it. Many of our communities were eager to embrace utility scale solar. As the market developed, it became very congested. There was numerous projects being advanced, and there was confusion about how much the grid could actually support. And in some cases, we have grid congestion where solar has been deployed in areas of the state, Southwest Georgia particularly, where there's so much solar down there that it's hard to get to where it's being needed up here in Atlanta and some of the urban areas. So grid location is very important, and it gets back to clear communication with your stakeholders. I've spent as much time in zoning hearings as anybody in the state of Georgia, advancing renewable energy projects. And in most cases, not all cases, if you can clearly communicate with the stakeholders and you can describe exactly what you have in mind, what the project would entail, and engage with the surrounding neighbors of the project, you can head off most of the NIMBY at the pass. There's a limit to what the transmission grid can receive at any one location. So there's a natural governor on overbuilding certain geographies. But there have been rapid increase in geographies like Mitchell County, Decatur County. And if you're a layman and you're not involved in the electric industry, you might think that this growth could go on unchecked forever. And when in fact, those counties are rapidly reaching the threshold of what their grid can actually receive. But in regards to grid location, it's the IPPs that are competing for these solar procurements are really spending a ton of time reviewing the power flow analysis of the transmission lines, inclusive of the system impacts where possible, to determine where the projects can inject energy on. As it turns out, as Georgia and other states become short on power, that same information is very important to large load customers about areas that are conducive to pulling energy out. And most of our data center development is epicentered in the Atlanta MSA. By virtue of the fact that it's harder and harder to serve those large loads, the data centers are having to spread out. And so we're seeing this occur in real time right now. Data centers are pushing out of the metro MSA. They're heading towards Columbus, they're heading towards Augusta, and they're heading south towards Macon. And that's hugely beneficial, both from a land use perspective, because we're spread out, we're not quite so geographically concentrated. And also it's starting to impact counties that don't normally receive these massive investments. So, and then the last comment you mentioned about grid location, one of the huge advantages of utility scale solar is speed to market. And so you can take a 200 megawatt, 250 megawatt solar facility and go from the planning phase to the operational turn on day in 3 years or less. Of course, that's predicated on clear communication with the company to make sure that you're structuring your program to capture as many efficiencies as possible. But there's no other utility scale generation source that can go from planning to operation in 3 years or less. I hope that got the 2 questions. I kind of turned it into a 3-point question.
I don't know, you did a good job.
Thanks.
Any other questions, commissioners? Well, Ms. Tanner just reminded me that the cafeteria closes at 1:30. So before we move on to the beginning cross with the commission, we're going to take a break, and it's 12:55. Let's come back at 1:50.
How did you use Stephen one?
All right. Hope everyone had a good quick lunch. We'll proceed with where we left off with the panel. We want to remind the panel that you're still under oath. Mr. Carver.
Mr. Chairman, our panel is ready for cross-examination from staff, other interveners, and Georgia Power.
All right, Georgia Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Chris Bellato of Staff Council for the Georgia Public Service Commission. I have one question. Mr. Clark, you were discussing the recommendations regarding the RFP process and the contract terms with Commissioner Eccles. I think you listed 4. Really? Can you not hear me? All right, I'm gonna try to get closer to the microphone. Mr. Clark, you discussed with Commissioner Eccles some of the proposed changes you were suggesting to the RFP process. I believe they were pertaining to performance guarantees, security requirements, and change of law provisions. My question is, why is APA bringing these issues up now when these types of things are usually brought up during the public comment period of an RFP?
I don't know that there's any particular reason to that we brought them up now, other than there were issues we wanted to raise with the commission and didn't want to miss the opportunity to do that. So I suspect we'll do that in other venues as well.
And if I may add, the potential build out of additional utility scale solar and battery storage is of a scale that we haven't yet seen in Georgia or proposed in an IRP yet. And we as members of the development community have seen where there have been hiccups, there have been attrition in the results of RFPs. And so we view this as a critical issue in order to achieve the full realization of what the targeted goals are for procurement for Georgia Power. And we want to make sure that we get these recommendations in early in the process so that we can engage, because our request here of the commission is to engage in a stakeholder process and to do so early. So I think if we can tackle some of these problems, identify why there's been attrition or the inability to transact and other problems in terms of timeframe with past RFPs, that we can kind of dig into the mutually shared goals here, which is to try to identify the best projects to advance and be able to execute on those projects in a timely fashion so that we can bring them to commercialization. So addressing it earlier in the process, I think behooves us all, because I think we all share, whether it be the end consumers of the power that we generate. I don't want to speak for Georgia Power, but I think that since they put RFPs out wanting to procure solar power, and from our perspective as well, we want to find better solutions early in the process to bring our projects to market.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from staff.
Thank you. All right, moving down the line, Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No questions.
Capital Good Fund. Armada, Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
No questions.
Georgia Conservation Voters. Georgia Conservation Voters. Gipple and South Face.
No questions.
Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Panel? You testified earlier in your direct testimony, you state that you're asking for a comprehensive review of RFPs and PPA terms so that the megawatts allocated by this commission or directed by this commission to be acquired are procured in the greatest possible extent that they can be. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you believe that a comprehensive review of PPA and RFP terms on a earlier basis than when they're released with RFPs would help those terms and program guidelines be refined so that those programs can be more successful?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Georgia Solar,
No question.
Georgia Watch, Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. MARTA,
No questions.
Microsoft,
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club SACE NRDC. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
No question.
Department of Defense. Walmart. Georgia Power Company.
Good afternoon, panel. Commissioners, Allison Pryor on behalf of Georgia Power Company. Regarding your request to convene a stakeholder workshop, has there ever been a time when APA or any of its members have wanted to have a candid conversation with Georgia Power and you were declined?
Not that I would recall, although I would point to other similar workshops that have been convened that we think have been highly productive. Working with the company.
And there have been opportunities on one-off and or ad hoc basis where either the independent evaluator or I believe Georgia Power has communicated with bidders who have submitted into past RFPs. But we think a directed conversation that includes the commission to be able to convene sort of multiple interests at the table to lean on our experience as developers with footprints in multiple states to be able to seek pathways to improve the RFP process.
And you would agree that in January of this year, Georgia Power met with APA to receive feedback on PPA terms and the battery energy storage performance metrics, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that Georgia Power has already implemented several of the changes that APA recommended?
We are.
Okay. And in addition to the RFP comment process that Mr. Collado mentioned, are you also aware that RFP comment period is open not only to, excuse me, bidders, but also interested parties?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that the commission staff and the IE review all of those comments and give feedback on whether the proposals should be included in the RFP documents?
Yes, I am also aware that there's been significant attrition as well in those RFPs that have resulted from those conversations.
Direct attrition resulting from those conversations?
No, not from those conversations, but there have been a series of RFPs, most notably the CRISP #2, which resulted in no procurement. And so that's where additional dialogue, I think, would be helpful. And certainly there has been some dialogue in order to improve the RFP process, but pointing to sort of past shortcomings of those RFPs, I think is of note and concern for those who are looking to invest billions of dollars in Georgia. It also should be a concern to the folks in the room here on whether or not we can deliver the megawatts that are sought to be procured under this resource plan.
And you would agree that Georgia Power's RFPs and the PPA terms have evolved over time?
Yes.
Okay. And you would also agree that in the last 2 IRPs, Georgia Power has come forth with proactive recommendations for how it can modify its RFP process to better resolve that attrition challenge you've mentioned?
I mean, it's a bit more complicated than a binary yes or no, because there are significant improvements that could yet be made to the RFP, as we note in our testimony. That timeframe in particular is of concern, where lengthy delays, particularly like lengthy delays, cause significant challenges in order to be able to make a project continually viable as we hold and wait on a project. So to say yes or no, I think is difficult. Well, yes, incremental changes have been made. Have they been have they created or resulted in a panacea? I would say no.
I think also I would suggest that our comments aren't meant to be a criticism of the process that we have. And I do think we have resolved issues over the years And I think every iteration is an improvement, but we're entering an unprecedented era of uncertainty for project developers, be it tariff changes, tax policy changes. And as Andy points out, the timeframes, particularly which you see as referenced in our comments, that for a project developer, those extended timeframes inject uncertainty. There's so much uncertainty, and over time it becomes even more amplified. And so working together is our suggestion to find ways to overcome these new challenges that we're seeing in a rapidly changing market globally.
And regarding the timeframes that you discussed, you're specifically referencing the CARES 23 utility scale RFP, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And during the CARES 23 RFP, April, May of last year, there were some tariffs that came out and impacted the industry at that time. Would you agree?
Yes, I believe that's the timeframe.
Okay. And do you recall that Georgia Power filed to offer a limited bid refresh so that bidders could refresh their pricing so that Georgia Power, in response to not only the tariffs, but requests from bidders, could extend that option to bidders in that RFP?
Yes, certainly bid price refresh was allowed, but there are also some qualitative components that Georgia Power did not seek in considering those tariffs, such as are there steps or that bidders made in order to mitigate that risk, whether they be potential or otherwise reasonably foreseen. And so there's some elements there, and I teased those issues out that might be better in terms of it rather than the formal proceeding here, but in dialogue between the developer community and Georgia Power to suss out. Yes, a bid refresh certainly helpful, but there are other potential inputs to the bid process that could be beneficial. And I think by the time we get to the RFP creation and development, the process is too late and the program is largely baked. And so just incremental changes might all that is possible at that point. What we're proposing is to explore those, that example that I just laid out as, yes, there was a response to the externalities such as additional tariffs, but just a good refresh, is that the only best option in order to mitigate and consider that during a bid process? Not necessarily. How do we have that understanding, but to be able to dialogue more fully between those of us who do business in Georgia and in multiple states, to be able to find the best ways for us to submit viable bids that can ultimately be commercialized, because I think that's a goal that we have and I imagine shared as well.
And Mr. White, specifically, since you're commenting on this, were you aware that Georgia Power also revised its pro forma PPAs again this year in response to tariffs that were impacted this year? So in addition to a refresh, several of the PPA terms were also updated based off of shortlisted bidder feedback, to your point, that did more than just allow price to change.
I believe that was a post-award PPA price adjustment, so it was not made available to the entire bidder pool.
But you would agree it was a change that Georgia Power agreed was in the best interest to make to the PPA
But
terms themselves?
It was only available to those bidders that were shortlisted and awarded. It was not afforded or made available to the broader bidder pool.
APA has recommended that the time between bid submission and contract award be shortened to about 6 months. Is that correct?
That's 6 months or less, yes.
Okay. And would you agree that following bid submission, the company undertakes a detailed evaluation of the bid submitted?
Yes.
Okay, and that bid evaluation includes an economic evaluation, transmission evaluation. It touches on interconnection, delivery, site control, and environmental due diligence. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
So if Georgia Power can accomplish all of that evaluation in 11 months, and you're proposing that it be done in 6, which portion of that evaluation are you suggesting be stripped out?
Well, I think that's a false choice because that's saying that we have to first submit bid pricing and then subsequently do all the other valuations on the back end. There are other ways and other avenues by which bid pricing can either be submitted incrementally through the process or refreshed later on in the bid process. Again, I think this underlies our point as where an engaged dialogue and stakeholder process would help us probe into those questions about how to better formulate that. We certainly don't want to shortchange, as you might suggest, some of the other evaluative process. The question is, given the pricing externalities that we are all facing, global supply chain issues, tariffs, et cetera, Those are the overarching reasons why we are seeking and recommending bid pricing, firm bid pricing closer to the actual PPA execution. We're interested in hearing from Georgia Power whether or not those other studies that you have might have the same sort of fluctuations in price or value of components to a bid evaluation. I'm uncertain, and so interested to hear the dialogue on, does it make sense to reverse order or to change some of those places where inputs on environmental or other sort of valuative components for the company? And when would it be appropriate to offer final and firm pricing to the larger big pool? We're certainly open to that dialogue.
And are you aware that Georgia Power regularly has conversations with unsuccessful bidders or bidders, after the awards have been made to provide additional feedback about their bid and about how the process went after the fact?
I have no reason to disbelieve that statement.
Okay. Regarding the customer identified resource portion of the RFP, it's APA's position that that should be uncapped rather than set at the 3 megawatt target recommended by Georgia Power. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you aware that only about 3,000 megawatts of renewable resources have been added to the system within the last 10 years?
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Okay. And wouldn't you agree that if the company added more intermittent renewable resources more quickly than was planned, that could cause operational constraints on the system?
I mean, it's certainly possible.
And regarding the proposed buy down process, on page 13, lines 18 through 20, you identify a concern that using the average portfolio price as the target for the customer identified resource portion could set prices too low for a developer to meet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And aren't lower PPA prices better for customers?
Well, it's a simple fact that you can't divide by zero. In CRISP 2 RFP, there were 0 successful bids. And so that case in point, if we were to take an average of the successful bids awarded during CRISP 2, there would be no average. And so this is where we raise objection or concern that the average portfolio bid price could either be 0 or an undefined number, or a non-representative or insufficient end value for those for the bids that would be averaged. And so I think that might create, rather than a firm understanding as to where that average price is, instead it would represent a market distortion.
Okay. And are you aware that the company is now evaluating RFP bids based on a best cost methodology rather than an avoided cost threshold?
I'm aware.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So panel, you were asked by commission staff, counsel for commission staff, about the recommendations that were put into the pre-filed comments here. Were those comments submitted to the IE in the previous RFP? In other words, were the recommended changes we have here, was that the first time that this commission has been given notice of those comments?
Yeah, I'm not aware whether or not these recommendations have been made to the IE.
Okay. Does the APA membership take advantage of the opportunity to file comments with the independent evaluator through the bid process?
We do.
And so turning to the questions you got from counsel for Georgia Power, has APA participated in several different workshops with Georgia Power and commission staff that you found to be successful?
We have very successful.
And what would you say that having a face-to-face process within the confines of the RFP bid process would you say that it's helpful to help resolve issues between bidders and the company?
I think that the increased dialogue on multiple fronts not only has been successful, but it allows a number of companies that have not ever successfully participated to have exposure, and I appreciate very much the company's efforts to help unsuccessful bidders improve their bids, to be more competitive going forward. But all of these dialogues help us address issues in real time and to raise issues that can be taken up through the process. Again, given the volatility in policy and the tax code. But these additional venues have created opportunities for, I believe, other companies to become engaged in this process, which brings more bids to the table and is ultimately beneficial for Georgia Power and for the consumers in Georgia.
Let me ask this question. So when through the IRP process and the termination of the portfolio of resources for Georgia Power is made through that process, is it in the interest of Georgia Power, the larger development community and the ratepayers to have those resources fully subscribed in a competitive bid process?
I certainly believe so.
And why is it beneficial to the ratepayer?
Greater competition is going to yield lower prices.
And may I add as well, if we have an approved process, that will encourage other developers, to bid in and participate in Georgia Power's processes. And by bringing additional players and additional capital and additional competition, all of those benefit the state and keeps us on our toes to make sure that we submit only the most competitive and where our pencils are sharpened the greatest projects forward that have the greatest chance of success. And by success, I mean the best value to Georgia Power and to the customers.
If I could add to that, I think the unprecedented demand growth that we see on the system, driven by reshoring manufacturing, data centers, AI, electric vehicles, all of the above, that the unprecedented demand that we see coming means that we need more and more bids to deliver successfully. We cannot continue to see projects that are unable to ultimately be constructed simply because the process that some portion of the process they were unsuccessful in navigating. And so again, we're not intending to be critical of the experience with Georgia Power has been superb and the dialogues have been superb. What we're seeking is additional opportunities to improve the dialogue, to make sure more projects are successful, that we can meet the demand and do it affordably.
And you have had those types of engagement that included Georgia Power and staff, both with transmission planning as well as with battery storage procurement. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you found those to be successful?
I think every dialogue that we've had has been successful, and that's why we encourage more.
Thank you. No further questions. Mr. Chairman, subject to any further questions from the commissioners, may the panel be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all can be excused.
Can we move this testimony over the record?
So, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, thank y'all. We'll move on. The next panel to be called will be that of the Capital Good Fund.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'm calling Mr. Russ Bates to the stand.
Ed?
With your permission, Mr. Sherrier will swear him in.
Ed?
Ms. Bates, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Mr. Bates, please state your name and title for the record.
Russ Bates, CEO of Next Gen Clean Energy Solutions.
On May 2nd, did you file or cause to be pre-filed 12 pages of direct testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And did you also have one exhibit with your testimony?
Yes.
If I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask at this time that Mr. Bates' testimony be moved into the record as if given here today.
So Mark,
Mr. Bates, have you prepared a summary of your testimony?
I have.
May he give that summary now?
yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, and I want to thank everybody for their hospitality. Atlanta's been very friendly. I appreciate it. I really do.
Good to hear.
It's been great. I can't say enough good things.
Where are you
about
from?
Ohio, originally Southern Indiana,
What part of Ohio?
Northeast Ohio, Greater
Wow.
Cleveland.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I was born in Hamilton, Ohio, so that's why I have to ask.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I've been there about 10 years.
Hamiltucky.
I'm sorry about this.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take your pity. Welcome to Georgia.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll be brief with my statement. I'm here to talk about two important issues. One is a proposed 20 kilowatt cap under Georgia Power Solar Plus Storage Pilot Program. And second, the opportunity presented by the Solar for All program to deliver meaningful savings through community solar projects to low-income communities across Georgia. So starting with the 20 kW cap, its purpose, as stated, is to protect the distribution system and help to right-size distributed energy systems. That protection is critically important, and today's inverter technology allows us to program and control how much electricity is exported to the grid, providing that protection. The concept of right-sizing a system is basically twofold in my view. It includes what the utility determines the grid can handle safely and what the system owner deems necessary based on their energy usage and goals. Both objectives, protecting the grid and serving the customer, can be met by programming the inverter to limit export as required. The second issue is the Solar for All program. Through this program, $25 million in federal funds have been allocated to help low-income households save at least 20% on their electricity bills using community solar. Unfortunately, the current community solar options in Georgia, they don't meet the savings or timeline requirements of the program. So a third pathway, one that still allows Georgia Power to set parameters like project size, cost per kilowatt hours, and location, would allow the Georgia Solar for All program to move at the needed pace and maximize the impact of these dollars for the people who need it most. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, Mr. Bates is available for questions from commissioners and cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Commissioners, any questions? All right, Georgia Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Chair, Chris Collado, Commission staff. Okay, Mr. Bates, my first question is regarding that second matter you mentioned, and I think it's on page 11 of your testimony. You mentioned a quote unquote third option on how Georgia Power should set the target price for community solar projects. Do you have any recommendations on how that target price should be set and what criteria you're referring to?
Yeah, as far as how it's set, I mean, market typicals are a great way to look at it. Georgia Power is going to want to know what they need to pay for these kilowatt hours, right? So that's going to be key. But being able to view it as here's what we would like to pay, here's our rate that we would like to go at, I think that's a good way to start.
All right, and my second set of questions here is regarding the size cap of the solar plus storage pilot that you mentioned that's currently at 20 kW. Regarding your recommendation to completely remove the 20 kW system size limit for residential customers in that pilot, you state that it's extremely rare for a system to actually export 20 kW. Given that it's extremely rare for this to happen, can you explain why your recommendation is to remove the 20 kW cap altogether and raise it to 25 when you have stated that it's unlikely that it will ever hit the 20 kW limit?
Yeah, 25, I would say is a minimum. I mean, when you're looking at residential systems, they're typically not going to be that big on the generation side.
And whenever you look at the battery storage, that's where you add those additional kilowatts, right? So what we're saying is, I would say no cap is the best way to go, and let the interconnection process and set those inverters to export as needed or whatever that system would be. So
But
did I answer you?
you did, just a quick follow-up question. If you believe that above 20 kW export in edge case, is there really any efficiencies to be gained by getting rid of the limit?
Is there any efficiencies?
Efficiencies, benefits?
I would say, yeah, the benefits would be for the customer. I mean, is a 20 kW system the right size for every household? Probably not. It just really depends. And I would also say, when you're talking about battery storage, resiliency is a big thing, right? Especially with the storms coming through and power being out through outages, having that backup battery power that you can use at your home, business, whatever, those can be critical. So whenever you think about maybe someone is, they have a medical issue and they need electricity for medical devices or for just refrigeration or for climate control. It gets warm here in Atlanta and in Georgia, right? So that could be critical. I would say the cap doesn't really make sense when you have what we have today with technologies, with inverters, with the interconnection process, plus sending out to the grid. I know DERMS is something that's coming, so being able to access that to help with grid reliance, I see that as a benefit.
My last question is regarding your comments that many manufacturers allow you to limit the output through software controls. If the solar plus storage pilot technical requirements were clear, as long as the inverter was limited through software and hardware controls, would you say are possible to export no more than 20 kW? Would you be more comfortable with the 20 kW limit?
Say that one more time.
Understood. Sorry, I think I added two questions together. Would you be more comfortable with the 20 kW limit if there were software and hardware controls instituted?
No, I don't know. That would not benefit the limit. It's not really going to help anything on that. It'll still help protection of the distribution system, right? Which is key, but then you still don't really need the cap. I put it like this: if you have a 20 kW cap and let's say there's 5 or 8 homes on that decide to get solar and go with 20 kW systems, or let's say 19.9, you still overload that transformer in that distribution system. So in that case, the 20 kW cap would help.
What about on the 20? If it stayed 20, but the utility, had the specific option to add 10 more, looking at the particular site, where it gave them the flexibility, where we still had the rule in place, but it gave them an opportunity, because they could be in a place where no one else had any solar, and it wouldn't really impact it at all. Do you think that would be a good compromise?
So if you're saying you have a 20 kW cap, but you could petition or put some paper in to say, hey, we actually need 25 or 30 here.
Yes.
I mean, that would help. I would still say the inverter technology, and especially DERMS, whenever that comes into play, that's going to protect those systems anyway. The last thing you want is a transformer or any other distribution system to be damaged by excess export. And that's where the inverters help. But yeah, to answer your question, if somebody deems they need a larger system, and as long as it doesn't hurt the distribution system, I think that can make sense if they have the avenue to get there. Thanks.
Staff has no further questions. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Advanced Power Alliance. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No questions, thank you.
Vermont Energy. GAM.
No question.
Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
No question.
Georgia Conservation Voters.
No questions.
Gipple and South Face.
No questions.
Jacia.
No questions.
Georgia Solar.
No questions.
Georgia Watch. Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. MARTA.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Microsoft. Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club says. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
No question.
Department of Defense. Walmart. Georgia Power Company.
Excuse me, before you get started, I have a quick question about the 20K cap. Is there flexibility right now in that cap? As Commissioner Eccles was alluding to, if you needed 25, could you just ask? Is there any flexibility in the cap right now? No.
My understanding is it's all through the interconnection process. So whatever size system, you go into that.
Okay.
Just through that.
All right, thank you.
Commissioners, Mr. Bates, Josh Combs on behalf of Georgia Power Company. I want to unpack a little bit more your concerns with the system cap that's included in the company's proposed solar plus storage program. But at the outset, just to kind of level set, you're not recommending that this commission reject the company's proposed solar plus storage program, correct?
Oh, no.
You just have a few targeted adjustments, including
It's a simple recommendation on the cap, yeah.
And your testimony talks about how the 20 kW system limit for residential customers is too low. Is that correct?
It potentially could be too low, yes.
And then just a few minutes ago, you said that no cap is really the best way to go.
Right.
Is it fair to say that you understand why Georgia Power included the system size cap as a part of the proposed program?
Sure, yeah, I think it's a good idea to bring that up.
The intent was to avoid unnecessary distribution system upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that you understand. So you understand that rationale, correct?
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
You just believe that there are other tools and methods that can address that concern that Georgia Power has.
Agreed, yes.
On page 3, lines 4 through 5 of your testimony, you state that most residential transformers are rated at 25 kW. Do you see that in your testimony?
Uh-huh.
Now, you'd agree with me that a single transformer can serve multiple customers, correct?
Yes.
So if you have 2 customers that are in the same cul-de-sac that participate in the company's proposed program, that might require a distribution or transformer upgrade for those customers to participate.
If you don't have inverters programmed to limit what goes back, then yes.
So for assuming for purposes of these questions that it is required, isn't it true that all customers would foot the bill for the cost of those upgrades?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And I believe you talked a little bit about when you were getting questions from council here about system overloads. You agree that it is possible for a system to overload a transformer, correct?
Sure.
And so even if the system size cap were moved to the 25 kW that you recommend, it's possible that could be overloaded.
It's certainly possible.
And as council said, you testify that such an overload is extremely unlikely and it's not something that we plan policy around. Is that correct?
With inverter limiting technology, yeah.
And just so the record is clear, when you say we plan policy around, are you referring to we utilities, we the commission?
I'm saying the entire electrical power gen industry.
Okay. And do you have any distribution planning policy experience?
Distribution planning as in from, you talking transmission, distribution?
Distribution planning policy experience, dealing with distribution planning on the utility side.
Not on the utility side, on site specific, yes.
And you have policy experience with that?
No.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if an overload issue were to occur on a distribution system or in that cul-de-sac, it wouldn't be you or your organization that would have to address that overload issue?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that Georgia Power would be responsible as it's responsible for the safe and reliable operation of the distribution system, correct?
Agreed, yes.
What would occur with the overload? What makes the overload happen?
Well,
Is it because there are more systems put on the system?
That's right, and it could cause damage to the distribution system.
Doesn't Georgia Power have some control over what's put on the system?
Well, it would under the company directed option.
It would through the interconnection process, right? That's part of it. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Through the interconnection process, Georgia Power can say, here's how much power can go out to this particular transformer. And that can change over time as you get more and more, let's say, residents that go with a solar roof or what have you.
I mean, the heating of these transformers, this is a real thing. I mean, California experiences it on a regular basis, and it can accelerate the damage to the equipment.
Absolutely, yeah.
And isn't it true that because Georgia Power does have some control over what comes onto the system, that's the reason that it implemented this cap as a part of, or would like to implement this cap as a part of the program?
Yeah, I think so, but I'm not sure where the 20 kW actually, that number came from.
You said Georgia Power has some control.
Yes, sir.
Does have control, not some control?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to wrap up, Mr. Bates, part of your concern with this 20 kW size limit is that you testify that it could limit system design flexibility and retrofits. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, in your testimony, you model a few different arrays, and one of those examples that you provide involve a 15 kW solar facility, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you aware that the annual solar output of an array that you modeled, that the annual output exceeds the annual energy consumption of the home by 70%?
Yeah.
And are you aware that the average capacity of the over 10,000 residential solar installations that are currently online is about half of what you modeled in the 15 kW example?
That would make sense, yeah.
And in fact, less than 2% of existing residential systems are larger than the 15 kW example that you provided in your example.
I'll take your word for it. That wouldn't surprise me. The example was meant to show a larger system, larger than the 20 kW, to what you could control as far as export. The batteries were set to charge, consume only. They weren't going to be exported to the grid. And really just going to be solar released to the grid.
And would you be surprised to know that more than 80% of the existing systems on the system could add 3 in-phase batteries that cited in your example, and they would still be under the 20 kW limit?
That's probably, yeah, I would agree with that.
No further question.
Redirect.
Mr. Bates, can you briefly differentiate the nameplate capacity of a system from its maximum instantaneous export?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm not speaking into the mic. Can you briefly differentiate the nameplate capacity of a system from the maximum instantaneous export that might be seen in the real world?
Yeah, so the nameplate's what the system is rated for. It's not what it's actually going to be producing all the time. There's a lot of factors that will change that.
And just to clarify, what are some of those factors that would have to align for the system to produce a nameplate?
Yeah, so like let's go with solar, root mount solar. You're obviously going to have, let's say it is a 20 kW system. The weather's going to affect that, right? The temperature, how clean are the panels? Has something grown up as far as shading that would affect it? Those types of things will play in.
So is it fair to say that a system could hit the 20 kilowatt cap without being 20 kilowatts nameplate? Like it could hit it. Like it could be producing 20 kilowatts and have a different nameplate.
If it's under the 20 kW?
let me rephrase the question. Sorry about that. So you could have a system that's over the 20 kilowatt cap on a nameplate basis, but the most it would ever produce is much less than that.
Yeah, you're gonna have degradation over time and then they aren't gonna produce as much as their nameplate. They could produce that down the road.
And the company asked you a question about if a transformer needed to be upgraded, that cost being paid by all customers. But isn't it true that all customers put the bill when any resource comes onto the system?
Yeah,
So if we're interconnecting, a gas plant and needs interconnection upgrades, that would be paid by all customers, wouldn't it?
typically, yes.
And then Commissioner Eccles made a comment about how some states that have solar markets that are maybe further along than Georgia's have had some of these distribution system issues. And he specifically mentioned California. What are states like California doing to deal with this issue?
Like California's got a lot of problems, right, with their electrical grid, no doubt. One of the things that I do like they're doing, California's doing it, Hawaii, I want to say Nevada, Illinois, and Massachusetts, several states they have zero cap on any system. It goes through the interconnection process, and the utility determines what can be exported, if anything, to the grid. So it protects everything. It protects those transformers, right?
And you said, if anything, what are they doing in those cases where they're not allowed to export anything?
You just set the inverters where it will not export. You can have zero export. It's kind of like a faucet. You can turn it totally off. Think of your inverter as a faucet. You can turn it totally off, or you can have it a trickle, or you can have it, full board.
When you say that California has those problems, who's affected mostly by those problems?
I would say the residents, right?
Is it because of rolling brownouts and blackouts that they constantly have? Is that?
They have a lot of those, yeah.
And in Texas, they kind of had the same thing with the amount of wind power that they put in place and solar that they experienced the same thing. Is that correct?
As far as rolling brownouts and some blackouts?
Consumer hurt.
Yeah, I would say they've had that with Texas. I'll give them a little more credit. They are building out batteries to take care of that intermittency, and they're a bit more advanced, I would say, as far as how their policy is than California.
Yeah, and Texas has VPPs too.
Yeah.
Last question for you. So the company's council mentioned that less than 2% of systems that they currently have on their system are over or of the size that you modeled. Wouldn't it be the case, though, that if there are no incentives for batteries, that you probably would size your system a little bit smaller?
Yeah, I think it goes to the point of a homeowner. I think they should be able, and this is my opinion, they should be able to determine or at least have a pretty good say of what size system they think meets them. If they want a garage full of batteries because they're worried about, Armageddon, okay, that's fine. I think that should be up to them. That would be a bigger system size, right? It'll go over that 20 kW cap, but you can still control it where nothing goes back out on the grid if you so choose. Or you can look at it as a battery that you can use to help with the grid whenever you have DERMS put together. So it can actually help stabilize the grid.
The batteries aren't going to help with Armageddon, just FYI.
That's true, yeah.
Especially if it's a EMP or something. To put a pin on that just real quick, you mentioned that if you were preparing for Armageddon, is it such an edge case to have a large battery bank, or is it just as simple as having, say, like 2 Tesla Powerwalls that you might go over this cap?
2 Tesla, well, they're Powerwall 3 now whenever you're talking about Tesla. So yeah, you could easily go over the cap depending on what the generation size is.
So it's not really an extreme case at all, is it?
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I ask that the witness be excused and his testimony and exhibit be copied into the record.
So marked. Yes, sir. You can be excused. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next panel be called up will be that of Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. All right, moving on, Georgia Coalition of Local Governments. Oh, there he is. Mr. Hubbard,
Questions or?
for your panel,
Oh, there's no, I'm not allowed to ask questions.
I'm coming back for you
The
to,
panel, I am.
you have someone to swear you in?
Yes, I am.
Otherwise, he's public purpose.
Yeah, do you have someone that's gonna provide your cross?
I'm not asking cross. How is this different than any of the last IRPs?
Mr. Bond? Seeking your advice.
Commission before has allowed witnesses to get up there, be sworn in by someone else. Give a summary of their testimony, and then they're subject to cross-examination by other parties.
So you can be an intervener and be a witness for yourself as an intervener, is that correct?
PSO says can't do it if you ask cross, but I'm not aware of Mr. Hubbard asking cross.
Never been allowed to ask cross. Otherwise, I would.
And I think what Mr. Bond is saying is you could offer cross, you just wouldn't be able to put yourself on your own panel.
Can't be fun.
Right. All right, I'll let you swear him in.
Mr. Hubbard, will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Hubbard, on May 2nd of this year, did you pre-file a public disclosure version of direct testimony in these dockets?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any corrections or additions to your pre-filed direct testimony at this time?
Yes, 3 corrections, and there was one, I failed to submit with the May 2nd submission my CV, so I have that if needed. All the other exhibits are embedded. The 3 corrections, correction number 1, page 7, line 1, strike production cost model and replace it with capacity expansion model. Correction 2, page 7, line 17, the URL ending should be changed from tree/GA underscore 2025 underscore IRP to tree/GA underscore IRP. And correction number 3, page 15, line 1, strike high stress and replace it with representative.
Other than those changes, if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to have the public disclosure version of Mr. Hubbard's testimony entered into the record.
So Mark.
I'd also like to ask if Mr. Hubbard may read a summary of his testimony.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioners. The purpose of my testimony is to provide modeled analysis of the Georgia electric grid that demonstrates why this Georgia Power Company 2025 Integrated Resource Plan is flawed and will put significant upward pressure on electricity rates. And the second part of my testimony, I provide alternative solutions that will allow Georgia Power Company to serve customer growth without locking in expensive, unreliable, and heavily polluting fossil gas power plants. This IRP is focused on data centers, so I use some of that data center compute power to run the Regional Energy Deployment System model, which is a capacity expansion model that evaluates whether to build or retire power plants. The objective function is to minimize costs while maintaining the same level of reliability that Georgia Power Company plans for. That's 1 day out of every 10 years of load loss. I ran the model for the Southeastern Regional Transmission Planning or CERTIP area that includes Southern Company's balancing area, of which Georgia Power Company is a tight electric pool participant. And for transparency, all model assumptions and results are published online and reproducible and verifiable. For this analysis, I ran 4 scenarios: a base load scenario, a high load scenario, and then those 2 with advanced solar, PV, and batteries, which had a lower cost curve.
I adjusted the gas-fired generation capital cost to be $2,426 per kW in 2025 for combined cycle units and $2,168 per kW in 2025 for combustion turbines. Whereas Georgia Power Company used a much lower assumption for gas-fired capital costs that do not reflect current market reality. The company also used a gas price forecast that is 2 years out of date and up to 12% lower in some years than the current AEO forecast from the same source. Now, when capital costs are corrected, the model rarely, if ever, selects for gas-fired generation, and only in the very last years of the forecast. Instead, what the capacity expansion model selects for is solar, battery storage, wind, and some additional hydrogen-fired combustion turbines. Coal is retired as scheduled in 2032, and all of these new resources are able to meet robust load growth at lower cost and with equal or better reliability than a fossil fuel-based plan. It cannot be stressed enough that this analysis of a renewable energy and battery energy storage system for Georgia is rigorous to reliability concerns. It's a common misunderstanding of those who are not experts that renewable energy power cannot reliably power an electric grid. That's false. The model I use takes representative days, tests these each year of the model's capacity expansion build out against 7 years of weather data spanning from 2007 to 2013. And if the model solves with any loss of load greater than that 1 day in 10 years, it adds more resources until that threshold is reached. So the summary to the first half of this testimony is that a fossil fuel focused 2025 IRP is flawed and biased towards building new fossil fuel generation. The second half of my testimony is focused on the alternatives to this fossil fuel capacity expansion plan. The first alternative is the interconnection queue of renewable energy projects that want to provide clean energy to Georgia. There's currently 17,770 megawatts of solar and battery storage projects in the interconnection queue for Georgia alone, and more in Alabama and Mississippi. However, Georgia Power Company has been slow to add new solar and battery storage. We heard about the failed RFP CARES 2, even canceling an entire request for proposals. The second alternative are virtual power plants, which is a type of resource that uses software to aggregate many distributed energy resources like rooftop solar and batteries. When these resources are coordinated to act in concert, they can ramp up or down self-consumption and exports to the grid. As a result, you can avoid building an entire power plant simply by using existing resources more efficiently. There are more than 60 commercially deployed virtual power plant programs in operation in this country. A third alternative to building or extending fossil fuel generation is to practice what is called curtailment-enabled headroom. With a modest amount of curtailments each year of new large load customers like data centers, a few hours here, a few hours there, around 100 or 200 a year. With just that small amount of curtailment, you can have enough headroom with existing generation on the existing transmission grid to facilitate 9,300 megawatts of data centers in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. That's effectively equivalent to what's being asked for here. It happens to be almost the exact same amount of load growth that Georgia Power Company is asking to build new fossil power plants for. So in conclusion, this independent and open kimono analysis demonstrates that the 2025 Integrated Resource Plan is costlier than alternatives and will put significant further upward pressure on electricity rates in Georgia. It's less reliable and more costly than alternative plans. And so I recommend that the commission reject this plan in favor of one that puts the interests of hardworking Georgians before corporate profits. This concludes my summary.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, would you restate your credentials for us, please?
Yes, I founded a nonprofit, the Georgia Clean Energy Solutions, 6 years ago, and I've intervened in this integrated resource plan now 4 times. I've worked at Siemens for 8 years, AFRE for another 2 as an energy consultant, and now I work for a private solar and storage developer as well as independently. I have 15 years of energy experience directly working with electricity production cost models and capacity expansion models. I've run a natural gas model. I know a lot about the energy sector from direct project development, from being an interconnection manager and and running through that process at ERCOT, MISO, and SPP. I could go on.
Any other questions?
I have many questions. We're gonna stick to the one that I like to ask you. Who funds your organization? How do you make a living at this?
I'm a volunteer. I've done all of this without receiving any remuneration over the last 6 years.
You've mentioned before in online properties about the murder of the United Healthcare CEO who was killed
No, I
in cold
haven't.
blood.
No, I haven't. I have not mentioned anything.
December
topic.
10th, 2024. 9:22 a.m. Do you believe that the murder of that executive was in cold blood? Do you believe that it was justified?
Could you stick to questions about the integrated resource plan, please?
Well, kind of the commissioner. Do you want to ask, do you want to answer the question?
No, that's an off-topic question. I don't support murder. It's a ridiculous question.
Well, it's not what you said. December 10th at 9:22 a.m., 2024. I have many more questions than that.
Please go ahead.
Do you own or have you ever borrowed or had property of an Extinction Rebellion white mask that's used in domestic terrorism?
Why am I being asked this question?
I just have a question.
No.
That's all for now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Georgia Public Service Commission.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Advanced Power Alliance. Advanced Power Alliance. Was there any interveners that did have cross for this panel? I'm gonna go down the list. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy, SEBA.
No, thank you.
Capital Good Fund. Armada, GAM,
No questions.
Georgia Center, excuse me. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments,
No questions.
Georgia Conservation Voters,
No questions.
Gipple and South Face,
No questions.
Jacia,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Georgia Solar,
No questions.
Georgia Watch, Georgia Wand and Vote Solar, MARTA,
No questions.
Microsoft,
No questions.
Resource Supply Management, Sierra Club SACE, Southern Renewable Energy Association,
No questions.
Department of Defense, Walmart, Georgia Power.
No questions.
Yes, well, there will be no redirect. Mr. Sheriff, am I okay to excuse? Even though he's not your witness.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Mr. Hubbard, you can be excused.
Thank you, commissioners.
Our next panel is that of the Georgia Coalition of Local Governments. Mr. Smart, just as you get your folks ready, whenever you're ready, I'll let you swear in your panel.
That'll get an influence.
There you go. Not a, oddly.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'd like to call the panel of Blake F. Ricketta and David A. Nipong on behalf of the Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
Yes, sir.
With permission, I'd like to swear in the witnesses.
Please do.
Mr. Riquetta, Mr. Nifong, can you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you are about to give is truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please take your seats. Mr. Nifong, can you please state your full name, employer, and position for the record?
My name is David Nifong. I serve as the Energy and Sustainability Manager for the city of Decatur, Georgia.
And on May 2nd, 2025, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 27 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format, as well as 2 exhibits marked DAN-1 and DAN-2?
Yes, I did.
And are there any corrections that you need to make to that pre-filed testimony?
No, they're not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as set forth in that pre-filed testimony?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. And Mr. Riquetta, can you please state your full name, employer, and position for the record?
Blake Riquetta, Chairman and CEO of Sun Inc.
And on May 2nd, did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 38 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format, as well as 1 exhibit marked Exhibit BFR-1?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are there any corrections that you need to make to your pre-filed testimony?
No, sir.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as set forth in your pre-filed testimony?
Yes, sir.
Chairman Shaw, the court reporter has been provided a copy of the pre-filed direct testimony of Mr. Nifong and Mr. Riquetta. I now ask that the direct testimony of this panel be copied into the record as it given here today.
So Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with your permission, I'll ask Mr. Nifong and Mr. Riquetta to summarize their pre-filed testimony.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is David Nifong. Again, I serve as the Energy and Sustainability Manager for the city of Decatur. I am testifying today on behalf of the Georgia Coalition of Local Governments, which represents approximately 2.1 million residents across 5 city and county governments in Georgia. The governments in our coalition are significant consumers of electricity, and our operations include critical public functions that depend on reliable energy access. The purpose of my testimony is to provide recommendations to the Commission regarding modifications to Georgia Power's proposed integrated resource plan and demand-side management plan that would enhance the resilience of our communities, improve access to Georgia Power's programs, and support our community's transition to a clean energy future. My recommendations address 4 key areas. First, I recommend that Georgia Power, in coordination with municipal governments and other stakeholders, engage in proactive resilience planning to prepare for extreme weather events. This involves working with stakeholders to make outage data available to local governments, partnering to evaluate the feasibility of resilience hubs and microgrids, and ensuring that customer programs support the development of these critical infrastructures. Georgia Power should also engage with local governments on resilience planning to incorporate lessons learned from past extreme weather events like Hurricane Helene. I further recommend that the Commission require Georgia Power to file a report assessing system vulnerabilities to extreme weather events before the 2028 IRP. This report should include strategies to build resilience, and Georgia Power should conduct at least 3 collaboration meetings with interested parties to incorporate their feedback on the contents of the report. Second, I propose several changes to make the Clean and Renewable Energy Subscription, or CARES, utility and DG programs more accessible to local governments and other municipal, university, school, and hospital, or MUSH customers. While the coalition fully supports these programs, certain features of the programs pose unnecessary obstacles to MUSH customers' participation. I recommend waiving or deferring the NOI or notice of interest fee for MUSH customers, as well as waiving or reducing the peak aggregate demand minimum threshold for MUSH customers from 1 megawatt to 500 kilowatts. In addition, Georgia Power should maintain the existing 50 megawatt carve-out for the utility scale subscription program and create a 10 megawatt carve-out in the proposed CARES DG subscription program for MUSH customers. Regarding the company's proposal to establish reimbursement thresholds or otherwise cap bill credits under the CARES program, I recommend that the Commission affirm that the current CARES bill credit structure adequately protects non-participating customers, and conclude that the proposed bill cap on bill credits is inappropriate and unnecessary. Third, I offer recommendations to the company's proposed residential and commercial solar plus storage pilot program, which is addressed in greater detail by coalition witness Blake Riquetta. I commend the company for its proposal to provide increased incentives to MUSH customers in recognition of the critical services these organizations provide to their communities. To facilitate the installation of battery storage by MUSH customers, I can recommend that Georgia Power either remove limitations on program eligibility based on system size, as Mr. Riquetta recommends, or calculate size limitations based solely on the maximum export capacity of battery resources, and increase the maximum size for commercial customers to at least 1 megawatt. Furthermore, I urge the commission to require Georgia Power to develop a full-scale integrated multi-technology virtual power plant or VPP platform for approval in the 2028 IRP. This platform should incorporate existing programs and successful aspects of recent pilots, ensuring that customer-sited resources can meet growing system demand. Mr. Riquetta has significant experience in the deployment of VPP programs in other jurisdictions, and his testimony elaborates on the potential benefits of an integrated VPP to Georgia Power system. Finally, I support the approval of Georgia Power's proposed DSM portfolio with minor modifications. These modifications include continuing the automated benchmarking tool, promoting the demand-side management working group, adopting uniform income level definitions, and providing on-bill financing for MUSH customers to facilitate energy efficiency measures. These recommendations are designed to achieve the DSM savings target and provide meaningful benefits to the community served by local governments. This concludes my summary.
My turn. All right. My name is Blake Riquetta, Chairman and CEO of Sonnen Inc., the Americas, which is the American division of Sonnen, which is a German company. First of all, I want to say I commend Georgia Power for all of this, for this VPP program pilot proposal. It's exciting to see in our home state of Georgia something like this come from Georgia Power. And as the largest energy storage company in the world that manufactures VPP-based batteries, which Sonnen is, and we're headquartered in Stone Mountain, it's really cool to see this in our homeland, which has been something we've wanted to see for years. So in my direct testimony on behalf of the Georgia Coalition of Local Governments, I present several key recommendations to enhance Georgia Power's company proposal for residential and commercial solar plus storage pilot, and to enhance its value to both Georgia Power and to its customers, drawing on lessons learned from successful programs in other jurisdictions across the United States and in the European Union. First, I recommend removing the size limitations to both residential and small commercial customers. We'll get into that, of course, lots of details. Size limitations should be determined on a case-by-case basis, considering specific home or building load, desired use cases, and electrical system limitations. This approach has been adopted by Rocky Mountain Power for the Wattsmart Virtual Power Plant in Utah, which is now approved in Washington State and Oregon and Idaho, and will allow for more tailored and effective energy solutions, accommodating the unique needs of each participant at no risk to Georgia Power. That's the key. We want to make sure there's no risk to Georgia Power's energy system. Second, I recommend establishing a short-term cumulative target of 50 megawatts with no cap between programs. I believe they have the 50 already set, alongside maybe a long-term target, stretch target of 100 megawatts. This would empower Georgia Power to pursue an expedited process to request additional capacity, ensuring the program can scale effectively to meet demand should Georgia Power wish to do so. This strategy aims to demonstrate the company's commitment to expanding its virtual power plant capabilities and to provide a clear pathway for growth. Third, I recommend that Georgia Power provide assurances to all participating customers that Georgia Power will not draw upon stored resources dispatching in the virtual power plant in advance of certain severe weather. As typical in many VPPs around the world, this measure is intended to maintain customers' confidence in the program's reliability and to ensure that energy storage systems are available when a storm hits and power goes out. I also advocate for allowing Georgia Power dispatch, this is important, Georgia Power dispatched grid charging of storage resources in both program options. So this enables standalone battery energy storage systems to participate and also enables standalone battery energy storage systems to participate in the company directed model. This would maximize the benefits of the VPP by ensuring that batteries can be charged from the grid when beneficial to balancing Georgia's energy system. Further incentivize participation, I propose providing additional incentives for existing residential solar customers to firm their solar installations by adding a dispatchable VPP battery. So people that have a solar array but don't have a battery should add a battery. This would convert intermittent solar into a firm dispatchable grid asset, enhancing grid stability and reliability. Finally, I recommend offering an annual incentive in the company directed option to encourage ongoing participation and to compensate customers for the utility's control over their energy system. This will ensure that customers are adequately rewarded for their contributions to the VPP, fostering long-term engagement and support for the program. And this concludes my summary.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are available for questions from the commission as well as cross-examination.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? I've got a quick question. Mr. Nafone, I know we've all met multiple times over the years and had really good dialogue. I just had one quick question. I know in your testimony and in a conversation I've had with some of your group recently, you guys are looking for more long-term planning around resiliency between yourselves and Georgia Power. Is that correct?
Correct.
So my question is, and we've talked about this, y'all know I'm from South Georgia. We've experienced these storms in a big way. And I can't tell you how many times the local leaders from these municipalities down my way, these are many people that I've known all my life, they can't say enough good things about Georgia Power from the standpoint of not just their storm response, but the communication between the local governments, the power company, the EMCs. And so I'm a little just perplexed as to where this breakdown is in some of these. Is it, I can't help but question the fact that some of these municipalities that I'm talking about are probably a lot smaller than some of the municipalities that you're involved with and a part of. Is it because of just the size? Is there a breakdown in communication, or what is it?
Again, this is certainly not meant to be a criticism of Georgia Power and their relationship with local governments across the state. What we're recommending here is that we engage in a proactive dialogue so that both parties are better able to understand the infrastructure investments that each are making, so that we can best serve the communities that we're a part of. And so on the Georgia Power side, if they're considering a transmission and distribution project in our community, making local governments aware of that so that we can incorporate that knowledge into our own infrastructure planning so that those investments go the furthest that they possibly can.
So that's good to know. It's not a communication problem. Down my way, I'll just be honest. It's amazing what a bucket of fried chicken can do for communication sometimes. But no, seriously, I understand that. But at the same time, you know what I'm talking about. We had a mayor and a city manager here as public witnesses this morning, just talking about how great that communication and that spirit of communication is and how important that was with regards to resiliency and storm recovery.
And I can certainly attest to, there are members of the coalition, City of Atlanta especially, that, they enjoy a tremendous relationship with Georgia Power, and Georgia Power is there when they're doing, their storm planning. And so I think it's just expanding kind of that relationship to other areas in terms of planning.
I just wanted to ask, because as you know, we've got an open door policy around here, and if there's a problem, if there's a communication issue, we want to know about it.
Yeah, and it's related to one of my other recommendations regarding the availability of historic and annual outage data. We're not saying that if asked, the company is not willing to provide that information. We're recommending establishing a more standardized process so that's easier for all parties to make that data provision possible.
Okay, I understand. Any other questions? All right, Georgia Public Service Commission.
Chris Galato, Georgia Public Service Commission. Mr. Rachetta, Mr. Nifong, thanks for coming in. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Nifong. First, regarding the virtual power plant program. You recommended that the the platform should incorporate existing programs like temp check. Now, are you recommending that basically the VPP program replace temp check, or would, under your proposal, would both current temp check program and the proposed VPP platform exist at the same time?
So I'll let Mr. Ricketta answer on like the technical side, but it's my understanding from other VPP programs is that the value is really, provided when you're able to stack these different demand response, load shaping type programs and into one, coordinated effort. So for example, getting customers that are on the temp check program that may also be interested in the solar plus storage pilot, that may also be interested in the managed charging program. If you're able to get one customer on all three of those programs, then the company can very actively shape that customer's load. And when it becomes thousands of customers, that benefit to the grid starts to really, really add up. Blake, I don't know if there's anything you want to say.
Yeah, you're right. Certainly, you don't have to do something like this to have a virtual power plant for sure. But if you want to add on to the value to exponentially increase the ability to shape load, then these things work well together.
Yeah.
Certainly wouldn't advocate to replace anything. But if you have one platform, it's more of a technical question. Does Georgia Power want to control everything in harmony and concert? Technical definition of virtual power plant would mean you've already taken over the thermostat side, but do you still have a separate program to manage it?
So I think the VPP might be best thought of as kind of the umbrella under which those different programs would fall. And then depending on how the company would want to dispatch those resources, that's up to them.
That's fair.
Mr. Nifong, later in your testimony, you had recommendations to hold at least one collaborative meeting with interested parties. In such a meeting, would you want to include the lessons learned from the solar plus storage pilot in your discussion, or would that be a separate conversation?
I think wherever that information is best provided by the company and staff, I don't think we should be overly prescriptive in that, but I do think that there's value to the stakeholders that are involved in this IRP and other proceedings to gain that knowledge as to what's working, what's not, so that everybody can make informed recommendations about it moving forward. Because I think we can all agree that we want the program to be successful and a part of the company's toolkit to meet this growing demand.
Sure, but you are aware that the solar plus storage pilot is, or I believe it's set for Q3 of next year. Would you want to do a meeting before then?
I don't think I have a specific recommendation to that effect. Obviously, as the company is going to have to develop additional program details, finalize those in collaboration with staff and the commission, and then roll out the program. To the extent that information about that process can be provided to stakeholders and interested parties, I think would be beneficial.
The remaining questions, I believe, are directed towards Mr. Riccetta, but either of you can answer. And this is going back to the proposed VPP program. On page 25 of your testimony, Mr. Riccetta, you have a recommendation on the solar plus storage, allowing grid charging for the company directed option. And you discussed how allowing grid charging would allow the company, the system, and the customer to receive the full benefits of the VPP. Have you been able to quantify these additional benefits that are not being realized?
So to redirect your question, you're saying, have I been able to quantify in a virtual power plant somewhere in this country or around the world, how grid charging adds value? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the additional benefits to either the company or the customer.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of good data in that area. As it pertains to, do I have something right now for you? I don't, but let's back up and maybe go a little higher level here. First of all, let's define what we're talking about, because in level 1 VPP, sometimes it's not necessarily seen as the same thing. So grid charging in what we would call an authentic VPP is dispatched by the utility. Yeah. So it would never be a homeowner just decides to charge from the grid. So let's first start there. Secondly, the value is, of course, that the utility can say, well, the load shape would be a whole lot more advantageous if we shifted someone's load to 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Because there's a ton of extra generation in the grid. The grid is empty and non-congested. There's a lot of exciting opportunities there. And then, of course, the battery time shifts and offsets peak period, which again helps with congestion and mitigating peaking power plants. Finally, you have the opportunity to also do more of a reverse demand response, right? So if Georgia Power wanted to make demand meet supply instead of supply meeting demand, make a dispatchable load and say, look, now this isn't a problem in Georgia yet, but in my state of California, it's a big problem. In our home country of Georgia, of Germany, it's a horrible problem. When there's a ton of extra renewables in the grid, if you want 10,000 batteries to start dispatching their load, in other words, swarm charge, to soak up excess renewables, this is hugely valuable because otherwise the renewables are curtailed, they're wasted. In Germany, we're pushing renewables into Poland and paying the Polish to take it. So the idea of dispatching batteries to soak up excess renewables, that's grid charge, that's dispatched grid charge. So I want to make sure you understand, I'm not saying homeowner X decides to charge from the grid because it makes sense. That's not what I'm advocating for. So obviously, Georgia Power would have to run the studies on, well, if we could shape load however we feel like, if we could cause 10,000 batteries to charge tomorrow morning because there's a ton of excess wind in the grid, does that have value to us? And that would be the value you're looking for.
Would you be able to quantify it though in this context of your proposal? Can you maybe have any idea what kind of quantity of
It's a bizarre question because
it's okay.
you really need experts in Georgia's energy system to say, okay, let's run some scenarios. Let's offset peak period by shifting load. By the way, when solar doesn't produce because it's a cloudy day, if Georgia Power is actually interested in offsetting peak period that day, the batteries aren't going to show up. Why aren't they going to show up? Because there's not enough solar to time shift and charge the battery. You have to have grid charge at 2 o'clock in the morning the night before for all those batteries to be full to offset peak period. So what I'm saying, I'm getting a lot of technical stuff here, but Georgia Power would have to say, okay, let's look at these scenarios and how much that would be worth to us, offsetting peak period, offsetting the CO2 produced during peaking power plant times, helping infrastructure be less congested, soaking up renewables, using base generation whenever they want to. And so to answer your question, again, I'm no expert in Georgia's energy system. Georgia Power is. If you look at these applications, it's all for the energy system. Well, it's actually the case that there's a ton of value if dispatched properly. So if Georgia Power decided to do this, we would love to collaborate in creating a study on what the value would be in Georgia for dispatched grid charge.
Okay, keeping with solar plus storage, in your testimony, you described various valuations and incentives associated with each grid service. Can you describe what incentives you would like to see from the pilot learnings to realize the full value stack?
It's a great question. So probably not going to get you too happy here because I'm not going to tell you exact incentives either, because again, I'm not qualified to do that. I'm here to talk about the virtual power plant technology and electrochemical energy storage, dispatched and swarm by utility, which is what we are experts in across the planet. It is Georgia Power's job, which they're very qualified to do, to decide what it needs to be as far as an incentive. However, here are the fundamentals. Fundamentals tend to be in America's more advanced VPPs and in Europe's, that there's some sort of an upfront incentive. This is really important for people to be able to make the decision to go for this program when they have to make a big capital investment themselves or take a big loan. There's usually an annual dispatch incentive, meaning, hey, we're going to continue to control your battery, which is sort of a strange psychological thing for some people. The utility controls my battery, and especially if you move, it's a new person living in that house, anyway, et cetera. The annual dispatch incentive usually works pretty well. Then next you have, what about dynamic and advanced grid services? So let's be clear. We're pretty far away from that probably here. But in Utah, and I checked my laptop 3 times yesterday, Rocky Mountain Power dispatched my VPP for frequency response, regulation up. Okay, thousands of batteries responded in 2 seconds. That kind of grid service will chew up a battery. Now, my battery is pretty well positioned for it, but anyway, but it'll chew up a battery. We can get into electrochemical properties here, but probably not for today. The point is, if you're going to dispatch advanced grid services that are beyond shaping load, that are beyond glorified demand response, that are beyond shedding load during specific times. If you want to withdraw grid during certain times, inject during certain times, dispatch injection, you want to do frequency or voltage support, you asked me about the main value stack, so I'm giving the answer. That doesn't usually work with a regular incentive. Usually the company, Georgia Power, would consider, okay, if I want these batteries to do frequency response, here's how I'll pay for that. And they would decide how they want to pay for that. So then you would have potentially an upfront incentive to give Georgia Power control of your battery, an annual re-up, and if you're doing advanced grid services that chew up a battery, they would pay for that as they see fit.
So let me ask you about your Utah battery. So how much did you pay for? I know you work for the battery company, but what would have been the retail price for, for me, say, and what kind of dispatch compensation are you currently receiving on an annual basis?
In Rocky Mountain Power's program, so in Wattsmart, they have an upfront incentive that if you're a new solar plus battery, I believe they're at $400 a kilowatt for upfront. If you're existing solar, yeah, it's firming the existing solar, the intermittent generation flowing into the grid, that's $600 a kilowatt upfront. So it's higher.
And your battery's 10? How big is your battery?
Oh, well, I have a 10 kilowatt hour, a 20 kilowatt hour, I stack, and then I have commercial batteries. We did our biggest sale today. Hey, it's good for Georgia.
No,
10
in your
megawatt
home,
hour.
in your home. How big's your battery in your home?
In my house?
Yeah, you said they were tapping your battery at home. Is that?
I don't live in Utah.
Oh,
Tapping Sonins.
okay.
So I live in California.
Okay.
And my battery's 40 kilowatt hours, but I live in California. So it has nothing to do with Rocky Mountain Power at all.
Okay. I'm confused.
That's okay.
So-
I'm CEO of Sonnen. We build batteries
Yeah,
in Stone Mountain.
no. But I'm wondering if let's just say it's not your house. So the typical person in the Rocky Mountain,
Okay, in Utah, typical consumer.
yeah, that has a 10 kilowatt hour battery, what kind of incentive do they need to participate? What are they being paid?
Yeah, so when you think about the $440 a kilowatt or $600 a kilowatt, depending on if you already have solar or not, the Rocky Mountain Power is paying, let's call that $3,000 or something.
Per year?
No, that's upfront. So
What
that's
about per
very
year?
similar with Georgia Power. Georgia Power is higher than that, I think, in their proposal, which is in line to some other VPPs. And then there's in Rocky Mountain Power, there's an annual dispatch incentive. So that's going to end up being, depending on your size, it's probably only $200-300 a year is what Rocky Mountain Power is paying on the annual dispatch re-ups. And then as far as additional grid services, with Rocky Mountain Power, that's still being analyzed. They're dispatching those additional grid services right now without additional incentives, but there are VPPs that do give the additional incentives.
I mean, 200, that doesn't seem very much, or.
Yeah, well, it's a good point, Commissioner Eccles. Rocky Mountain Power is certainly our pride and joy in this country because the VPP is so advanced and they do so much from a grid science perspective. They're definitely not the richest on the incentives. So you look at more like a San Diego Community Power, or you look at the VPP in Puerto Rico or VPP in Massachusetts, you see, or what's happening in Texas now, you see higher incentives. But where Rocky Mountain Power can be seen as a real inspiration is the fact that they're doing 8 grid services and dispatching my VPP sometimes 4 times in a day. In America, which, this is.
Yeah, sorry, when you said I thought you.
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
thought you had a home.
that's
in
okay.
Utah
I don't
or
live in
something.
Utah. I mean, we sell enough batteries there. Maybe I should.
Okay, thanks.
Well, I do want to ask more questions about the battery size, because your testimony, you recommend removing the 20 kW system size limit for residential customers. And you just said that your house has a 40 kW battery, which is impressive. Do you know in Rocky Mountain Power, of how many customers have systems that are over 20 kW?
Yeah, great question. So first of all, mine's 40 kilowatt hours, not 40 kilowatts, totally different thing, of course. That's okay. So but my power is 9.6 kilowatts, 40 kilowatt hour. As far as your question goes, and we can go Utah, we can go Texas as well. In Texas right now, the average system is quite a bit higher than 20 kilowatts. If you were to add solar and storage, that's in Texas. In Utah, it'd be smaller. So there are numbers in California somewhere in the middle. But if you want me to ask, do you want me to answer about their limitation?
Yeah, just to your knowledge, like, is there a lot of customers that would exceed the 20
Yes.
kW limit? Like
In Texas right now, for us, it would be the vast majority.
the vast majority are above 20.
If you're adding the PV's kilowatt peak plus the dispatchable batteries output power potential, yes.
All right, that's my last question. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Kenneth, I appreciate your passion.
Oh.
I didn't know any better. I think you're having fun.
I do too. I think he really likes this.
So this is why we asked him back.
Well,
Yeah.
I appreciate being part of Georgia. You know, we're from here. We've never done
We
this. so this is
appreciate
great.
your investment.
Thank
When
you.
I was looking at your bio, I was like, man, he lives in Stone Mountain. Yep.
Factories there.
Advanced Power Alliance. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA,
No questions.
Capital Good Fund. Armada GAM,
No questions.
Georgia Center, well, Georgia Coalition of Local Governments, that'll be redirect. Georgia Conservation Voters,
No questions.
Gipple and South Face. Jacia,
One question.
Mr. Richard, what is Connected Solutions? Can you tell me about that and its success?
Sure. I can tell you to the extent that I know. So Connect Solutions is let's just call it VPP type of program in New England. And it has had a pretty decent amount of success, I believe. It's crossing from thermostats as well into energy storage. And there are incentives for customers that are upfront as well as annual. And in general, Connected Solutions is shedding load and, see any advanced grid services there yet, but it is commendable.
No further questions.
his name was Stephen Jones, by the way.
Mr. Jones.
Georgia Solar,
No questions.
Georgia Watch, Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. MARTA, Microsoft,
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club, SACE, NRDC. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
No questions.
Department of Defense, Walmart, Georgia Power Company.
Question.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to split my cross with my colleague. We prepared for the witnesses separately.
Okay.
Okay, I think my questions are for Mr. Knight. Regarding your request for a standardized process to make historic and annual outage data available. By that, do you mean the outage data for key sites of the local governments as a customer of Georgia Power?
So we recommended providing that data in two different formats. First, for government accounts, for us to determine which of our facilities that are under our control are most prone to outages during weather events. And then second would be aggregated community-wide data. So that would be similar to the output that you see on the Georgia Power outage map in real time, but just making that information available in a past-looking format.
Okay. And when you recommend that Georgia Power partner with local governments to evaluate like resilience hubs and microgrids, what do you mean by partner? Like what is your expectation?
So I think that could, again, that would require some company time and resources. And so we want to be respectful of that. And so I think the ultimate format of that partnership would still be developed between the company and our stakeholders. I just know that, Athens Clark, for example, there are specific wastewater treatment plants that they would like to evaluate microgrid projects for. And so I think it would be some very, very high level system feasibility studies potentially. Not necessarily asking the company to invest all the time and resources to do a full system design, but I think there are instances where we want to talk about the potential of a project before we invest our own resources as well into those designs, and then get to the end of the project design where, oh, this isn't feasible. And so it's that partnership. And again, I think the exact format could be developed in collaboration between the company and stakeholders.
And a resilience hub is essentially like a community center, right?
So we think of resilience hubs as essentially microgrids that have additional services that are provided to residents. And so a building is a tremendous asset to have in that it can provide shelter, some cooling, lighting to our communities. And then we also realize that there are additional services that need to be provided to those people that are going to that building in times and during and following great disruptions.
And as I read your testimony, the cities of Atlanta, Decatur, and Athens are already pursuing projects in that regard.
So
correct?
City of Decatur is pursuing some microgrid projects. I believe Atlanta would classify theirs as resilience hubs. And then Athens Clark is also evaluating microgrid.
And in your testimony, in addition to Mr. Riquetta's, you also talk about the solar plus storage pilot. On page 18, lines 9 through 11, you mentioned that the residential and small and medium-sized commercial customers may not be able to appropriately size their solar plus storage systems, and then you continue. Are you aware that per the terms of the 23 IRP update order that the solar plus storage pilot was for residential and small commercial customers?
So I am aware that that was the wording in the order. However, I think when we asked the company during those stakeholder meetings that were held between that order and this filing, a definition regarding small commercial was never really provided.
So if Georgia Power increased the maximum size limit for commercial customers to at least 1 megawatt without regard to metered load, as the coalition suggests, wouldn't that defeat the point of making it for small customers?
Well, I think it would provide tremendous value to the system. And it would, make projects for local governments more feasible. And then those systems could then be enrolled in this solar plus storage pilot and provide value to the system and bill payers.
And wouldn't you agree that one of the program goals was to encourage system size proportionally to customer load at the premise?
I would agree that that was one of the rationales behind the program, but I also believe that the program can be used to improve community resilience, which would lend itself to removing or raising the cap.
And the coalition also recommends that eligibility for the solar plus storage pilot be based on the maximum export capacity of the battery, correct?
So should the company determine that a size limitation is absolutely necessary, then we recommend that that limitation be based on the export capacity of the battery, yes.
And isn't it possible for the battery and the solar facility to export at the same time?
I don't think, and I'll let Mr. Riquetta answer this as well, but again, if the company has control into those systems via software and hardware and their own dispatch platform, then I don't see that being an issue.
And just a clarification on the VPP platform, if the company's DERMS request or recommendation is adopted, doesn't that appropriately address your recommendation as well?
So I think a VPP platform is more designed to integrate the grid edge applications of some of those programs. And so I think there would be aggregators that would then be, I think, housed under the umbrella of a VPP that's ultimately dispatched by the company.
Understood. Okay. Mr. Combs' turn.
All right, just a few questions for Mr. Riquetta. Mr. Riquetta, you're aware that Georgia Power engaged with stakeholders and through collaborative sessions as a part of the development of the pilot that's proposed in this case?
I've been told that, yes, we weren't invited. That's okay.
So you're saying your company did not have conversations with the company about the proposed pilot?
No, but we are excited to start working with Georgia Power.
Okay.
It's not their fault. We probably just lost the email.
Understood. Did you know that Georgia Power also had conversations with original equipment manufacturers, installers, program facilitators, and customers in developing the pilot?
I've been told that. I have no firsthand knowledge of any of this.
Okay, so you've been told that. Would it surprise you that the proposed pilot in this case, the design and structure specifically incorporates feedback gained through those collaborative efforts?
It would be reasonable if that was happening, yeah.
Okay, and you reviewed the company's proposed, the company directed path that's included in this program?
Yes, reviewed it. I'm no expert. I have reviewed it.
Yeah, okay. And would it be fair to say that you have seen programs in which, one second, actually. You've seen programs in which a utility continuously operates a battery. You've seen that be successful around the country.
That's all we do around the world. Yeah.
See.
I'm not sure those other collaborators did have that experience.
Just a few last questions. So you conclude that the company should establish the size limitations on a case-by-case basis?
Yes.
Yes.
I can elaborate if you'd like me to.
Yes, it's fine for now, maybe in a second. You'd agree that a case-by-case study process for this program, it might increase the administrative and technical burdens associated with implementing the program?
I do not.
You don't agree with that?
No.
You don't agree that the technical requirements for applications above 250 kW might be different than a smaller size, system size application?
So I have to answer that question by redirecting a little bit. So the foundation of my answer is based on the natural limits of the electrical system and the process through code enforced rules, whether it's NEC 705.12, the 120% rule, or the 125% rule, or the fact that you guys have adopted 1741 SB, which is entirely, the entire purpose is to stop someone from over injecting or somehow harming the energy system. And also an FP 855, which is the size limitations based on safety. So there's so many already happening every day in the permitting code and interconnection process, which stops a battery from being too big, not to mention the electrical system itself, breaker size limitations, et cetera, that are built based on the electrical system. And then final piece is, look, we're talking about a dispatchable battery. If it's a real VPP, the only person that controls, the only entity that controls the battery is the utility. So the only time you would ever have this bizarre situation of pushing into the grid, too much for the grid infrastructure to handle, would be if Georgia Power dispatched it, unless it's a phony VPP. If it's a real VPP, there is no dispatch without Georgia Power. Finally, the idea of electrochemical energy storage. This is me on my battery pulpit for a minute. We're not generation, we're not load. I hate to break it to you. We're not scientifically. So to say that we are a generator and to add it, like Rocky Mountain Power has rejected that idea. So many utilities have, or to say that we're a load. Well, we're not a load. We're electrochemical energy storage dispatched only by Georgia Power. So unfair to unify those numbers. So we think if Georgia Power's concern is about infrastructure, which they should be concerned about the damage of infrastructure, there are so many natural ways through code and law and 1741 SB, which they've adopted, that alleviate those concerns.
I appreciate all of that information. So my question was about the administrative and technical burdens associated with implementing the program, and that was your response to that?
So no, I'll compliment that. Those things are already happening, sir. So you can't have any difference. You already have an authority having jurisdiction, checking for NEC 705.12, the 120% rule. The 125% rule is already enforced. These are people already doing their jobs, right? You've already got 1741 SB in your requirements of Georgia Power for interconnection. So you're already doing that. And those controls already stop overloading your system.
So when I speak of administrative burden, so if there are hundreds of applications that are coming in and the size limitations are being decided on a case by case basis, the administrative burden associated with reviewing those applications is different.
No, because what we're talking about is these existing processes and steps that are already happening. I'm not talking about, so in other words, you already would have had someone look at the electrical system of that home and see and make sure that NEC 705.12 wasn't violated. You already would have had the 125% rule analyzed in the home. Forget Georgia Power's application process for a second. These controls are already in place. You guys already have 1741 SB as a requirement. Yeah, you do, right? So if 1741 SB is a requirement, the entire purpose of it is to stop this overload you're talking about. Is that already happening? So in other words, your synopsis that it's all different because every house is different. Sure, but it's already happening. This work's already happening. You're already doing the work.
So it would surprise you that the business folks who administer programs such as this disagree with that analysis.
Oh, and I'd love to speak to any of those folks, especially those who have experience in virtual power plant.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
Just a few questions. Mr. Nifong, Commissioner Chairman Shaw asked you about the recommendation for a resilience plan. And would you agree that one of the benefits of such a resilience plan is engaging in holistic resilience planning across jurisdictions?
So my response to Chairman Shaw was in kind of relation to the question about proactive resilience planning with local governments. I also recommend a comprehensive resilience plan, which is more of a standalone deliverable, which would essentially evaluate the company's vulnerabilities to certain extreme weather events across their operation, distribution, transmission, and generation assets. And so that would be a separate product that I think would be tremendously valuable to the company, the commission staff, as well as other stakeholders, including our local governments.
Thank you. And would the development of that plan also help foster partnership opportunities for microgrids and other opportunities that you testified about earlier?
So I think this is true across a number of different industries, to the extent that you get different people in a room together to kind of, allow them one space to elevate their ideas and their concerns, and then hear from others. Better ideas are produced through that process. And so, yes, I think that engaging in a collaborative process like that would be beneficial to all involved parties.
Thank you. And I'd like to know, Mrs. Pryor asked you some questions about the VPP platform, I believe. And do you believe that the company's development of ADERMS would also help facilitate this platform as well?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Riquetta, you were also asked about Sonen's involvement with Georgia Power. Did Sonen respond to an RFP issued by the company relating to the SPS pilot program?
It was Southern Company, so I suppose part of the whole umbrella.
Yes. Okay. And they provided information about their company and the benefits they provided.
Yep, I think there was the folks on my team that did the Southern Company RFP had lots of information.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I no further redirect. I'd ask that the witnesses be excused and their testimony be moved into the record.
So marked. Gentlemen, you can be excused. Thank you. Our next panel that can start coming up is going to be that of Georgia Conservation Voters Education Fund. Probably take a little break after this, a quick break after this panel.
And do we wait for Mr. Johnson and Mr. Eccles?
Yeah, give them another moment. Okay. All right, Mr. Estrada, go ahead. Swear your witness.
All right, Ms. Rumpani, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
And Ms. Rumpani, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Maria Rumpani, Roumpani.
And who are you employed with?
I am a partner at Current Energy Group.
Okay, and on whose behalf are you testifying today?
I'm testifying on behalf of Georgia Conservation Fund.
And on May 5th, 2025, did you file or cause to be pre-filed both the trade secret and a public disclosure version of 55 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format?
I did.
Right. Did you also cause to be pre-filed along with your testimony a copy of your resume?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your pre-filed testimony or attachments at this time?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions under oath today, would your answers be the same?
They would be the same.
Right. Chairman, I move to have the public disclosure version of Ms. Rumpani's direct testimony, pre-filed testimony entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
So mark.
Right. I also ask that the trade secret version of Ms. Rumpani's testimony be marked for identification as Georgia Conservation Voters Education Fund Exhibit 2.
So mark.
Right. Finally, I ask that the attachment to Ms. Rumpani's pre-filed testimony be marked for identification as Georgia Conservation Voters Education Fund Exhibit 3.
So mark.
Right. And Ms. Rumpani, did you prepare a summary today of your testimony? All right. Could you read us your summary?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Maria Rumpani. I am one of the founding partners of Current Energy Group. In these and previous consulting roles, I have reviewed several utility integrated resource plans across the country and conducted mathematical modeling to provide alternative portfolios. I have previously testified in 12 resource planning and related proceedings, although this is my first time testifying before the Georgia Commission. I'm here to present my analysis and testimony on behalf of Georgia Conservation Voters Education Fund. My review focuses on the company's load forecast, specifically the large load additions, and the company's resource modeling in Aurora. After reviewing both, I am concerned that Georgia Power is currently planning for an over-forecasted need without sufficiently evaluating the risks of the presented portfolios. The company's load forecast continues to grow based on several assumptions as identified by the company, including the continued growth of the state's economy and population, new demand from commercial and industrial customers, such as data centers and manufacturing plants, and finally, the electrification of transportation.
Although I agree that these factors are likely to contribute to increased electricity demand over the next decade, I am concerned that this will not happen at the scale and pace currently projected by the company. An exaggerated forecast will lead to an overbuild of generation assets, putting upward pressure on customer rates at a time when affordability is a primary concern. On the other hand, Georgia Power's supply-side resource analysis relies on inputs for capital expenses and technology availability that are either out of date or overly limiting. The company's analysis fails to incorporate execution concerns and recent cost increases for new gas-fired units. As a result, the company is underestimating the cost and risks of the presented portfolios by several $billions. In correcting some of the resource availability and cost assumptions and reoptimizing using the company's model and database, I find a number of better performing portfolios, resulting in lower costs, emissions, and risks. Overall, these portfolios increase the company's deployment of clean resources and reduce its reliance on new gas-fired and aging coal units. The overarching finding of my analysis is that renewable energy and energy storage are not only economic under the company's planning assumptions, but deliver value under a broader range of futures. While the value of gas-fired resources at the company proposed scale can quickly diminish if future conditions deviate from the company's planning assumptions, leaving ratepayers locked to an expensive system and exposed to gas price volatility, policy uncertainty, and changing market conditions. Concluding my testimony, I make a number of recommendations. In a period of high uncertainty, Georgia Power should increase its planning flexibility and ability to adjust to changing conditions by focusing on A, supply-side resources that can provide benefits under a broad range of future conditions, and B, demand-side resources that will increase load flexibility. For this IRP, I recommend that the Commission require Georgia Power to, first, present additional resource portfolios developed based on load growth sensitivities. Those sensitivities should explore a large load forecast that in the near term is primarily informed by committed projects. Second, update the resource cost and availability of gas-fired units. Third, explore under what conditions and costs the assumed annual bill limits and first year of availability for different resources could be relaxed. The analysis should focus on enabling earlier years of deployment for wind and energy storage, especially medium and long duration, as well as higher limits for solar. In addition to these, I also recommend that the Commission require Georgia Power to take certain actions going forward as it prepares for future IRPs and requests for proposals to increase the accuracy and transparency of the load forecasting process. This can be achieved by collecting and tracking additional information for the company's large load pipeline, including the time between one stage to the next, reasons for delays or changes in status, and information on the portion of the large loads with clean energy commitments. This information should be included in the company's quarterly large load economic development reports and serve as the basis for the probabilities assumed in the load realization model. This concludes my summary.
All right, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Rumpani is now available for questions from the commission or cross-examination from the parties.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Move on. Georgia Public Service Commission.
No questions, Commissioner.
Advanced Power Alliance. No questions, Mr. Chairman. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No questions, thank you.
Capital Good Fund. Ramada. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Gibble and South Face.
No questions, thank you.
Jacia.
No questions, thank you.
Georgia Solar.
No questions.
Georgia Watch. Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. MARTA.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Microsoft.
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club SACE and NRDC. Southern Renewable Energy Association.
No questions.
Department of Defense. Walmart, Georgia Power Company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Rampani, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Looks like you're stuck with just me asking you questions today.
That's okay.
We'll get through it. Okay, let me start with your overview of Georgia Power's modeling to make sure we're all on the same page here. On page 10, lines 2 to 4, you testify that the final step of the company's scenario planning analysis leads to, quote, specific resource decisions for the IRP. You see that?
Yes. Mhm.
Right. You seem to believe that the company makes specific procurement decisions based on the resource mix study. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that resource decisions are made by synthesizing some of the results. In my testimony, I did not review the specific actions requested in the IRP, nor the exact connection with the results of the model.
Okay, do you understand that the mix study only identifies generic resources and that the company is not committing to any procurement or acquisition based on what the resource mix study comes out in the IRP?
I do understand that, but the whole purpose of the resource mix study is to inform the direction of those procurement decisions. Otherwise, it would just be an academic exercise.
Yeah, and that's a fair statement, but you're aware that the commission's rules require Georgia Power to go through an RFP process before selecting or acquiring any resources, right?
I am aware, yes.
Okay. And there are two current capacity RFPs that are going on. There's an all sorts RFP in which all types of dispatchable capacity resources can participate. And there's also a battery energy storage RFP going on. Are you aware of those two?
I am aware, although I don't know the specifics.
Okay. Let's move on to some of the inputs into Georgia Power's modeling. You believe the company's forecast for large loads is too high, as you just said in your summary, right?
Yes, I believe it is over forecasting the need. Primarily, I'm very worried that there is significant uncertainty that needs to be fully explored.
Sure. But as you say, there's no load forecast that's going to have a perfectly accurate forecast, right? You say it's not feasible.
Yes, there is no model that's gonna be correct.
All right.
But there are models that are very useful, and there are modeling approaches that are useful and informative. So within that vein, my suggestion is just more information, more load sensitivities for an input that is both very critical for the determination of the need and also highly uncertain.
And that's because the load forecast goal is to be as accurate as possible so that you don't over forecast and you don't under forecast.
Exactly.
And you would agree that there's a cost to over forecasting, right? You may end up with more resources online than you need.
Yes.
Right? There are strategies to address that, right? Through the acquisition of resources, right? Well, let me put it this way. If Georgia Power finds itself with more capacity than needed, it can sell that capacity in the wholesale market, right?
If the market needs that, there is a possibility that everyone might be overbuilding right now, and that's not needed.
Yep.
And ratepayers are stuck with that.
Right. The company could also reduce the number of resources and the amount that it gets out of capacity RFPs, right?
Yes, but we're talking about very long lead assets. We're not talking about something that could be reversed within a year or two.
Company could also delay or cancel new builds after that it has certified them, right?
Yes, but for the next 45 years, which is the assumed lifetime for the gas units, for example, they would not be able to do much for those units.
Okay. Now, under forecasting also has its own problems. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
You can find yourself without enough capacity to serve load, right?
absolutely.
You might have to turn away large load customers that want to come into the state of Georgia and help grow the economy, right?
Yes, although my understanding again is that like those conversations and those negotiations do not happen like instantaneously. They happen over a period of time and they inform the development of those resources.
Yeah, like the conversations that are going on now between Georgia Power and potential large load customers that are coming to the state, right?
Yes,
And those conversations are what are informing the company's load forecast, right?
They are, based on my analysis, I reviewed the quarterly reports, which have been very useful. I am worried that right now some of those conversations are not let's say that they're not far enough for the company to commit to building the supply side resources. So my understanding is that there are a lot of conversations that are going on. Some of them are just like in early stages.
Some of them are probably in later stages also, right?
Yes.
Now, in your modeling analysis, you changed several input assumptions,
Mhm.
right? And is it correct to say that the impact of each of your assumption changes was to make generation of renewable energy look more economic?
Not exactly. So for example, I am worried about the cost of gas turbines. I think that's been like well documented in the press in articles that there is a backlog. That's not just to make renewable energy more economic. Then for example, one of the changes that I made were to assume that the planning reserve margin is seasonal, as the company is requesting it to be in the model. That doesn't have to do anything with making renewable energy more economic. It's just like a more accurate representation.
Now, the company and commission staff both used MG0 and MG0111 as the base models, right?
Yes.
Can you use MG20?
So I used 3 of the scenarios that the company presented. So I used MZ20, MZ0, and M111 MZ0. The basis of my analysis is MZ20. To clarify what those scenarios are, MZ0 has no carbon policy. MZ0111 has a carbon policy that takes the specific form of the EPA 111 rules. MZ20 has just a proxy carbon price. My understanding is that the company itself testified that all of these are plausible. And there is not a most likely scenario. Now, when selecting which would be the basis, and again, I conducted rounds with all of them that I presented in my testimony. When selecting which one to use as the basis, I didn't want to commit to the specific form of the EPA rules because there is some uncertainty around that. I could not reasonably assume that there will be no carbon policy from now to 2059, which is the horizon used in the modeling. So I had to use a scenario that has some proxy for carbon policy. I went back to the company's filing, which defines MZ20, like the carbon price, as a proxy for any pressure on greenhouse gas emissions that the company might have, whether that's regulatory, legislative, from customers, from investors. And I also, based on my thinking, first of all, there is no scenario in which, it's not likely that there will be no carbon policy from now to 2044. We're looking just for the IRP. And there is an actual cost that needs to be captured from greenhouse gas emissions. So that's how I selected MZ20. Again, the portfolios were tested with both other futures.
Well, I'm glad you eventually circled back to that because the reason I was asking you the question is because your Aurora work papers that you provided were only MG20. We didn't see work papers for MG0 or MG0111. You did model?
I did, and I did provide that. So I did 2 steps. There is a capacity expansion step, which is when resources are selected. And these were done with MG20.
And then I did a production cost step.
Okay.
My understanding is the company did not do production cost steps, but I did that. So what happens in the production cost step is that all investments are locked in
Right,
and it
I
just
under-
simulates the operation.
And I don't mean to.
Okay,
jump.
sorry.
I understand the production cost stuff.
Okay.
My question is, Aurora model, did you do just MG20 or?
For
did-
the capacity expansion, yes. And then I tested those under both like a different future.
That's fine.
Right.
Thank you. Now, you updated, as you said, the capital cost assumption for new gas-fired resources, right?
I did.
And you found Georgia Power's capital costs for the gas resources to be low, right?
Yes.
Okay. And to be fair, you probably read the transcript or watched it online. Georgia Power's witnesses acknowledged from the stand in March that the generic costs that they used were probably too low.
Mhm.
Okay. She's not going to get the huh?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Is it your understanding that Georgia Power will update the gas pricing based on the all source capacity RFP that's finishing up soon?
Is it I'm sorry.
Do you understand? There's a capacity all source
Mhm.
RFP going on, all source capacity RFP going on right now. And is it your understanding that Georgia Power will be able to update the modeling for its generic gas resources based on the results of that RFP?
Okay, I did not know that. I think it's reasonable.
Now, another change you made, because when we were just talking about generally the changes that you made, you said a gas turbine goes on for 45 years, but didn't in your modeling, you reduce the useful life from 45 years to 35 years?
I did.
Okay, so when you modeled it, you reduced it from 45, which you say is the expectation, to 35, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I didn't see any reasoning in your testimony for that change from 45 to 35. Did you provide that in your testimony and I missed it?
I don't know that I explained it. I know that I noted that change based on public databases like the NREL-ATB, the usual lifetime assumed for gas-fired resources is 30 to 35 years.
Right.
I have to note that like the change based on the lifetime is small compared to the increase in prices.
But that change going from 45 to 35 does make gas resources look more expensive compared to other units, doesn't it?
Yes, again, the impact is is much smaller than the increase that's happening due to the market conditions right now.
Right. But it's a change that you made in your model assumptions that make gas resources look less economic than other technologies. Do you agree?
Less economic than the company's modeling.
Well, it makes gas resources look more expensive because you're recovering the cost of the gas turbine over a shorter period of time, right?
Yes.
You're also taking away 10 years of the energy and capacity benefit that the system gets when you in the modeling piece, right?
Not exactly. So the way the model works is it annualizes everything. And I looked, like my modeling was up to 2049 and then isolating the two up to 2044, which is for this IRP. So like any resource that was going online in the modeling would not have the impact that you said, like would extend beyond like what was being modeled.
All right, now on page 30, you have table 2 where you provide your comparison of technology costs, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that when talking about technology cost assumptions, it's important to make sure everyone is on the same page regarding which technologies and costs you're talking about?
Yes.
Right. For gas units, for instance, there's lots of different technologies. There are different classes. There's one-on-one, two-on-one, stuff like that, right? There are also
Correct.
versions with SCR, selective catalytic reduction, and those without, right?
Correct.
All right. Were you able to verify that each of the costs in your table 2 are apples to apples comparisons to the Georgia Power costs?
No, and I'm sorry, I'm looking because I explicitly say that in the testimony somewhere where I say it is difficult to make a consistent comparison. Each one has a different configuration. So those numbers are provided directionally.
Because, and the reason I ask is because like the Pacific Core cost that you gave, Pacific Core's assumption is that there's an SCR built on its gas units, whereas Georgia Power's is that there is no SCR. Are you aware of that difference?
I did not know that specific difference.
Okay. Now, for both CCs and CTs, you assume that there was a spike in gas prices that resolved itself over a 5-year period of time. Is that right?
Yes, my assumption was that because the price increase right now, based on what we see from like market reports, is due to the backlog, to the increased amount of combustion turbines, somehow this will be resolved, either like more manufacturing capacity or less demand. So I said, there is a price spike right now. I did not increase the costs for the entire horizon, but I just reduced that spike in like the coming 5 years from the moment it started.
Okay. Did you by any chance test your results of your resource mix to, if you were to elevate the gas prices and leave it at a higher level over time?
No, I did not.
Because Aurora is a pretty sophisticated model. Would you agree?
Yes, sorry.
Sorry. Is it true that Aurora can identify when the price of a resource declines over time?
Yes, it has foresight.
Okay, and so are you aware that when you included the declining cost curve for the gas resources, you actually incentivized the Aurora model to wait to pick the gas resources until after the cost declined back to normal?
Yes, but in reality, that would be an incentive to try and get more information, see whether that resolves either, instead of committing right now to a very tight market.
Well, actually, the model looks out into the future and determines that the gas prices are going to be lower in 2035. So it then picks the gas resources after 2035, right?
To clarify, the capital cost for gas units, I didn't change anything in the gas prices.
Correct.
But yes, the model has the foresight to look ahead. It looks at the entire horizon, makes that decision of when it is best to invest in those resources.
Yeah, and by changing the capital cost of the gas prices in that way, of increasing them and then declining them over time, it's really no surprise that in the near term, gas prices aren't picked, because in the longer term, that's what the model picks. That's what the model will then pick, right?
My modeling, the portfolios I present, so a reduced deployment of gas-fired units overall for the entire horizon. So yes, it delays some of them, but also overall, it has lower investment in gas resources.
Okay. Did you look at what your resource mix looks like over a longer planning horizon?
Yes, and I present those numbers. I think I have, for every portfolio, I have a 2025 to 2033 and a 2025 to 2044.
I think around 19. I marked 18 because I marked it late.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Remember my lucky move?
Yeah. It's right after.
May Mr. Combs approach, please?
Sure.
Hey, Dr. Marfani, what we've handed you are graphical views of your resource mixes through 2034 and 2044. The first page is 2034, the second page is 2044. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and the Georgia Power MG20 view is on the far left, and then we've got your three views to the right of that. Do you recognize your views there?
Yes, I cannot verify all the numbers, but yeah.
That's fine. I'm
Okay.
sure at some point you will. after
Okay.
this. When you look at the resource mix through 2044, which is the second page, and you look at the Georgia Power MG20 versus your MG20 model, when I look at that going through 2024, it looks a lot like Georgia Power's mix over that time, except for the amount of batteries and solar that get added to the system. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I see. Excuse me, which two are we comparing again?
The
So
two
we're-
left, the B25 MG20, which is Georgia Power's,
Okay,
and then the CEG MG20, which is your MG20.
okay. So, I see that includes less, gas overall, mainly combustion turbines, and, a higher deployment of, battery energy storage and solar.
Right. And the CC build is
The
pretty
CC
close,
bill
isn't it?
is pretty close.
Okay, thank you. Now on page 34, line 5, you note that you did not adjust generic costs for solar, wind, or battery storage resources. Is that right?
Yes,
Did your cost analysis embed or include the benefit of tax credits?
I followed so I present 3 portfolios that you've noted in here, the CG, MG20, the one with the adjusted load and the one with the adjusted load and the retirement of coal units. So for the first two, I did not make any change from the company's assumptions for the IRC PDC. For the last one, because of the coal retirement, I said that if coal retires, there is a bonus credit that's available, and made that available for medium duration energy storage.
Okay, let's talk about that scenario with the Bowen retirement, Plant Bowen. And you retire Plant Bowen units 1 and 2 before 2032, right?
Yes.
In that scenario. Now, just to be clear, this was a hard-coded assumption by you, right? There was no modeling that told you to retire Plant Bowen by that time, was there?
Yes, so I wanted to investigate what a scenario like that would look like, and I fixed it the same way that the company did for the coal retirements in their study.
And you're aware, though, that Georgia Power has been pretty clear that there are transmission and reliability concerns that they have to work out before they can retire Plant Bowen.
I'm aware of the company's arguments, and I did look at the coal retirement spreadsheet that the company work paper that the company provided, which had a transmission cost for the retirement of any coal unit.
But you didn't model any of the transmission or reliability constraints related to Plant Bowen being in service or out of service, did you?
No.
To replace the Bowen units, you added an additional resource option of medium duration storage. Is that right?
Yes, I did not change anything to the medium duration storage other than the extended ITC, the investment tax credit.
Well, you applied is it the energy community tax credit bonus?
I moved that from a 30% to a 50%.
Okay, so you increased a tax bonus that you would give for the medium duration storage by citing onto the Plant Bowen site, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you run an analysis without that increased tax bonus?
No, I did not.
Okay, so there's really no way to test whether that resource would have been selected without the extra tax credits, is there?
I would need to run that. I would need more time.
Okay. So in this model, just to make sure I can summarize it, I mean, you've replaced a 1,200 megawatt reliable dispatchable coal generation with 12-hour batteries that must be located in an energy community to be cost effective. Is that a fair summary?
I gave the model the option to select that resource. Yes.
Batteries are a resource, right? They're also a load when they have to charge. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you analyze how the operation of those 12-hour batteries would impact the transmission system around Plant Bowen?
No.
Did you analyze whether the 12-hour batteries could deliver the same energy for the area for the same duration as Plant Bowen during that would be reliable?
I used the company's model to do that. So the way it was modeled in there, it should, be able to see how energy is stored and dispatched. So yes, I did not include the transmission analysis, which is not represented in Aurora, but for energy and capacity, that's already a consideration within Aurora.
Okay. There were a couple other modeling changes I wanted to cover. You reduced the amount of CC resources that could be selected after 2029, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you limited it to 1,200 megawatts annually. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was significantly less than what the company had modeled. Is that a fair statement?
I think so.
Okay. Was there any specific information that you relied on to limit that to 1,200 megawatts per year?
There are execution concerns, and as I note later in the testimony, I even have execution concerns of like whether it is possible to have new combined cycle units brought online in 2029. I chose not to change that, but then I said, to be able to execute, like right now with the market condition, it's not realistic to assume that like 8 gigawatt of combined cycle units could be brought online in a single year. And I said, if we were to reduce those to 4 units, the company model is 300 units, 300 megawatt units. That would be one way to reflect those constraints.
You have execution concerns. Did you do any analysis or did you do any research into determining how much gas capacity the company has historically been able to put on the system in an annual period of time?
No.
Is it true that gas resources are selected in your base case at the maximum allowed amount?
In the base case, I don't remember for every year.
You don't remember?
I don't remember the results for every single year.
Fair. You also increased the build limit for solar from 1,500 megawatts to 2,100 megawatts. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
Was there any specific information you relied upon to make that change?
No, however, I want to emphasize that like the objective of this analysis is to provide insights as to what is economic and what could be done. And based on what I reviewed from the company's portfolio, where like solar is exhaustive in all years, is the limit is binding. I said, what if the company could procure more solar? Would there be a better portfolio? And that's what I found. And my recommendation is for the company to explore whether that's possible.
Do you agree that to be useful, a model needs to be realistic?
I do, however, I do see a lot of exercises that the limits are so binding that the portfolios are almost predetermined. So in this case, we do need to think about what are the levers that could be pulled in the model and in real life. And again, the recommendation is there anything that the company could do to increase those limits? Because if it could, a better portfolio could be constructed.
You were worried about the execution for gas units. Did you look at historical performance on the ability to add solar to the Georgia Power system at all?
I did not.
Are you aware that Georgia Power has never added more than 640 megawatts of solar in a single year?
I was not.
Your increase, well, and to be fair, just to make sure we are talking apples to apples, the 1,500 in the or the 2,100 limit is a
For
system,
Southern Company.
is for Southern
Yes.
Company, right?
Mhm.
Georgia Power, do you know, Georgia Power's allocation to that is about 60 to 65%. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, so to put it apples to apples, your 2,100 would really be 1,365 megawatts annually, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just
I
accepting
have
lawyer
no
math.
doubt to, like, I'm not doing the mental math right now, but that sounds correct.
I am a lawyer and I'm bad at math, but I did use a calculator. So basically, if Georgia Power has never added more than 640 megawatts of solar in a system, you have essentially doubled that in your scenario, in your analysis, haven't you?
I have, but we're looking into years 2030 and beyond, right? So I think that might be possible. And I'm just asking, can it be done?
But you didn't do any analysis over the last several years of what's been returned in RFPs, what's been actually added to this system?
No, but prices have changed significantly. So I'm not sure that the historical comparison is a valid one here.
You have wind being available. Georgia Power modeled it as available in 2033, right?
Yes.
And you changed that to 2030, is that right?
I did.
Okay, are you aware that there is no wind generation in Georgia?
I am. It is interesting because, both the company's scenarios and all the portfolios that I developed, they show a preference for wind. So again, the recommendation is what's stopping, that? Because wind seems to be a preferred resource in every plan presented in this docket, right? So, and I'm just to note that I did move it to earlier years, if that's possible. I did not change the cumulative limit, which seems to be significantly reduced here compared to the 2023 IRP update.
And you are aware that wind energy is allowed to bid into Georgia Power's capacity RFPs, right? And renewable. It's allowed to bid into any of the Georgia Power.
I find that reasonable, yeah.
Okay, and are you aware that no viable wind energy resources have been bid into Georgia Power RFPs in the last 8 years?
I'll take your word.
Thank you. I'll end there. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Mr. Estrada, redirect?
No redirect.
No redirect. Okay,
So, guess we got the rest.
excuse me?
No redirect. Maybe we excuse the witness.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doctor, thank you. You can be excused. All right, it's about 4:30. Let's take a 10-minute break and regroup. Next up will be Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association.
All right, there
All right,
we go.
Mr. Jones, go ahead and call up your panel and swear me in, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen Jones, the law firm of Taylor Duma, on behalf of the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association. Mr. Chairman, the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association, JSEA for short, calls its panel consisting of Bonnie Baca, colleague Blaylock, and Jonathan Roberts to the stand where they're already sitting. Panel, would you please raise your hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? I do. Panel, would you each please state your name and business address?
My name is Tully Blaylock. My business address is 190 Otley Drive, Studio H, Atlanta, Georgia, 30324.
My name is Jonathan Roberts, Vice President of Development with Soltage. My business address is 333 Washington Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, 07302.
And my name is Ani Batska, VP of VPP with Goodleaf. Our address is 8781 Sierra College Boulevard, Roseville, California.
Panel, on May 2nd, 2025, did you cause your direct testimony consisting of 19 pages attached certificate of service consistent with 5 pages be filed in Georgia Public Service Commission dockets 56002 and 56003?
We did.
You filed this testimony on behalf of JSEA, the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association, correct?
Yes.
You're testifying as a panel, correct?
We are.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
Yes, on page 8, line 9, the number 89 should be changed to 43.821. In the table on page 9, line 4, the number 104 in the bottom right-hand cell should be changed to 149.179. And on page 13, line 2, the word events should be the plural, the word event should be the plural events with an S.
Thank you. Subject to those revisions, if you were asked the same questions today as set forth in your pre-filed testimony, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Has the panel prepared a summary of your testimony?
We have.
Please give that now.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Tully Blaylock, CEO of Solar America Energy. I'm testifying along with Ani Baca, Vice President of Virtual Power Plants at Goodleaf LLC, and Jonathan Roberts, Vice President of Development for Soltage LLC. We're testifying as a panel on behalf of the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association, also known as JSEA. I joined Solar America in 2017 as its Vice President and General Counsel. I now have the privilege of serving as CEO of Solar America, a Georgia-based solar DG developer. Our panel testimony addresses the following. First, our testimony discusses the advancements of distributed generation solar, or DG solar, as it is often referred to, in Georgia over the past 15 years. Second, our testimony details the significance of DG solar to customers, the company, and the grid. Next, our testimony provides JSEA's recommendations for previously unprocured megawatts to roll over to future RFPs, for continuation of the DG working group in advance of future DG RFPs, and for reporting on the results of that working group. Finally, our testimony highlights opportunities for a pilot DG solar plus storage and a pilot for DG solar plus storage pilot and a pilot for virtual power plants. JSEA has actively participated in Georgia Power's triannual IRP proceedings since 2013. In 2025, the 2025 IRP, JSEA represents its 12 members who are primarily based in Georgia. Today, JSEA is focused on advocating for DG standalone and behind-the-meter solar projects ranging in size from 1 megawatt to 6 megawatts. Other interveners focus their advocacy on different segments of the solar energy generation, such as utility scale, solar generation, and residential and commercial rooftop solar generation. This commission and its staff have been instrumental in creating a robust DG solar portfolio in Georgia and in making Georgia a great state in which to do business. Georgia Power has also been committed to deploying DG solar in Georgia. In the 2025 IRP, Georgia Power, by proposing to modify the RCB framework, again recognizes the locational benefits that DG solar provides to the system ratepayers, and the company. DG Solar places generation closer to load than almost any other form of electricity generation. And the company's proposed modifications to the RCV framework recognize this unique attribute. However, despite DG Solar's value, it is still underutilized in Georgia. In this IRP, JASIA seeks to ensure that the policy decisions that this commission has made and that it will make in this IRP regarding the amount of DG Solar appropriate for the company to acquire are fulfilled. In prior RFPs and procurement programs, the company and JASIA's members have had difficulty meeting the DG Solar procurement targets directed by this commission. Most recently, the 2020 DG RFP, or not most recently, excuse me, the 2020 DG RFP arising from the 2019 IRP sought to acquire 160 megawatts plus 15 megawatts rolled over from Ready 2 CS. 86.32 megawatts remained unprocured. Likewise, the 2023 DG RFP sought to procure 100 megawatts plus 93 megawatts that rolled forward from prior programs. At the conclusion of that RFP, about 150 megawatts remain unprocured. The 2024 DG RFP had a procurement target of 250 megawatts and is ongoing. The 2025 IRP is not clear whether unfulfilled DG megawatts will roll forward to future RFPs. On the other hand, the IRP is clear that previously unsubscribed utility scale solar megawatts will roll forward to future utility scale RFPs. We ask that the commission direct that DG megawatts that the commission previously determined or in this IRP will determine are in the best interest of customers and the state to procure, but have remained unprocured, that those will roll forward for future programs, future DG programs. We also ask that the commission reconstitute the DG working group to thoroughly review and refine the program guidelines for DG RFPs and PPA terms, and most importantly, direct that a comprehensive report on the working group be filed with the commission. Doing so will ensure that the commission's policy decisions are effectuated and fulfilled so that the DG Solar megawatts allocated by the commission in this and prior IRPs are fully procured. JASIA also believes that the company should create a pilot program for DG Solar plus battery energy storage systems, or BESS for short. Pairing solar plus BESS as a resource, especially DG Solar plus storage, increases the benefits that solar resources can provide to the grid. For example, the addition of BESS to solar allows system operators to rely on solar output into the evening when solar output would typically decrease, and during weather events, which might otherwise deter solar output. The company's programs have traditionally permitted solar combined with BESS to participate in various RFPs and programs. However, the company has never had a standalone DG program devoted to solar plus BESS. Solar plus storage can be operated much differently than traditional solar resources, and for that reason, there are many lessons still to be learned about how these resources can be utilized and benefit the company, ratepayers, and the grid when procured in a separate RFP that focuses on the unique attributes of DG Solar paired with batteries. The company acknowledges this in its customer-cited Solar plus Storage pilot program, which has maximum system sizes of 20 kilowatts for residential customers and 250 kilowatts for small commercial customers. However, there is no program for 1 to 6 megawatt DG projects paired with storage, which could provide substantial benefits to the company and ratepayers. For this reason, JASIA requests that the commission direct the company to create a 200 megawatt DG Solar plus Storage pilot program in which the company provides a pricing threshold that, if met by a proposed project, will result in the project being selected on a first come, first served basis until the 200 megawatt threshold is met. We also believe that a virtual power plant, or VPP for short, could allow the company to gain invaluable insight. VPP aggregates distributed energy resources, or DERs for short, like rooftop solar with behind the meter BESS, electric vehicles and chargers, electric water heaters, smart thermostats, and flexible commercial and industrial loads that can match electricity demand with supply and deliver large-scale, high-quality grid services, similar to those provided by traditional power plants. VPPs help meet load growth and resource adequacy concerns. By decentralizing energy resources and enabling localized backup power, solar storage VPPs reduce vulnerability to outages and improve the grid's ability to respond to extreme weather and emergencies. Compared to traditional power plants and grid upgrades, solar storage VPPs can be deployed quickly. They can be operationalized in 6 months, making them well suited to address near-term capacity needs. VPPs are often significantly cheaper than new power plants and grid expansions, helping utilities avoid capital-intensive investments while lowering long-term electricity costs for consumers. Solar storage VPPs unlock latent grid value and improve utilization of already installed assets, deferring or avoiding costly upgrades. For these reasons, JASIA also requests that the Commission create a 50 megawatt VPP pilot program that allows the company and the Commission to learn lessons on the benefits that VPP can provide to the grid, customers, and the company. In conclusion, JASIA recommends and respectfully requests the Commission to do the following. 1, direct the company to roll over all DG megawatts approved by the Commission in prior IRPs to the DG RFPs and programs for which the company seeks approval in 2025. 2, reconstitute the DG working group with the goal of refining the program guidelines for DG RFPs and PPA terms, and most importantly, direct a comprehensive report on the working group to be filed with the Commission in a separate docket to ensure that the Commission's policy decisions are effectuated and fulfilled, so that the DG megawatts that the Commission has seen and in this IRP sees fit for advancement of solar in the state of Georgia are fully procured. Number 3, direct the company to create a 200 megawatt DG solar plus BESS pilot program where the company provides a pricing threshold that, if met by a proposed project, will result in the project being selected on a first come, first served basis until the 200 megawatt threshold is met. Number 4, and finally, create a 50 megawatt VPP pilot program that allows the company and the Commission to learn lessons on the benefits that VPPs can provide to ratepayers, the system, and the company, and that utilizes the VPP pilot program best practices included in our testimony, for example, minimum and maximum called grid events. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today and your service to our state.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, panel. I request that the pre-filed direct testimony of Ani Baca, Tully Blaylock, and Jonathan Roberts presented as a panel on behalf of intervener, the Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association, Inc., be admitted into the record in these dockets as if presented directly from the stand today.
So, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the witness panel of JASIA is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Blaylock, in talking about the amount of megawatts that are out there that you're recommending to be rolled over, remind us, tell me again, how many megawatts is that?
Well, right now there are, I believe, 250 megawatts that are remaining through the 2023 and 2024 RFPs that were part of the order that came out from the 2022 IRP. So there is still a significant amount of megawatts that have not been allocated or procured by Georgia Power. That in and of itself, I think, is reflective of some challenges with the programs and with pricing that Georgia Power is willing to pay for solar DG resources. But it is about 250 megawatts right now through the 2024 DG RFP, which is ongoing. And we don't know how many megawatts are going to be procured by Georgia Power out of that RFP. So it would be 250 minus whatever is allocated to or subscribed or procured in the 2024 RFP.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
Mr. Blaylock, you referred to a pilot program for storage, for solar and storage, correct?
Yes, Mr.
Why a pilot program? Do you have experience? But what about an RFP, just to let the private sector get involved in?
Well, we do intend for the private sector to be very involved in the program and in the pilot program. The challenge is right now there is a lot of uncertainty with the cost of installing storage, and Georgia Power doesn't necessarily have the experience with DG storage to know exactly how to price it. So we think it would be and the benefits that it might create for the grid. We think it would be beneficial for Georgia Power to put together a pilot program that would have economics such that it would ensure that there is adequate participation by developers and private companies in the program, so that the program can be successful, get off the ground, get the storage installed and on the grid, so that Georgia Power can gain experience with how to operate it and measure the benefits of that storage. And so that developers can also have additional experience in Georgia developing the projects and ensuring that they're developed successfully.
Why should our ratepayers put that together?
Well, it's an investment, Commissioner McDonald, and
Why wouldn't it be as good an investment with the private sector as it is with Georgia Power? If it's good.
it is, there will be a huge investment by the private sector in order to develop these projects, but there's also a huge amount of risk that comes with developing solar projects. and storage projects.
Risk comes with anything that's kind of new and out there, you know, it's risky business, just opening a business.
It does, and I agree with you. The problem is with Georgia Power solar programs, the DG solar programs are capped at a certain threshold. And so the cap may be lower than is necessary to compensate developers for the risk that they're taking. So that is not market-based. Putting a cap on what Georgia Power is willing to pay for power or for storage is not market-based. That's putting a thumb on the scale of the market. So we think it should be truly market-based. And either you have a rate that is sufficient and that developers agree is sufficient to compensate them adequately for the projects. I guess an alternative, if you wanted it to be totally market-based, you could say that it's just going to be a straight up bidding process where there is no cap and that the best bids will be accepted by Georgia Power regardless of what the price actually ends up being. We think that by having a fixed price, it's something that can be mutually agreed upon in advance, and that therefore it protects Georgia Power some and the ratepayers some, but it also ensures that there's going to be sufficient capacity developed and a reasonable return for the private industry that takes the risk to develop these projects and build them.
Do you think that the 200 megawatt solar storage pilot that you're recommending has and now that Commissioner McDonald asked this question, I'm wondering, are you wanting that to be a self-built Georgia Power project and not?
No, absolutely not. It should not be built by Georgia Power. It should be built by developers who have experience, who have gained some experience in other markets and who know how to do this and who can take the risk and figure it out. So when we say a pilot program, and maybe to ensure there's no confusion there, it is not a program that would be run by Georgia Power or started by Georgia Power, where Georgia Power would procure the storage and Georgia Power would develop the projects. It would be more akin to the solar DG RFPs that we have had in the past, where developers would find the land, they would procure the equipment, they would engineer the projects, design the system, take the risk. The only difference here is that Georgia Power, we would ask that Georgia Power be a little more willing and this commission be a little more willing to ensure that the economics of the program work for developers so that we don't go through all this trouble and work and stand up a program that ends up then falling flat on its face because the price ceiling that is set by Georgia Power does not end up enticing the developers and the private industry to develop these projects.
Yeah, I don't know that would be called a pilot, but I understand what you're saying now. Do you think that project, I guess if there's no avoided cost cap or if there's no price cap on it, it will come to fruition no matter what, based on your plan, right?
If there were no price cap on it, then yes, you would have bidders who would come in and bid the actual cost to build and develop the project, and they would include a reasonable margin on top of that. And presumably market forces would work the way they should, and developers would be able to build those projects.
Is there experience out there that's already done?
There's not as much in Georgia, but there certainly is. I mean, we have built some solar projects in other states. We would certainly like to do it in Georgia.
What's been the results of those that you built in other states?
They've been, the economics have been very attractive and they've been built.
And what is the cost they're putting on the grid?
Sorry?
What is the price they're getting to put it on the grid once it's developed?
I do not know what the price is that the utilities are charging at the end of the day to their ratepayers.
Mr. Blaylock, can you define for this commission attractive and to whom? The developer, the company, or the customer?
I think something that is reasonably workable and sufficient to incentivize the development and build out of the 200 megawatts. I could be wrong about this, but I believe back in the early days of the solar projects in ASI in 2013, 2014, 2015, there was there was a set price that was offered for solar projects in order to give some certainty to developers and encourage them to go out and develop, to build the projects and develop the projects. So to answer your question, reasonable would be subject to some negotiation between Georgia Power and the commission, and Georgia Sea would like to be at the table for that. We could figure out what it is and agree on a price that was reasonable and fair, but that allowed for the development to occur.
You're definitely a fan favorite around this commission, but I want for you to define attractive, and attractive to who? The developer,
Well,
Georgia Power,
it should be to
or the
everybody.
customer?
It needs to be attractive to everybody, right? We're not asking for anything that's not attractive to Georgia Power or the customer. It needs to work for all parties. And so that is, I think, the next stage of this. If there were a decision by this commission that is something that would be in the interest of the state and Georgia Power and Georgia Power ratepayers, we would sit down, we could provide information to the commission about the cost to install batteries, what prices are being offered in other states, and come up with a price that meets somewhere in the middle where Georgia Power is going to receive some long-term benefit, ratepayers will receive some long-term benefit, and developers will receive some benefit. I do, however, think that it is an investment in the future of Georgia, and therefore it may be in Georgia Power's and the ratepayers' interest to stretch a little bit and pay a little more of a premium in order to incentivize the development of this technology that could be very beneficial in the long run to ratepayers in Georgia Power.
Mr. Blaylock, you sit in this chair up here and talk about a little more of investors, the ratepayers making more investment. It's kind of very difficult.
I understand, but investment is required in order for us to advance forward. I mean, look, battery storage is going to come along regardless. It's just a matter of whether, it trickles out and trickles into Georgia, and in 10 or 15 years, all of the DG, all the circuits, the three-phase power lines adjacent to solar projects have storage and provide capacity to Georgia Power, or you could accelerate that. Georgia Power acknowledges in its IRP that solar is most valuable when you attach storage to it. That's not up for debate, and we think that we should do everything we can to accelerate that development in Georgia and get that technology implemented as fast as possible.
But Mr. Blaylock, this commission spends a great amount of time on avoided cost and determining what avoided cost is, so that solar is economical to customers, to all customers. Why wouldn't you just apply for this in the all source RFP at the avoided cost threshold or somewhere near that to be able to secure this?
Georgia Power the company recently had an RFP that was for utility scale storage, and it had to be transmission interconnected. There was not a similar RFP for distribution scale storage to my knowledge. And therefore, I don't think the RCD framework even applies to storage. Maybe Georgia Power could correct me on that, but the framework that has been designed is more for energy and not for storage or capacity. And I think the point I'm making with having some transparency, some upfront transparency into the pricing, is that I don't think you're going to get DG storage at this point if it has to compete with a 200 megawatt battery that's transmission interconnected, because there's just going to be more economy of scale there, and it will right now be less expensive than a DG storage project. However, there are additional benefits that come with having storage on DG circuits, such as not having to upgrade as much transmission and transmission lines, which is a real big problem here in Georgia. Having the storage closer to load.
Did you listen to yesterday?
So all these.
I beg to differ on that. If you want to talk transmission, watch it.
I'm not. We don't do transmission projects. So I'm just perhaps I'm speaking out of turn. But the fact is there are a lot of benefits to having storage on DG circuits. And right now, DG storage cannot compete with a huge utility scale project, just as DG solar, 6 megawatt solar project is not going to be able to compete on price with a 500 megawatt solar project. Yet we still do DG solar because there are other benefits to it. And that's what we're advocating here with this, the same thing with storage, is that there needs to be a separate segment for these size of projects that can be stood up and not have to compete with a 200, 500, whatever megawatt storage project in order to evaluate and study and see the benefits that a storage system can have when interconnected to a solar project on a three-phase power line.
So at a utility scale, we still see solar plus storage from the company. And at a DG scale, we see solar alone. We're kind of taking a logical extension here that there would be a benefit to the current DG RFP, having this pilot program combining, the best of where technology is going for the solar plus storage at a DG scale for DG applications for ratepayer benefits.
Is Jacia and your members willing to make it as economical as it is on the utility scale?
We are willing to make it as economical as we can. I think there's practical realities that prevent us from doing it.
And
That's a no.
I would add on, many of our companies participate in the DG RFP. We would seek in this manner as well, as Tully mentioned, to leverage our market forces and resources of investments to offer something that is as economical as possible.
I have a question about the first come, first serve methodology. We tried something like that before with the system way back, and it didn't go well. What are you suggesting on the first come, first serve methodology? Is that a certified letter? Is it?
It's more of the concept of an open program, Commissioner. So it's not just one single program over a 3-year period between the two IRPs. When you have that, everybody has to scramble to go try to find land and try to develop a project and engineer the project. And particularly for something here that is a relatively new technology like storage, it's going to be hard for a lot of developers to line up and get all their ducks in a row and everybody apply in at one time for a program. Therefore, our proposal is to have it be a little more open-ended, where developers will have the time to go out, find the projects, find the land, speak with the battery providers, procure the equipment, model the project, and then be able to approach Georgia Power with the project and then move forward in partnership with Georgia Power.
You say that it's already out there though in other states.
It is, and frequently that's due to incentives that the states have offered.
And many of us are active in deploying this in other states at present.
On the rolling over, we've typically rolled over DG megawatts, haven't we?
That's correct.
So any reason you think that we wouldn't roll them over? Georgia Power's been pretty receptive to that.
I would not think that there's any reason.
I guess you're wanting it spelled out.
We just want it spelled out. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Georgia Public Service Commission.
The commission addressed all of our concerns. Staff has no questions.
You're okay. Advanced Power Alliance. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No questions.
Capital Good Fund. Ramada, Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions, Georgia Coalition of Local Governments,
No questions.
Georgia Conservation Voters, Gipple and South Face,
No questions.
Georgia Solar,
No questions.
Georgia Watch, not here. Georgia Wand and Vote Solar, MARTA,
No questions.
Microsoft,
No questions.
Resource Supply Management, Sierra Club SACE, Southern Renewable Energy Association,
No questions.
Department of Defense, Walmart, Georgia Power Company.
Good afternoon, panel. Allison Pryor for Georgia Power Company. I'm going to start with a very basic question, and I do not mean this to be offensive, but did you read Georgia Power's IRP that it filed?
I did.
Okay,
I'm sorry. let me correct that. I skimmed Georgia Power's
Okay.
RFP, searching for things that were applicable to our company and interest.
Would it surprise you that Georgia Power agrees that there is value in DG solar plus storage?
Absolutely not. I think I said in my testimony that it's specifically mentioned in the IRP.
Correct. And you're aware that Georgia Power has added 3 different opportunities for storage to be paired with DG solar in this IRP.
I'm not aware of any that are for 1 to 6 megawatt size projects, but
Okay.
if I missed something, please correct.
But you'd agree that the Georgia Power has proposed that the DG RFP be expanded to include storage resources in addition to DG solar, correct?
The RFP for 1 to 6 megawatt size projects,
I think the RFP.
the DG RFP.
Yes.
Okay. I was not aware that that's in.
Okay. I think you mentioned this previously, but you are aware that Georgia Power has offered a 50 megawatt solar plus storage pilot, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and were you also aware that Georgia Power proposed modifications to the customer connected solar program that already exists so that customers interested in siting solar, DG solar, size 1 megawatt to 6 megawatts on site with them have the ability to now do that with storage?
The Customer Connect program?
Yes.
Is that the 25 megawatt program?
Yes.
Okay, that only has, yeah.
That
That is
currently
one
has
project,
one- that
currently
has
one
one
project that's been
project.
subscribed to. Yes, I know
Correct,
that.
because Georgia Power has acknowledged that DG solar plus storage has added value and that there might be customers interested in subscribing to that. Would you
Yes.
agree? Okay. Now, with offering 3 different avenues for DG solar and storage to participate in Georgia Power programs, would you call that trickling in batteries at this scale?
I think at this scale, I certainly would. What I said was that at this scale, 1 to 6 megawatts, that battery storage would trickle in over time.
Okay.
And that comment was with respect to the 1 to 6 megawatt projects. And I do expect that storage will be added over time. I think it's important to accelerate it.
Okay. And if the DG solar market has figured out how to bid in DG projects into an RFP, don't you think they could do the same thing with batteries without the need for a pilot?
The DG RFPs recently have not been very successful. In the past, the 2023 RFP for 193 megawatts, there were 43 megawatts that were procured. And so having just the standalone RFP process, in my opinion, is not working very well anymore. It did work better in the past when there were fixed prices associated that were known in advance to developers. For example, the customer sited program that Georgia Power used to run was fully subscribed with, I believe, 50 megawatts. And then now the customer connected program, which I just mentioned for 25 megawatts, was established in 2019 and has 1 project for 1.5 megawatts subscribed. So I think that there have been challenges with procuring DG solar in RFPs, and I'm concerned that if all that Georgia Power did was to add storage to the RFP process without providing some pricing transparency, that you would not have much storage that would be bid in, because Georgia Power has not signaled how it intends to compensate for that storage, and currently developers cannot model the returns of that storage.
Is it your position that the company should procure all of the megawatts in its DG RFP target to fill the RFP at any price?
I believe it should allow market forces to prevail, in which case they should open up a bidding process. And if there's 100 megawatt procurement, that Georgia Power should procure 100 megawatts at the lowest prices that are offered.
And if those lowest prices that are offered, only half of those that bid in meet that lowest price, wouldn't you agree that that's still a successful RFP, even if there are megawatts that need to roll forward to the next one?
I would disagree with that, because I feel like the ceiling and the price that is set does not take into account all of the benefits of solar and DG. Therefore, I think Georgia Power is missing out on an opportunity to acquire more DG solar that it should be procuring if the price were set more reasonably.
Okay, you've mentioned a couple of times this afternoon, a ceiling or a cap. What cap are you referring to?
It used to be the RCB avoided cost, is now the best cost threshold.
Okay, so it's a best cost threshold that you would agree is not necessarily the avoided cost. It's something higher than that, correct? And the company adopted the best cost methodology as a way to better fulfill its RFPs by having the option to procure resources above avoided costs if there were still net benefits to customers?
I believe that the company recognized that its actual per avoided cost was unrealistically low and that no solar projects were going to get developed at that price, that it should procure solar because it's in the interest of ratepayers and the company to do so. And therefore, it established a new, somewhat arbitrary price threshold, best cost threshold, to apply to solar projects that ended up resulting in 43 megawatts out of the 193 megawatts that was sought in the 2023 RFP being procured.
Are you aware that that best cost threshold is reestablished with each RFP and is agreed upon by the company, the commission staff, and the independent evaluator as a reasonable cutoff point for prices that it would be practical to procure resources for customers?
I do understand that that is the process that is used.
And regarding your testimony that the company's DG RFPs had mixed results, is that solely a reflection of the unfilled megawatts?
Primarily the unfilled megawatts. However, I think I've said that part of the reason for those unfilled megawatts is the price that's being offered. There are other reasons that the programs are challenged listed in our testimony, including things like large security deposits, parent guarantees, various others that are detailed in the testimony that our members have raised.
And you would agree that the PPA terms that potentially developers find challenging or are those that are actually protective of customers, correct?
You could make a PPA if your sole goal were to protect customers in Georgia Power. You could make a PPA that was so one-sided that absolutely no risk were shifted to Georgia Power. And if you did that, not a single solar project or any project would be financed. So whenever you're drafting a commercial contract, in order for it, particularly one that's not negotiable, right? Particularly one that is drafted in advance and offered as a take it or leave it contract to commercial participants who you want to participate in the program, you have to find some sort of middle ground with a reasonable risk allocation. I understand that the terms in the contract are intended to protect ratepayers and companies. I think that it is not a reasonable risk allocation that is going to result in a fair contract that financing parties are going to want to finance and developers are going to want to sign.
Am I correct that you have provided this feedback to Georgia Power previously, not just in your testimony in this case, but to the company directly, whether that be through the DG working group or comments to the DG RFPs themselves?
Many times. So we keep trying.
And just because a change is not adopted does not mean that it wasn't considered by both the company, commission staff, and the independent evaluator.
Correct.
On page 12, lines 18 through 19, you state that a robust evaluation of RFP and PPA terms by the commission will result in more DG solar megawatts being deployed throughout the state. Do you see that?
Sorry, page 12.
Lines 18 through 19.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, so are you suggesting that the commission staff and the IE have approved the company offering unreasonable terms to the market?
So I'm sorry, say that again.
Are you suggesting in saying that by saying that a full sale review by the commission of the PPA terms and the RFP process is required, that somehow the commission staff, the company, and independent evaluator have somehow failed their obligation or opportunity even to offer reasonable terms to the market?
And I'm not suggesting that at all. I think that there is room for continued dialogue, and the commission certainly has a desire to ensure that its policies are effectuated. And we think that there is room for vigorous debate and that the commission in its role should have the ability and opportunity to review those PPA provisions and hear us out and make determinations as to what is in fact reasonable.
And is it your suggestion that the commission staff is not doing that currently?
Of course, I would not suggest that.
Right.
But I would suggest that things do change over time and that the commission has a lot on its plate and its staff has a lot on its plate. And there might be things that have gone overlooked, which might be raised again. And on a second look, the staff and commission could could agree that it was not the most reasonable terms that could have been put in the PPA.
And you would agree that the company's RFPs and PPAs are not stagnant. They have changed over time and evolved based off of experience and feedback from the marketplace.
I do agree with that.
Okay. Regarding your request to reconstitute the DG working group, are you aware that that never stopped being an item that you could request, and that the commission staff can convene the DG working group tomorrow should it decide it was necessary?
The reason we asked for that is the DG working group came about as a result of an order from this commission in the last IRP. I do not believe that at that time Georgia Power agreed to have that working group, and therefore it required an order from the commission. I believe that that working group was beneficial. I think there are ways that it could be improved, and we've addressed that in our testimony and in our request to the commission. There are ways that it could be improved, but because it came about after having been ordered by the commission in the last IRP, we felt that we needed to ask for it again in this IRP.
That's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Proctor.
Redirect.
Thanks, Chairman. Thank you, panel, for your time and your testimony. I just have a few questions regarding the cross-examination you heard. Panel, you asked some questions about solar and solar plus storage and a standalone pilot program or standalone acquisition, whatever we want to call it, parlance. With respect to those questions, your testimony was that solar and solar plus storage have different attributes and different benefits when compared to each other, correct?
Correct.
And in doing so, in looking at those different attributes and the fact that solar plus storage can be fit into the proposed DG RFP under this IRP means that those different attributes or values for solar and solar plus storage are now being bid against each other into that RFP, correct?
Do you mean that developers are bidding against one another in the RFP?
No, I mean, when the company's looking at the two different types of resources, solar and solar plus storage in that RFP, that now when they're applying that best cost methodology, that those two resources are now being compared against each other, correct?
I'm not sure I'd say against each other. I think they would be compared alongside one another. And that the storage would be incremental to the value generated by the solar.
Is it? You also testified that there were benefits to solar plus storage that are different or additional to this standalone storage, correct?
Yes.
And your proposal for a solar plus storage DG 1 to 6 megawatt pilot program is raised in an attempt to isolate and learn lessons from those unique benefits of solar plus storage, right?
Correct.
Usually we're looking for a signal to tell us when to operate at a time that will be beneficial to the grid. With the solar plus storage being able to be dispatched when needed, oftentimes to shave peak as a key benefit.
You were asked some questions about PPA terms in the DG working group. With respect to PPA terms and your request for a review of those, are there certain terms that give financiers concern, but that you believe would not be onerous to the company or detrimental to ratepayers?
Yes, those are set forth in our testimony, but they include things like collateral requirements that can be up to $725,000 for a 5 megawatt project, which we think is excessive. The ability to satisfy those collateral requirements using bonds. There is nothing in the PPA that addresses Georgia Power's default, which is highly unlikely, but when a bank or a financing party looks at the contract, that has raised questions in the past and caused concerns. The company can terminate PPAs for force majeure if a force majeure event lasts only 6 months, which is unusual. You could have a large investment in a project and have something happened and you can't fix it for 6 months because of a supply chain issue, and you could lose your entire investment. The company can terminate the entire contract if the energy commitment level is not met, which is about 85% of the estimated production. If that's not met for 2 years, that the entire PPA can be canceled. So those are a few of them.
And your request for review of these program guidelines, RFPs, PAs, is not to detract from protection of ratepayers, right? It's to make sure that the DG megawatts that this commission found in the best interest or finds in the best interest of ratepayers in the state are acquired, and that everyone uses their best efforts to acquire those megawatts.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions. Chairman, may the panel be excused if the commission has no further questions.
Panel, thank y'all. You can be excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Moreland, we'll let you go ahead and bring up your panel.
Okay. My name and lights.
Each of y'all, please raise your right hand. Do each of you swear that the testimony you're about to give is truthful and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And Don Moreland on behalf of Georgia Solar Energy Association. Thank you, panel, for coming in today. Ms. Amiette, please state your name for the record.
Olivia Amiette,
By whom are you employed?
myself, Infinite Energy Advisors and the Solar Knowledge Institute,
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
the Georgia Solar Energy Association.
All right, Mr. Pertwee, please state your name for the record, please.
Daniel Pertwee,
And by whom are you employed?
Palmetto Solar LLC,
And who are you testifying for today?
Georgia Solar Energy Association.
All right, Mr. Hoyt, it's your turn. Please state your name for the record.
Adam Hoyt,
And how are you employed?
Alternative Energy Southeast Incorporated,
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
for the Georgia Solar Energy Association.
All right. Ms. Amiette, Mr. Pertwee, and Mr. Hoyt, on May 2nd of this year, did each of you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed direct testimony and question answer format in this docket 56002 and 56003?
Yes.
Yes.
Do any of you have corrections or changes to your pre-filed direct testimony or attachments at this time?
No.
All right. If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in your pre-filed testimony at today's hearing under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Chairman, Ms. Amiette, Mr. Pertwee, and Mr. Hoyt. I move to have each of their direct filed testimony entered into the record as given orally from the stand.
So marked.
Ms. Amiette, Mr. Pertwee, Mr. Hoyt, did you each prepare a summary of your testimony?
Yes.
Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to ask each of them to read their summaries, beginning with Ms. Amiette.
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. My colleagues and I are testifying on behalf of the Georgia Solar Energy Association today. We have each prepared a summary of our testimony, and our summaries will include a brief mention of our background and a summary of the written testimony we previously submitted. My testimony centers around general program recommendations. Daniel's testimony centers around company-directed initiatives, and Adam's testimony centers around the customer initiatives. I will begin with my summary. My name is Olivia Amiette. I'm the founder and CEO of Infinite Energy Advisors, a full-service residential and commercial solar provider that I began during the same month of my graduation from Georgia Tech here in Atlanta. I'm also the founder and CEO of the Solar Knowledge Institute, which is a premier, first-of-its-kind solar training institution that's accredited through NABCEP and the Department of Labor. My testimony centers around the recommendations I have for the proposed solar plus storage pilot program. As I understand it, the proposed program is a limited-scale initiative designed to assess the value of customer-sited solar energy systems paired with battery storage and enhancing grid reliability, resiliency, and customer participation. The pilot allocates 25 megawatts of capacity for a total pilot participation target of 50 megawatts across two participation pathways, the company-directed and the customer-directed models. In the company-directed option, Georgia Power will manage the dispatch of the battery system during grid events, and participants will receive a one-time upfront incentive of $750 per kilowatt of eligible battery capacity, or $1,000 per kilowatt for low to moderate income or municipal, university, school, and hospital customers. In the customer-directed pathway, customers retain control of their energy storage systems and voluntarily respond to utility-called events, earning an annual enrollment incentive of $15 per kilowatt, or $45 for the LMI and MUSH customers, and a performance-based incentive of $1.50 per kilowatt hour discharged. Both participation models are subject to the prevailing interconnection standards and must integrate with the Georgia Power DERMS system. The pilot is intended to gather data on customer behavior, battery performance, event responsiveness, and potential cost-shifting impacts, with the goal of informing future pilot design and broader DER integration across Georgia Power service territory. In consideration of my time and experience in the solar industry, I recommend the PSC to require the incorporation of the following into the pilot as a condition of the pilot's approval. My first recommendation is to increase the pilot capacity to 100 megawatts and dynamically allocate capacity between company-directed and customer-directed pathways based on demand to ensure broad participation, thereby replacing the split target participation per pilot channel. My second recommendation is to raise residential system size limits to 25 kilowatts to better accommodate the growing energy needs of modern households and separate the solar system size from battery discharge eligibility to allow for greater flexibility. As it stands, the 20 kilowatt size limit would essentially and largely exclude AC coupled systems by restricting even legacy systems from participation. Neglecting to increase the cap would unfairly be restrictive to the thousands of existing systems that are in Georgia that require an AC coupled battery configuration. My next recommendation is to enhance transparency and reporting by implementing a real-time, publicly accessible dashboard with monthly updates to track remaining pilot capacity, application statuses, and key participation metrics, enabling stakeholders to make informed, data-driven decisions. My next recommendation is to establish a transparent and publicly available framework of consumer protection measures to ensure participants clearly understand the risks, responsibilities, and benefits of enrolling in these programs. And my last recommendation is to establish a procedural mechanism to reassess pilot capacity prior to the next IRP. The recommendations I put forth today come from a place of deep respect for the work it took to bring this pilot forth and from a sincere desire to see this pilot succeed. They are grounded in my responsibility to advocate for Georgia's energy consumers, many of whom are eager to participate in programs like this, but face real barriers without intentional design considerations. I believe that by implementing these proposed changes, Georgia Power and the Commission can build on the solid foundation already in place to create a program that's inclusive, flexible, transparent, and ultimately impactful. Most importantly, these improvements will help ensure that the time, resources, and leadership invested into this pilot yield a lasting return, a model that can scale equitably, function effectively, and reflect the values we all share, which are innovation, reliability, and access for all. So thank you again for your leadership, for inviting stakeholder engagement in this process, and for considering these recommendations as part of your commitment to a more resilient and participatory energy landscape in Georgia. This will conclude my summary, and next, my colleague Daniel will provide a summary of his testimony regarding the company-facing program, followed by our colleague Adam in his summary of his testimony regarding the customer-facing program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Daniel Pertwee, currently a Senior Policy Manager at Palmetto Solar LLC, focused on state-level legislation and regulation in the residential solar and energy storage space. Palmetto is a residential solar and energy storage finance and installation company. We were founded in 2010 in Charleston, South Carolina, and have been operating in Georgia since 2019. In 2023, we launched our in-house lease and PPA products for residential systems and currently own 500 megawatts of residential systems throughout the country and also within the state of Georgia. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Georgia Solar Energy Association. In my written testimony, I provide several recommendations related to the company-directed option of the company's proposed customer-sited solar plus storage pilot program. As proposed, participants in the company-directed option would enter into a 10-year contract with the company that would permit direct monitoring and control of customers' BESS over the term in exchange for a one-time upfront payment of $750 per kW. This pathway would only be available for newly installed systems and would have to be paired with solar. In my testimony, I summarize the two participation pathways proposed by the company, provide my concerns, and offer 4 recommendations. The primary concern I describe is with the design of the company-directed option, which presents several risks and challenges that may sideline investments from OEMs, developers, financiers, and customers that otherwise may have pursued pilot participation. To that end, Palmetto would very likely not elect to enroll our systems in the company-directed option as currently proposed. Under the current design, our customers would be paying significantly more to add a BESS to their solar installation, but would have no control rights over the system, even ahead of storms and anticipated outages over much of the device's useful life. It is therefore our expectation that customers would be dissatisfied in making monthly payments for a BESS that almost solely serves system benefits. This dissatisfaction could strain our longer-term relationship with our customers or even result in higher customer default rates on their monthly payments. That said, I do agree with the company's stated intentions and goals for the pilot and appreciate the company's thoughtfulness in proposing a pilot with the intent of maximizing the system benefits of customer-sited BESS. My testimony includes 4 recommendations that would help maximize pilot participation, ensure sufficient benefits are reserved for the participant, and simplify the company-directed option. To summarize my recommendations briefly, I recommend the company, 1, limit company control to a maximum number of annual events, thereby preserving some control of the system for the customer paying to install it, as is the case for many pilots and programs across the country, including the proposed customer-directed option. 2, remove the restriction on grid charging to allow company-directed customers to charge at their discretion, particularly ahead of storms or expected grid outages, just as customer-directed participants and non-participating customers with BESS can. 3, allow company-directed participants to take service on rate R or GS if the company retains complete device control, given participants would not be able to utilize their BESS to respond to TOU peak periods or avoid demand charges. And 4, establish a working group or stakeholder sessions with industry participation as the company develops its customer agreement and other key program documents, which may include terms and restrictions that prove problematic to encourage customer participation. I strongly encourage the company to incorporate my recommendations into the proposed pilot. We'd be happy to collaborate with the company or staff on further pilot development. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Adam Hoyt, and I'm the Design and Consultation Manager for Alternative Energy Southeast. We are a solar construction company headquartered here in Georgia. I hold the photovoltaic technical sales certification from NABCEP, North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners, and I'm here on behalf of Georgia Solar Energy Association, as I said before. In my written testimony, I provided several recommendations to improve the customer-directed side of the pilot program, which I believe will prevent the program from being misunderstood by potential participants and thus lead to possibly underwhelming participation. My recommendations are as follows. Briefly, 1, implement a 5-year fixed term for the program incentives. Secondly,
eliminate the upfront enrollment incentive completely and increase the performance incentive. Third, communicate a target maximum number of annual dispatch events to the participants. And fourth, finally, prioritize 3-hour dispatch calls over 4-hour calls. Here's my rationale. First, for the fixed incentive term, a 5-year fixed term for incentives with annual market-based adjustment for avoided costs provides financial certainty, addressing the deterrent of the current undefined term. A 2-year term is insufficient for realizing substantial gains and benefits for the customers. A 5-year duration aligns with other programs and significantly improves the perceived value to them, which we believe will encourage greater participation. 2 years will let net an average participant maybe $1,000 on a roughly $15,000 residential battery. Not that much. A fixed term will also ensure that the valuation formula remains consistent. As is, there is no promise that the program will remain in effect for any length of time. Secondly, the rationale for the shift to performance incentives, recommending that removing the negligible upfront enrollment incentive and reallocating its value to the performance incentive will enhances the value proposition and directly rewards participation in dispatch events. This shift also mitigates concerns about cost shifting to non-participants. The proposed performance incentive increases thusly to $1.80 per kilowatt hour for residential and small commercial and $2.40 per kilowatt hour for MUSH customers. Thirdly, communicate target maximum calls. Specifying a target maximum number of annual dispatch events provides transparency, allowing participants to make informed decisions about program value. It can also discourage misleading marketing regarding unlimited earning potential. We've seen a lot of nefarious activity from unscrupulous solar companies who could very much come in and say, oh, unlimited gains by selling unlimited amounts of energy back to the grid, right? We've heard these sorts of things before, and having no idea what the maximum or expected amount of dispatch events there is going to be could incentivize such bad behavior. Publishing instead estimated call opportunities sets realistic expectations for marketers and customers, more importantly. And finally, fourthly, prioritize 3-hour dispatches. Customers prefer shorter dispatch durations, that is 3 hours versus 4 hours. We've seen data on that, which I provided in my written testimony, because they minimize battery unavailability for personal backup needs. This aligns with experiences we've seen in other DER programs. While 4-hour events may be necessary, predominantly utilizing them could hinder participation. Offering varied dispatch lengths will yield data to validate the preference for shorter durations and potentially increase enrollment by better accommodating customer needs. Shorter calls better align incentives with consumer preferences. Thanks for the opportunity to offer testimony. Looking forward to your questions.
Mr. Chairman, the witnesses are now available to answer questions from the commission and cross-examination from the party.
All right, any questions, commissioners?
And one question about the limits about capping the battery that you just mentioned. I think we have that on the thermostat program. I think we have limits. The customers know that. We've got great customer satisfaction. Do you have a recommendation on the number of times?
No, it's not even it's more of a target. Simply, the program as written has a minimum of 50 calls. Makes sense. I think that's set by or recommended by Georgia Power. No, I don't have one. Okay. I think that's something that the commission or Georgia Power would be available to recommend.
Any other questions? Georgia Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. This is Chris Collado from Georgia Public Service Commission staff. I have just one clarifying question on page 12, line 1 and 2. One of your recommendations. Oh, I'll let you get over there.
What were the lines?
Lines 1 and 2 at the top. And I'll paraphrase, one of your recommendations regarding solar plus storage pilot is to allow legacy and AC coupled systems to participate with clear technical guidance. Can you expand on that recommendation as the company's proposed solar plus storage pilot does not preclude AC coupled systems from participating?
Sure, I'll take that one and feel free to expand if necessary. So what I meant by this recommendation is that as it stands, it would be very difficult for legacy systems and AC coupled systems under the system size restriction to actually implement and enroll in the program simply due to the size restrictions.
So it's mostly a side restriction issue.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Advanced Power Alliance.
No question.
Americans for Affordable Clean Energy,
No question.
SEBA,
No question.
Capital Good Fund, Vermata, Georgia GAM,
No question.
Georgia Center for Energy Solutions, Georgia Coalition of Local Governments,
No question.
Georgia Conservation Voters,
No question.
Gipple and South Phase,
No question, Mr. Chairman.
Georgia Solar Energy Industries Association,
No question.
Georgia Watch, Georgia Wand and Vote Solar, MARTA,
No question.
Microsoft,
No question.
Resource Supply Management, Sierra Club SACE, Southern Renewable Energy Association,
No question.
Department of Defense, Walmart, Georgia Power,
No question, Mr. Chair.
and you redirect.
No redirect. I request that the witness's testimony be admitted into evidence and may the panel be excused.
Yes, so marked, and thank y'all, and you can be excused.
One more.
We're gonna do one more. Next up is Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. Whenever you're ready, you can swear in your witness.
Thank you. Do you swear that in the testimony you will give today that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name and position for the record.
My name is Yunus Kinkabwala, and I'm a senior scientist at PSC Healthy Energy.
Did you pre-file or cause to be pre-filed 25 pages of direct testimony in question and answer format in this docket?
Yes, I did.
And if I asked you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Do you have any corrections you need to make to your pre-filed testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Kinkabwala's testimony be admitted into the record as if it were given here today.
So Mark,
And have you prepared a summary of your testimony that you are prepared to give?
Yes, I have.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would ask that Mr. Kinkabwala proceed with his summary of this testimony.
please proceed.
Thank you. It is very late, so I'm going to try to keep this as brief as possible.
It's really not that late compared to.
It's not later.
It could be later.
Go ahead.
So the purpose of my testimony was to examine the impacts of energy costs on households that are residential customers for Georgia Power. So according to my estimates, roughly a quarter of Georgia Power's customers, residential customers, are energy cost burden, which means they spend more than 6% of their income on energy every single year, which is considered a somewhat high threshold. These households are found everywhere. They're in rural and urban areas, single-family homes, apartments, and renters and owners. And the unaffordable nature of these bills lead to numerous negative consequences. First off, there's disconnections. The number of disconnections reported by Georgia Power is equal to 8% of their residential customers, which is a lot of customers be experiencing shutoffs, which are disruptive to people's lives. Second, to avoid disconnections, to pay bills, households report from survey data that they have to forego essentials and necessities like medical costs and food in order to pay these bills. As such, we should try to get these bills down low as possible, which I think we all can agree on. Now, another metric that I've calculated in this testimony is the affordability gap, which is roughly the amount of dollars you'd have to pay in bill assistance to bring energy costs down to that 6% threshold. And this includes, by the way, bills for gas and electricity and propane to run your home, although it's almost all electricity. This sum is about 540 million annually that you would need to make these bills affordable according to this definition, which is a lot, and there's not enough bill assistance currently available to achieve this. So given that energy is an essential in modern life, we need to find ways to help address this affordability issue. Now, one way, of course, that we're all aware of is we can put downward pressure on rates, which is underlying all the discussion that we're having. A second way is to do targeted approaches such as demand-side resources that we have also discussed at length here. And I was very excited to read the testimony and to see the highlighting of new demand-side programs and DERMS and DSM that can provide assistance in ways to have customers, residential customers, participate in these programs, and that some of them have low-income carve-outs too. And I think this is an excellent step in the right direction. So while the IRP makes excellent steps, I think there could be more. I think we could have more aggressive programs. We can raise caps, and we can more aggressively pursue these programs that can save customers, especially low-income customers, money that they don't have to spend on their energy. And I also recommend that we share data tracking the status and progress of affordability, similar to the way we report disconnections, to more accurately track this affordability challenges.
Thank you for that summary. Mr. Chairman, the witness is now available for questions from the commission or from the other parties.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the panel? Okay, Georgia Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Chris Collado from Georgia Public Service Commission staff. Mr. Kinkawala, did I say that right, Kinkawala?
You got it. It's
All right.
Dr. Kinkawala.
That's joking. Dr. Kinkawala, on page 20 of your testimony, I'll give you a second to get to 20. Sure. You recommended to increase the enrollment in the net metering solar program with priority for income unqualified customers. Do you have a specific amount you would recommend expanding the customers to?
I do not. I can attest that for every income qualified customer that is enrolled, and it doesn't have to be full net metering, it is whatever is the fair assessed net billing tariff available, that these programs can save customers money. And if we have 500 million, I apologize, and the affordability gap, then there's significant room for improvement, especially considering roughly half of these households actually own their own rooftops. So those would be excellent candidates for these resources.
Also, you mentioned several different methods that we can address income qualified customers and how it's a priority. Can you just further elaborate on how the priority for income qualified customers would work? Like, would such customers have a dedicated amount set aside for that group? Or do you have any specific recommendations along those lines?
So you're asking, do I have specific recommendations for the resources to bring down bills or just how to target or income thresholds? Can you clarify?
Well, I want to hold it to a specific recommendation. I really just want you to elaborate on your testimony, because you kind of glanced over a little bit of the summary. I was hoping we can give you a little more detail on how we can address income qualified customers.
Sure, there are a number of ways we can think about this affordability. First off, you can think about the fact that when a household pays too much for their energy, that they cannot afford, then that money has to come from somewhere. And you can think about it as comes from bill assistance, it comes from federal bill assistance, or there's bill assistance programs that are paid by other ratepayers. There is also just other social assistance programs, or, you know, households will get loans and whatnot. So we're trying to offset that. That's funds that we already can't get. You can't bleed a stone, as the saying goes. So in my testimony, I outlined a few different ways to help identify these customers and the potentials for these customers. And so first off, twice the federal poverty level works as a somewhat effective threshold for capturing all of the customers who are taxed by the energy bills. And to, I don't want to ramble on too long. And so I would recommend that we track more data from Georgia Power, because part of the challenge in this testimony is I generate my own estimates, but this is really just estimates from survey data, and it would be excellent to see how many customers are in arrearage and how many customers are overburdened, and how are these programs helping to reduce these costs in dollar terms.
All right. Doctor, I appreciate your testimony. I have no further questions.
All right. Advanced Power Alliance. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No questions.
Capital Good Fund. Ramada. GAM.
No questions.
Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments. Georgia Conservation Voters. Gimple and South Base.
No questions.
Jacia.
No question, Mr. Chairman.
Georgia Solar.
No questions.
Georgia Watch. MARTA.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Microsoft.
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club, SACE. Southern Renewable Energy Association. Department of Defense. Walmart. Georgia Power Company.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Redirect.
Thank you. I don't have any redirect. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask that the witness be excused.
Thank you, sir. You can be excused.
Thank you.
All right, y'all. 6 o'clock. We're not gonna finish tonight.
More?
Hmm?
One more?
Y'all wanna do one more?
I'll do one more.
I was trying to be nice. Any objection to one more? All right. Next up is Sierra Club, SACE, and Natural Resources Defense Council. Are you good to go?
Yeah, they're all here.
Commissioner Shaw, at this time, NRDC, SACE, and Sierra Club calls Derek Stenslick, Matthew Richwan, and AJ Golding to the stand.
Hold on, just one second. I'm so sorry. We're gonna have a lack of a quorum in about 20 minutes. Your panel may take a little while, just assume.
Probably.
Is there another, I apologize, y'all, is there another panel? I guess, Mr. Hewitson, that's probably good since you talk more than anybody else here.
As he stated, we're fine with Walmart. If you want to go with Walmart.
I apologize, y'all, for the change. I appreciate your patience with us. I'm gonna call the Walmart panel up. If you're available and ready. If you want to wait till tomorrow, we can wait till tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine. As long as that's fine with you.
Lisa Perry is a pro.
Yes.
You have a lot of questions for this one?
Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you.
Sorry, I haven't had a chance to say hello before now.
What is that ugly thing on the back from the Walmart?
Well, at least I won't be looking down the whole time.
And
you'll see my gator sticker. There you go.
are not off to a good start.
Take back everything I said.
Take time to let us know when you're ready.
Okay. All right, I am ready.
All right, let's swear you in. Commissioners, with your permission, I'll swear in the witness.
Please do.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Can you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Lisa V. Perry, and my business address is 2608 Southeast J Street in Bentonville, Arkansas, 72718.
And for whom do you work and in what position?
I am the Director of Regulatory for Walmart Inc.
And have you testified before this commission in prior hearings?
Yes, I have.
On May 2nd, 2025, did you cause to be filed in consolidated dockets 56002 and 56003, pre-filed direct testimony on question and answer format and consisting of 15 pages?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any additions, updates, or corrections to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions contained in your pre-filed direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
I move that the commission accept Ms. Perry's pre-filed direct testimony as if into the record as if given orally from the stand.
So Mark,
Also, did you cause to be filed in consolidated dockets 56002 and 56003, one exhibit to your pre-filed direct testimony identified as LVP1, which is your CD consisting of 19 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any additions, updates, or corrections to exhibit LVP1 to your pre-filed direct testimony?
No, I do not.
We have provided the court reporter with a copy of Ms. Perry's direct testimony and exhibit LVP1 and ask that they be marked as Walmart 1 and entered into the record as the next hearing exhibit. Ms. Perry, have you prepared a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes, I have.
Would you please read your summary to the commission and to the court?
Thank you. Walmart. Good evening.
good evening.
Walmart is providing the summary of my testimony concerning Georgia Power's proposed 2025 Integrated Resource Plan and amended Demand-Side Management Plan from the perspective of a large commercial customer with numerous facilities throughout Georgia, being 209 retail stores,
10 distribution centers and 3 fulfillment centers, including within Georgia Power Service territory, 125 retail stores, 3 distribution centers, and 1 fulfillment center, and a significant interest in ensuring reliable, resilient, and affordable power. Over the past several years, Walmart has actively collaborated with Georgia Power to shape customer-focused programs and explore innovative opportunities for leveraging large commercial customers such as Walmart. These collaborative efforts have encompassed a range of conversations around distributed generation technologies like backup generators, battery storage, and smaller solar projects. Additionally, Walmart has participated in demand-side programs such as energy efficiency programs and is working with Georgia Power on demand response opportunities. Walmart values its ongoing partnership with the company and looks forward to further exploring these and other customer-sided supply opportunities. Walmart recognizes the critical importance of ensuring reliable and resilient power for all customers. We support the need to carefully balance supply and demand, particularly in light of the company's projected load growth. Walmart believes that customers have an essential role to play in both the supply and demand sides in contributing to grid reliability and resilience, accelerating the integration of clean energy resources and delivering economic value system-wide. Regarding demand-side solutions, Walmart understands that these often involve a diverse array of programs tailored to different customer classes. Walmart recognizes the critical importance of offering a comprehensive and flexible suite of options to encourage broad customer participation. Maximizing engagement across the customer base is essential to effectively reducing overall demand and enhancing grid efficiency. Equally important is the opportunity for these programs to leverage customer-sided resources in ways that strengthen grid reliability and resiliency for the benefit of all users. Programs like the company's proposed large customer-owned resiliency program and the customer-sided Solar Plus Storage pilot program represent innovative approaches to integrating customer resources into the broader system. Walmart remains committed to evaluating participation in both existing and proposed programs. We look forward to continued collaboration with the company to shape and expand demand-side initiatives that offer meaningful and scalable solutions for customers. In my testimony, Walmart specifically recommends that the Commission require the company to continue its collaboration with interested customers to continue the development of a robust portfolio of programs to ensure broad customer participation and evaluate advancing and emerging technologies capable of delivering clean, reliable, and cost-effective energy. In summary, Walmart appreciates the past collaboration with Georgia Power, is eager to continue this dialogue and partnership, and firmly believes that robust customer-side solutions are vital for meeting projected load growth, enhancing grid reliability, and benefiting all customers. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Perry is available for cross-examination by the Commission and by the parties.
Thank you, commissioners.
I have a question for Ms. Perry. Hi, Ms. Perry. It's always great to see you.
Good to see you as well.
So first off, I want to thank Walmart for their focus on affordability within their pre-file testimony. Really appreciate that. We recognize that whether it be clean energy implementation or just the demand that's there, that affordability is continued to be top of mind. So thank you.
Absolutely.
On page 3 of your pre-file testimony, you talk about the desire that Walmart recommends for a customer-sided solar plus storage pilot to continue. And then on page 5, you say that Walmart plans to integrate solar or grid charge dispatchable storage with DG Solar. Do you have any instances right now of any of your stores or distribution centers that are either part of the existing solar plus storage pilot or a different solar plus storage pilot that was maybe approved previously?
As far as solar plus storage, we have just started implementing, or we actually haven't even implemented it yet, to your question. We are in the process of evaluating it and determining which sites would be appropriate. And some of that will depend upon the program that is available through the utility as far as other considerations that we will make.
Are you doing solar plus storage in other markets, other states?
Not yet.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Not as much of a question, but just a statement to, well, first of all, thanks to Walmart's investment in our state. But most recently, thank you for your investment in with the dairy processing facility down in Valdosta in my area.
Yes.
Georgia Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Ms. Perry. I'm Chris Collado from Georgia Public Service Commission.
Good evening.
I have a couple of questions regarding solar plus storage. You stated in your testimony that you wish the company to continue to collaborate with interested parties to continue the portfolio of programs, including the company's proposed customer-sized solar plus storage pilot program.
Yes.
For its larger customers. Can you describe why the company's proposed solar plus storage pilot does not currently fit the needs of larger customers such as Walmart?
If I remember correctly, the pilot, are you referring to the pilot program that they have for residential and small commercial?
Yes, the current solar plus storage pilot program, yes.
I believe that that we do not meet the thresholds of the pilot program. And so that's why the suggestion is, maybe in the next iteration to expand that to allow for a little bit larger commercial customers.
So you would say in the next iteration of that pilot, you wouldn't ask for a modification to the current pilot?
We did not specifically ask for a modification to the current pilot. Instead, we looked at it as continuing the conversation and meeting with customers, through stakeholder process to see if it makes sense to, like I said, if you're to extend the pilot, it means it looks a little bit different, or to do a separate standalone program.
Is this something you see Walmart recommending or proposing as part of its 2028 IRP?
I would say, when I was answering Commissioner Pridemore's question, as we become even more experienced in this space, then yes, we may have some recommendations once we have a little bit more specific information around what it is that, would work for a larger commercial customer.
And I understand you are continuing to gain more data in order to kind of tailor your recommendations, but at this point, would you have any specific recommendations or design considerations that would help design a successful solar plus storage pilot that would work for larger customers such as Walmart?
That is the information that I do not know yet, but hopefully we will know for the next one.
Fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Perry. I have no further questions.
Okay. Advanced Power Alliance. Americans for Affordable Clean Energy. SEBA.
No question.
Capital Good Fund. Vermata. Georgia Association of Manufacturers. Georgia Center for Energy Solutions. Georgia Coalition of Local Governments. Georgia Conservation Voters. Gipple and South Face.
No question.
Jasiah.
No question.
Georgia Solar.
No question.
Georgia Watch, Georgia Wand and Vote Solar. MARTA.
No questions.
Microsoft.
No questions.
Resource Supply Management. Sierra Club, SACE. Southern Renewable Energy Association. Department of Defense. Georgia Power Company.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any redirect?
No redirect. We would request that Walmart 1 be admitted into evidence and that Ms. Perry be excused.
So marked, and Ms. Perry, thank you again, and you can be excused.
All right, thank you.
We'll see, we're gonna adjourn now, and thanks again to everyone. And we'll see y'all in the morning. We've got committees first thing, so if you wanna, just know that'll take a few minutes. Then we'll stop, take a break and regroup and start the hearings promptly.